Welcome. This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
Hey, this is DC. What's going on, man? Hit him with that date.
I mean, nothing much. It is May the 15th, 2020.
May the
We are,
15th.
no, y'all been waiting for us to go live, so we are here.
Man, me on the lollygag, man. I apologize for that, but my baby girl, my little code breaker, man, she be trying to run things, man. But I'd be like, yo, you ain't running nothing. You about to go call Sandman, you heard? Then she just drifts off. So hopefully she down for the night. But before we get this thing cranking, man, we're gonna take it to the city before we get into this deep discussion. So I'm pretty sure this discussion is gonna be one of those where it's gonna be a lot of disagreement, a lot of gnashing of teeth. So you know what I'm saying? We'll start this off with the backyard band showing love to the hometown. So let's get this thing cranking, and then see you on the other side.
It's not playing. I don't hear it.
Oh, you don't hear it?
Nope.
Oh
It
man,
just,
I'm sitting up here bobbing my head, man. You got me bobbing. You
uh,
could have told me earlier. Hold on, let me
I
crank that
just
thing.
realized, like, hold up. I don't think any music is playing. I'm in some other.
That shout out for the other
Got you.
side, man. Hold on, let me crank that thing. That's gonna get me hype, man, for the little thing. So yeah, that's my bad. I
Like
got that
60
thing all
minutes,
wrong
60
when it kind
seconds of no
of. You just saw the little feed. I saw
air.
backyard Big G and the crew. Try to share, trying to get him a
Yeah,
little,
yeah.
trying to
Well,
get him a
dawned up
little,
like I'm
try to get him a little love from the DC side of things, man. So they can get a little bit of a what the go is and everything since it's so regional. You ready?
Mhm. There we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there it is.
Turn
Uh,
that up.
let that
Let's
thing
go.
crank.
It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. Say hello from the other side. I must have tried 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart when I call you. Never seem to be home. Hello from the other side. At least I can say that I tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. It don't matter, it clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore.
They'll hear you, sweet thing.
Anymore.
South side, south side.
Oh, say, hell, how y'all feel?
Ha! There it is.
It's sunshine. The Mob, dirty South side. Hey, uptown, say what?
Hello.
The pretty mommies, and pretty money.
Hello.
Now where they at? I see you, girl, huh?
Hello.
Yeah, hey, look. Hold us all. Hey, grind season. Grind season. And what it do? Southwest, southwest. Switch that. Hey, hey. Up all night, boy. Hey, sweet thing. Say what?
Hello from the other side. I must have tried 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart when I called you. Never seem to be home. Hello from the other side. At least I can say that I tried. Tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. It don't matter, it clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore.
Southwest.
Anymore.
35 double low, honey.
Anymore.
640. Hold us all.
Ha,
And walk a mill.
ha. He didn't say walk a mill, baby. Yeah.
That dirty side. Yeah. Hey. Hold us all.
In the pocket right there, boy. That junk corrects. Adele who? Hello from the other side, other known as the outer rim. The code breakers coming to you live and in effect, baby. Ha ha. What y'all know about that backyard, man? Show us some love, man. Show us some love, man. Shout out to Big G and the crew. Getting it in, man. Just had to get that thing started off on the right way, man. Get it on the right foot.
Yeah, man.
That's my joint right there. Southside. Oxon Hill. Carrot Chill, what it do? Man, that's
I
crazy.
ain't call out my areas.
You know, that's all Southern Avenue, Pennsylvania,
I know.
Staten Road.
I know. No
Yeah,
Landover,
that's
no
close.
Highsville.
You
I
gotta-
don't get no love. No
you
Bladensburg.
can't- No, that's Northeast
You know,
Groove right
that's
there.
Northeast
that's
Groove,
all.
yeah.
Yeah, you go get all that love, all that Landover love, Lanham, all that 450. You know,
Man, 450. 450
yeah,
mob.
backyard though. That's southeast side, baby.
Yeah, I know,
Southeast side, southwest. What it do? You know what I'm saying? Split it down the middle, man. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy right there. That thing crank, man. That's what it is,
I
man.
know. I guess we got to play some B more to balance it out.
No, we don't. No time for the percolator here, man. What's that? What's the song that they always play that T and them be listening to all the time? What's that joint?
Yeah, I don't know. Don't give me the line.
There's some hoes in this house, all that kind of shit, man. Yeah, little. Yeah.
I like them songs.
You be around that way more than I do, so you know.
Yeah, I
can't.
know.
Yeah. That's a little bit. Yeah,
I
that's
stopped
not.
listening to go-go quite a while ago, so it's not in my rotation. Well, none of that stuff is anymore, but there's
Yeah,
some
that's
holes in this house. There's some, yeah, that's the joint right there.
oh man, watch out for the
Now
big
you gonna have that
girl.
song stuck in my damn head now.
Watch out for the big girl. You already know you. Oh Lord, here we go. Where the big girl
That's
at?
funny.
She gonna find you somewhere, man. Wind up on you, man. Do something, get it loose. Sweet thing, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah, man. She gonna let that thing. She gonna get loose with it one time. For
I'm
real.
gonna hit my boy up. See, can I get me some Baltimore House so we can play it? He play that shit. He play that all day long. You know who I'm talking about too.
Man, B More. No, we got love for B More, man. We got love for B More. We, you know, it's all regional. It's all regional fun and games. You know what I'm saying? Even though the DMV should really stand for DC PG County, Northern Virginia.
Right. And Moco maybe.
Baltimore is something else, but you know, I guess they included too, man. So it's all good, man. It's all good.
I've integrated pretty good into the B-more area. I like Baltimore.
Yeah, man. We ought to have like a yo, man, we have any listeners from around the way, man. We don't mind, like, you know, chopping it up with y'all about, you know, local shenanigans, man. That'd be cool. We can kind of chop it up on just how it is between both cities, you know what I mean? That would be a show within itself, you know. That would be
Yeah, learn some things.
Yeah, I think people will be surprised on how different and nuanced the relationship is between the two.
But there got to be folks who love their cities, because a lot of people hate their cities and they're just very negative. But
that's true.
I'm not doing negative if I can avoid it. I'm trying to stay positive.
Yeah, that's true, man.
If
That's
I can.
true. That's true.
Two beautiful cities. With great with amazing history, especially amazing history.
No, just bottom line,
in all different type of ways. So
no doubt, yeah, both.
It should be represented a lot more and discussed more, and
both on the national
just amazing.
level and
Yeah, I
and a local
mean,
level, for sure.
I mean, we live in an area, but DC and Baltimore, that area, I don't know if I want to put Philly in there, I guess, but this is a very it's a very old area. It's OG, really.
Yeah.
And so the history is on a level.
Yeah, Philly is an extension. I would say more so the Northern Maryland, you know, corridor.
This is the cradle of this is the cradle of Western civilization, really, right?
Yeah.
That DC, Philly, Baltimore.
Mm-hmm. For the most part, yeah.
I don't think people respect that enough. Put some respect on us, actually, when I think about it. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't exist. That's what I mean, though, as far as like people taking more, you know what I mean? People taking more, you don't, it's not positioned like that. That's what I mean about loving where you're from, being more, looking at things in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And you think about even from that perspective, it's like, do y'all know the history of this area? Like what we produced, you know, so it's just not looked at like that, unfortunately.
So definitely, man, got love for, you know, everybody around the country, but specifically for where we stay and, you know, where we reside.
I mean, you can speak to that too, though. When I think about it now, like the difference between I almost look at like the aftermath. Like it feels like, regardless of all the details about a lot of things, just on the surface, it feels like something happened at a time, 70s, 80s, 60s, whatever the time was, and just like when you look at the history of say like of DC or Baltimore, right, or even
Mm-hmm.
Philly for that, the history of it,
Right.
the things that we did specifically, historically, and just all the just the on the more of the positive side. But then it seemed like that stuff has gotten washed away. I went to the museum in Baltimore,
Which one?
The African American
African,
Museum.
the
I'm
wax
just trying to think of the
museum.
name of it.
Is it a wax one?
Nah,
Okay.
no, not the wax. I just can't think of the name. Ronald A. I forget the name. Don't give me the
Right.
line. But anyway, because it's right from I know I'm about to mess this up. I know if you take Pratt all the way down, it's like on the other side of is that 83 Interstate 83? Like on the other side, you don't get on that highway, of course, but it's like right over there somewhere. But anyway, that's not
83.
important.
Pratt takes you
But
to 83.
But I'm just saying, I forget what it's. I was just trying to think of what was across the street from it in my mind right now, but I just can't think of the name. But anyway, not that's not important, but right now. But I was looking at some of the history of the city,
Mm-hmm.
and of course, when you go to DC, you look at the history. It's just we're all over the place.
Yeah.
So and so to think of it,
It's
but my
plain
point in
sight
saying
in
that
DC.
is the reason I'm making a point is really an anti point because people are very anti for some reason. But there's so much positive things you can focus on, as bad as things may be. But then it was like this aftermath, and so because of the aftermath or post-apocalyptic, that's really what it is, I guess. But the post-apocalyptic is sort of where we live at. And so when I talk to people about different things, it tends to be from a lot of times from a negative place. Uh, I don't necessarily like that, but I do find it interesting. It's always like that. It tends to be. I've found some people who aren't like that, but in general, it tends to be like that. And I don't know if it's connected to that. If you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. For sure. I
Yeah,
definitely.
Regional F. Lewis. Exactly.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Regional F. Lewis Museum.
Okay.
But you know what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do.
So either after the different eras that took place, it seemed like we're in post-apocalyptic times, basically. And so the perspective is only from the worst time, I guess, the worst events that have happened in the last maybe 20 or 30 years is sort of what everybody's pulling from. And very difficult because you're not really being taught in general of all the amazing people that overcame and went through and did great things. And you don't live in that. We don't necessarily live in that space. Does that make sense? 'Cause you know when I listen to Dr. Carr from Howard
Yeah,
talk,
yeah, Dr. Carr. Yeah.
isn't he very positive?
He is.
You know,
Yeah,
he's very
he is.
positive
He
when
old school.
when
He
he's
old
speaking.
school.
Yeah,
He
but
old
it's
school
because
DC.
he has so much information though. It's like
Right.
he
Yeah.
tends to look at things that he tends to look at bad things that may have happened,
Mm-hmm.
and he puts it in a certain frame. Then he overlays it though with like what we're really doing and all the things that we do that are so great, and not being trapped maybe by the shine and the polish of other things that you may want to be. So you're contrasting all the time,
Mm-hmm.
versus just saying all
He,
this greatness, all these good things, all these positive things, all these motivational things, all these things that people have suffered and fought for to be able to obtain or to produce or to project out, and to look at things that way. He's one. I'm looking at him right now. I actually do a speech, but so let me say his name. I
Dr.
just don't
Carr.
feel like the general population necessarily looks at things that way for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Not to be rambling too much.
No, I mean Dr. Carr was definitely I mean he's gonna look at things in full context because he was around during the time during Howard's heyday and the dawn of Marion Barry. I mean, he was a young man when Marion Barry was first mayor instead of us being like in elementary school. So he was like, probably like in his 20s, mid to late 20s during that time period. And saw the good and the bad, saw the deterioration of people that he knew. It's hard to kind of look at everything in a negative light when you are basically that close to the community like he was, from the grassroots level. I mean, it's kind of hard. Like, it's the same thing. It's like, I know some people that have done some real bad things, man, but it's hard for me to look at them in a bad way. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of people that are just, they're gone. You know what I'm saying? Their mind is twisted up a little bit. But then there's some where circumstances kind of took them over. I told you, like my best homeboy. You know about him. So, I mean, you seen pictures of us back in the day, like where we just chilling. Like we got some girls, we having fun. I mean, we didn't know that situation was going to be the way it was. Right. But I mean, things happen. I mean, I know him, but outside of the headlines or whatever the case may be. So yeah, when you have a little bit of a different perspective when it comes down to that, then yeah, you're not going to look at it the same way as, say, like somebody that may not be as familiar with the lay of the land, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, it's that's part of it. So I tend to give a little bit more of an empathy break when it comes down to our people. When it comes down to that, I try to anyway, and not to be so judgy. When it comes down to when people do certain things, I gotta understand what the full context is. So I try not to judge a situation just off first view. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to kind of get an idea of what's going on. But speaking of which, man, you ready to get into this next tragedy, man, that we're gonna see here, Breonna Taylor? And maybe we can discuss a little bit about what's going on with this sister here. I have it. I think I have it queued up already. You see it?
Yeah. What's up?
All right. So be ready. It's a real quick video. All right. Ready?
Yep.
All right.
And killed by police is demanding answers, filing a wrongful death lawsuit against 3 officers.
Turn it up.
Breonna Taylor's family claiming officers blindly fired more than 20 shots into her apartment 2 months ago. On March 13th, 3 officers entered Taylor's apartment while she and her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, were sleeping. The officers were executing a search warrant as part of a drug investigation. Police claim Taylor's ex-boyfriend was shipping drugs to her apartment to avoid detection.
This is not a woman who would sacrifice her life and her family morals and values to sell drugs on the street.
Louisville police say the night of Taylor's death, the officers knocked several times and announced their presence before entering. And when they did, they were met by gunfire from Walker, a licensed gun owner. Defense attorneys for Walker say he fired in self-defense, claiming police did not announce themselves. They say Walker thought the officers were breaking in.
They did not identify themselves and that they were in plain clothes.
And now the Commonwealth Attorney's Office is calling for Kentucky's Attorney General to appoint a special prosecutor.
It has been more than 2 months with no statement from the public to the public regarding this incident. We call for an independent investigation into her death.
Kentucky's governor calls the case troubling. He's asking state officials to review the findings of the police investigation.
Walker shot 1 officer in the leg and has been charged with first-degree assault and attempted murder of a police officer. Taylor's family says she was on the front lines fighting the coronavirus at the time of her death. They were concerned about her getting sick, not shot.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking.
All right. So what do you think? What's your first reaction when you see the tragedy that happened to the young sister Breonna there?
Yeah, man, it's horrible. Horrible because I know the brother, he they went to the wrong house. They went to the wrong house. This is the story where they went to the wrong house, right?
Well, first let me say this, man. Salute to that brother, man, for protecting his black woman. Not showing any kind of fear, not cowering, even though he was up against it. Really, he's lucky that he's still here, basically. But basically, thank God.
You know why he's still here, right?
But because he shot one of the officers.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
For all I know, if he didn't have a gun, they both would have got killed. I don't know. Who knows how that would have went?
it's like I said, when a situation like that, it's like
I've been there.
just good that it wasn't just a double whammy instead of just the one, even though that still doesn't excuse what took place. I mean, she was a victim all the way around. So that whole situation about even serving a warrant like that, the way they served it, it sounds like they was a little bit negligent. Let me first say I don't know exactly what took place during that whole altercation. None of us is there, but just off listening to what the news is, it still sounds like there was some funny business going on with the whole search warrant. So whatever the case may be.
Didn't they go to the wrong house though?
Yeah, they went to the wrong. They served the wrong warrant. Your warrant at the wrong house.
The person was already in custody.
Yeah, I know. Guy was in custody, and it was the wrong boyfriend. It was the ex-boyfriend instead of the one that she currently has. But they went to her house looking for him.
Oh, they went to the. Yeah, but he was already in custody.
I know, but I'm saying the warrant that they had was still for the same guy.
But it was for the same. It was for the same address.
Yeah. Well, probably one of the addresses that they thought he would be at, which is her house, basically.
Okay.
You see
so
what I'm
she
saying?
knows him. I got you.
Yeah, it was her ex-boyfriend. Yeah, it's not
I
like
didn't know
she
that
doesn't
part.
know. Yeah, she knows him. Yeah, it's her ex. So that's who the warrant was originally for. To the guy that she's with now got caught up with the whole
he didn't have a gun and they going to the wrong house. I mean,
but I mean,
who knows what would have happened?
My thing is, for a drug warrant, why are you kicking down the door like that though? I mean, he this
right,
is
drugs.
Yeah, like what we doing here? Why you got guns out blazing like we in 1995, 1996, like we back in those days? Like, come on, man. Like, seriously.
Does anyone know how much drugs?
To me, man, it doesn't matter, because they said that also, like, I was watching on another particular stream where they were talking about there was like a 5-year-old in the next apartment or something to that extent, where they was basically firing up in an apartment building. You going in there shooting, bullets go through them thin walls, that little plaster walls that they have, sheetrock or whatever. Yeah, bullets fly right through them walls, man.
These
and hit somebody else.
These not brownstones. No.
Not even brick, man. Come on, man. What are we doing here? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're not just endangering the people that you're serving a warrant on. I mean, you don't know if the grandma in the house, auntie up in there, granddaddy. I mean, it could have been a host of people up in there that you basically serving that warrant for. There's too much technology to be doing that. They could have stalked it out if you're that desperate for it, but you wanted action. So somebody wanted action. But like I said, I mean, even if they got drawn up on by coming into the house, you don't come up in nobody's house without them basically having the right to protect it. So either way it go,
that's what I'm saying. It wasn't a raid.
That's what I'm saying. Either way it goes, right? You're serving a warrant. That's what I'm saying. So you're knocking on the door, you're serving a warrant. So even if they cuss you out, say get the hell up on, get the hell on, blah 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 blah. You gotta swallow that as a peace officer.
Why is he? But why?
As a peace officer,
is he
you
shooting,
have to be able to swallow your pride.
Is he shooting because? I wonder what mindset he was in. We heard because they weren't breaking in the house; they were knocking on the door, right?
Yeah, you're not going to do it first. You're not going to say you're police. You know what I'm saying? When you're serving a warrant. You're supposed to introduce. They say they didn't identify themselves. I don't know what happened, but I'm saying normally,
if serving a drug warrant,
police,
plain clothes. Are they sheriffs? I wonder, are they sheriffs? What are they?
They probably got like jeans on. They probably drug police coming up in there. Yeah. Not regular sheriffs. I don't know how Louisville Police Department do their raids, but they said it was in plain clothes, or some of the officers were in plain clothes. But I'm pretty sure they had the shields on them though. I'm pretty sure of it. A bulletproof vest with shields, probably some jeans. You know what I'm saying? Some sweats or something. I don't know exactly how they dress or whatever when they go and try to serve a warrant, but whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I didn't feel like I knew enough. Because I'm just thinking from a legal standpoint because I know that Arbery, Arbery, Ahmaud,
Mhm.
he
Well, that's his
if
last name, Aubrey, I think.
they don't need a lot of wiggle room to get off on stuff. That's why I'm asking it that way. Because if you have, what drug warrant? What kind of warrant is it? What kind of drug warrant? What are they doing?
I don't know.
That's what I was
That's what I'm
trying to get
saying. Like,
more of the
I'm trying to
What do
think.
you
I'm trying to think. We still doing those like in 2020?
right?
Like that's still
That's what I was
happening.
trying to figure out.
Like, come on, man. We kicking down doors still. We got the
Because he got an attempted murder charge.
Oh,
He
that's
going
what
to
I
jail.
wanted to. That's what I
He
wanted
going
to
to
talk
jail.
about the most. The
No drugs were
attempted,
found. Obviously.
the attempted murder charge on the police
Right.
officer.
First degree assault. Yeah.
First degree. You're gonna flip
First
this
degree.
and make it. You're gonna send this brother to jail.
Yeah. He going to jail.
Oh my God! Like that. Like if you don't. To me, that's the biggest travesty. Like if it doesn't just come out like,
I bet he didn't stay home. He didn't get to
wrongful.
stay home for 2-3 months.
Oh, absolutely not. Oh, he's
He got arrested on site.
Oh yeah, he's locked up. I would imagine. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he's in.
Yeah, I'm about 100% sure.
Yeah, he's not out. Yeah, he's locked down. Yeah, he's gonna need a lawyer. They're gonna have to lawyer up real tough to get him out. Get him out on this, because if they're gonna justify the shooting, right, then they're gonna have to send him to jail. Right? Wouldn't that make sense? Like, to justify, they have to send him to jail so they can justify the shooting. Whatever they're going to say. So they're going to line up all. I think it's 3 riot officers that's in question of this shooting. So,
yep.
Yeah, it's just amazing, man. It's just amazing that it tends to be just always.
It's a no knock. It was a no knock search warrant, by the way.
Wow. And a judge signed signed that.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man.
And they're trying to say her house was a
trap house. A trap house.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sold drugs in and out of there. That's what I'm saying.
Or she was at least housing the drugs.
But that's what I'm saying. But there's no drugs in the house, so you don't even get get no. It's still wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's still no excuse. I don't care what it is, but you still don't have. You don't still have no drugs, no kind of paraphernalia in there at all.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Man.
So they said that the no knock was you don't have to do anything. You don't got to identify.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the judge signed out on that. That's what I mean. What kind of drugs were this guy running, man? And what kind of dope dealing what this dude was, man? Come on now. Like he must have really been into it to have that kind of pull to get a judge to sign a no knock warrant where they could just bust up in there without identifying themselves. Come on now.
Yeah. So of course you're gonna bust off on that. That's what I mean. So for him to get so your house is being broken into.
Right. You don't know who it is.
I'm gonna tell you, man, it's crazy because you think about these 2 guys down in Georgia shooting guns in broad daylight in the suburban neighborhood. Right. And then juxtaposed to what
not defending themselves, chasing them down,
breaking and entering into his house, and he shoots whoever they are. He gets charged. Oh my God. 2 different states, obviously, but it don't matter, man. It's across the board. That's what I was talking about. How they send that message. You go get armed up, but then this event happens, and then you're thinking like, man, should I still get a gun? Can I defend myself? No. This is a no. Right?
Judge by 12 instead of carried by 6, man. But still, I mean, it's still a situation where he's going to do time, and that's what I'm saying. Lost his girl and do time.
Well, I think they're going to use him potentially to send a message to the country,
man.
Because of course he's not going to get no NRA protection.
Yeah,
because the NRA should be coming out. The National Rifle Association should be coming out with statements now. I haven't found it on their website. about
this
it
is
to protect his gun rights.
these are the cases that they should love. They should automatically be on the outs and say, hey, look, you know, this man was defending his family and his girl, you know, his household, her household. He didn't know who these people were, so that's what it's for. It's for protection. You stand your own ground. You know, that's really what it's for. But it seems like the rules doesn't apply the same for us. And you know, this is where the logic has to kick in for some of us that have a hard time trying to look at this from a perspective of knowing that this would be totally different if it was a white situation. See, and I know that gets cliched up and that's said a lot, that a lot of people, you know, see it as basically making an excuse. But I don't know how you can be any kind of person that's logical, that's thinking about the situation in totality, based off the facts that you know, right? They was inside the household. That's clear. Everybody's clear on that. There was a no knock warrant. They busted up in the crib, guns drawn. Somebody had to defend themselves, and then an altercation ensued. That's it. And not only that, the police are they negligent. They served the wrong house. They served the wrong person. Person wasn't there. That's on them. You can't make mistakes like that when somebody could lose their life. That's what that's for. You got to be exact. You got to be right and exact when it comes down to that. That's what I mean. Like you couldn't make sure, do better investigation and make sure that the drugs were in the house or that there was some funny business going on up in there, a crime taking place at least before you break.
Well, they were break and enter.
But that's what I'm saying. You couldn't.
They got photos of the apartment and of the patio. So they were doing surveillance. They even followed. They said they followed Glover, Marcus Glover. One of the detectives said they followed him. Calling it a trap house, but they said her name was on the warrant, right? So that's what you were talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah.
If Kenneth Walker, is that the
served the house, but the wrong person was not there. The person that I guess they thought that was actually the boyfriend that they was looking for was not the same person. Still doesn't. That's what I'm saying. It still doesn't excuse it though. That's what I mean. There's no excuse for what took place. She doesn't deserve to lose her life for that at all.
Yeah, I was just trying to get all the names together. So you have Jamarcus Glover, which is her boyfriend, right?
Jamarcus Glover would be the ex. I think Walker is the.
So Adrian Walker is the
new guy. Yeah. That's the one that shot.
Jamarcus.
Right. Right.
And I guess Jamarcus and so you got Jamarcus, you have Adrian, you have Kenneth. So you know about Kenneth, right?
Kenneth Walker is the dude that was there. Who's Adrian?
Adrian, I think they're not saying that they're related, but they're trying to insinuate maybe that they might be related, but they don't know.
Her and Breonna. Or him and Breonna.
Adrian Walker and Kenneth Walker.
Oh, yeah, I think that sounds like they may be related.
Because the reason why I brought it up, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I think the detective claims in an affidavit that Glover and Adrian Walker was seen earlier running a trap house. So somewhere in the area, I guess. That Glover and Adrian would frequently do trips together to Taylor's apartment. But maybe that was prior to.
Yeah, they probably thought that's probably where they stashed the money at their house and all that type of stuff. But I'm saying, like, it still doesn't, to me, it still doesn't matter. Go to the trap house. That's where the surveillance is. Go there. Pull up there and get your work in there. But you be in for a bigger surprise because most likely those people be ready for you going up in there like that. So you're not gonna come out clean like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of this is just soft targeting, man. Well, we're gonna wait till we get to his girl's house and then hopefully, being that he's being that he's into the drug game, he's gonna take his money and his dope to his girl's house because they dudes are still stupid like that in
You
2020.
don't know that though, right? They
Yeah, that's
don't
what I'm
know
saying.
that.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
mean. There's no proof of that. I mean, and the thing is, why would he jeopardize his girl to do that anyway? Like anybody that's been in a game like that, why would you do that?
Right. Like you said, that's the whole point is that none of that's important. You know what I'm saying? It's not her or his
You said what?
job. It's not his or her job to worry about any of those things. They're just living their lives, like you said.
Nah. Right.
But they're gonna try. But the
Right.
reason why I was asking the
Right.
question
Right.
because I know they're gonna try to frame it a certain way. That's why I was asking. Because they're gonna
Oh
frame it
yeah,
in the
they're
media a
gonna.
certain way. Because once you devalue certain people and certain lifestyles, it makes it easier to say they deserved it versus
Right.
respecting them as human beings and saying they're doing
Right.
whatever they're doing. They're making whatever decision that they're making. So they're not on trial, but that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to put them on trial and say, well, he knows him and she used to be with him. And,
Mhm.
you know, like she can
Yep.
control, you know, it's just like you said, you shouldn't have to explain yourself.
Yeah, and the fact that we into the explaining game and we're trying to do
Yeah.
this whole respectability thing, that's where we get caught in the big bag. And for our brothers and sisters that are out there that get into this world, they shouldn't have been selling dope in the first place.
Right.
Let me
Yeah.
ask
See,
you a
that's
question, though.
nonsense.
See, let me
Yeah,
ask you
that's
a question though. When it comes down to that, is that worth a life? Is selling
Right.
a pack worth a life? Especially when we're dealing with police officers that's coming to that person's house. And not only that, they come to a person's house that is not selling drugs. They knew who she was. They know she works in EMT. They knew the young lady was basically working for the city. Why would you do that? That's what I'm saying. Like that's, I mean, the decency of it all. Like, come on, man. Like I'm saying, like
trying to sneak over to her house.
just think of it from that level.
It's just sneaky, man. I can't stand.
I don't understand how we have gotten into this place, right? Where and then I understand that all black people are not going to feel this way. Hence the reason why I say we are in a forced classification. This is not no tribe thing. We're not together on this. I understand that. You dig? I understand that better than most. What I'm saying is bump all that. Would you want somebody to run up in one of your relatives' house like that? Straight up. And the main reason why they can get away with it is because of the skin tone and the history that it holds. That's the main reason why they can get away with it. And they can frame the narrative any kind of way because somebody in there has had a record or they have done something that's
all they got to say. That's all they got to say.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For that matter, somebody could run. Somebody could run a warrant in my house because I know people or this and that other,
sure.
and then just blow me away. But I have nothing to do with that. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. This is not. I think what ends up happening is when we see their vulnerability, you got to understand that our vulnerability is the exact same thing. It doesn't have anything to do with respectability. Like if you're gonna say, well, look at the way they look because they got weaves in their head and they got they looking like they from the hood, that justifies the murder, then you're out of your mind, man. Because at the end of the day, it's gonna always be like this justification. And when it goes knocking on your door, when it gets close to home, friend, family, acquaintance, whatever the case may be, then you're gonna be like, man, this is jacked up. But see, this is what I'm saying. Like the forced classification is entrapped into history, right? The history dictates the treatment. So the treatment that we're seeing that black people go through, people that are classified as black, in certain areas or whatever the case may be, it doesn't matter. It garners a reaction due to the history. So now we're going to see all the trappings go into place. All the narratives get spinned out. And then we help out because we can't do anything about it. So we go ahead and we just carry the narrative on forward, even though we know this is a tragedy. And I'm not telling people to overreact. I'm just saying that what I'm seeing that is disheartening, and it seems to be something that is not going to get fixed anytime soon, is that there's going to be always a set of black people that's going to look for the excuses on why these murders keep happening. And these are murders, people. all these instances, you know what they have in common? They all could have been prevented by the people that basically had these actions.
Mm-hmm.
They did not have to take place. That's what all these murders have in common. All of them. That's the reason why you feel a certain way when you look at it. That's when you start looking. Well, you know, was Ahmaud looking at other people's? I don't give a damn if the man was breaking into a car. That's not worth a life. You telling me that it gives the police a right? If you see a man breaking into a car, he don't have a gun on him, that you can just draw down on him and blow him away. If the car is not yours, and you're supposed to be a police officer. See, this not got any. See, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of this, when I look at it, and I'm really trying to understand other people's point of view when they speak on this, is what's going on in your mind to make you see it that way? Why are you trying to build like the sister Candace Owens? You know what? I think it's better for us to let me cue up her video because she's a perfect.
I didn't listen to it
example.
yet, by the way. So
yeah, she's a perfect example of it because this is what it looks like.
She's definitely a foil. She's a foil, right?
What do you mean by that?
Like for the Republican Party.
No, I think she really means it. No, I don't think any of that. Yeah, I think she really believes that. Yeah, hey,
I got you.
You know, black people need to get over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, stop acting like everything is against you. She don't.
Can you believe we're still having this kind of conversation after all these decades?
It's
crazy when you think about it.
I just want people to pay attention to the body language and how she characterized herself, and then try to separate herself from other black people. Like you're not in the classification yourself. Like your people are not vulnerable. Like your father, your uncle, your brothers, whoever you're related to that are males that fall under the same classification that you do, you know, they're vulnerable too, just like you, right? And then this was the sister that got killed. So you know you're vulnerable just like she is. Same thing. Nobody's asking any questions. That's what I'm saying. Nobody's asking any questions. Nobody know where you're from. You look just like any other sisters out there. They'll blow you away too. They don't know you. I mean, come on, man.
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you definitely have to, well, like you say, there is no solution to it. You're really just kind of playing your odds where you hope that you move a certain way. You're kind of trying to stay alert as much as you can to situations and just try to push through them. But like you said, you just don't know. You know, it's just so random. It's hard to be prepared for every situation, you know. But you definitely got to I would say in my mind, you definitely got to take the world seriously when you're interacting in those situations, you know.
Right.
Because you can easily get caught slipping and get comfortable and get relaxed, and you know it's very easy to do that in certain spaces. So you just don't forget the world that you live in a sense, and when you're interacting with people, you know, just be, you know, take it as a lesson, you know, to learn from, to protect yourself.
It's
I definitely don't think it's preventable. You're just playing the odds that someone doesn't pull the trigger, or if you pull the trigger, that you don't get a charge. You know, or you need to come to grips or come to understanding with yourself that look, this is the world we live in, and I'm willing to die for X, Y, and Z, or I'm willing to go to prison for X, Y, and Z, and just have those in place in your mind, you know. So you can just be ready for. That's just what it is. You can't, you know. that's real life. You know, it's not TV, it's not internet. That's real life. And I think to be in that kind of mindset, you know, can be difficult or a struggle for some. To be on guard or feel like you have to be on guard or be aware, I think can be a little stressful. Well, I mean, a lot of us are used to it, of course, but I guess it can be stressful. And also, I think it does make you sort of want to forget things and send you into different mindsets and different spaces. I think when you see coming in contact with a lot of this stuff, even if you know we've been dealing with this for our whole lives, but you know,
I can't.
there is no answer for it in my mind outside of the ultimate answer. But as a civilian, I should say, it's best to try. I mean, there is an ultimate answer to dealing with some of this stuff, but I don't know if people want to go there at this point in time. But outside of that conversation, um, yeah, it's just being street smart, quote unquote. So just being aware, no matter where you live at or what you're dealing with. Just I don't necessarily say make it a big deal, but just keep it up, just sort of keep it in the back of your mind of how you're moving. That's what a lot of these things kind of remind me of, because we do live in those spaces, and it could happen tomorrow. It could happen tonight.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it can happen tonight.
A knock on the door. I mean, I've dealt with it.
Mm-hmm.
I've dealt with it.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, so I mean, man, I came out the house in just boxers before, and looking at them like they crazy. Literally, just walked out, no socks on or nothing. But they was knocking on my door for something. I didn't know what it was. You know what I'm saying? And they supposedly had heard somebody fighting or yelling or arguing, right? I don't know why they knocked on my door. But when I saw them in the door, obviously, you know what they were doing on top of that? They were hiding they wasn't in front of the door. That's how crazy that was, right? So my alarm bells are going like, oh, there's some cops on the side, right? Oh, this was about to happen. So you know what I'm saying? So I open the door, simply, easily open the door, and I just walk out. I walk up my steps, and I literally only have boxers on, having a conversation with them. And I was like, whatever. We had a whole conversation about whatever, but I was like, it's just that simple, though, right? Now, say if I got my shotgun that's behind the door in my hand, though, right? Or what if I say I have a gun? Because see, in a lot of, we're not. Let me not say we as a collective, but I've been in instances where I'm not prepared. I'm not going to some training to prepare me to think through those things. I think through the self, or if you think it may be the cops, or you look out your peephole and it is the cops, right? What should you do if they happen to be standing a certain way? Like there's stuff no one told me, in a sense, but I know if I say, hey, I'm armed, or if I say I have my shotgun, you see what I'm saying? Somebody may think that they should say that because somebody may have said, like you remember when the brother got shot in the car with his girlfriend and her daughter in the back seat?
Yeah, Philando Castile, man. Yeah.
Philando. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I'm not saying he made a mistake, because there is no right answer. But in my mind, do you tell them that you have a gun in the car? Probably not. Does it matter? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't know if it mattered in that situation, man.
But I just know that
like once he reached, it was over.
It didn't matter.
Yeah,
it didn't matter. But I do know that the less information, the better, because I understand through my whole life how much of a coward cops are, and so and shaky and nervous and suspect. A lot of them do drugs. A lot of them are high when they're out patrolling. A lot of them are depressed. They have issues. So they're like a lot of other people, but they have guns and they're allowed to kill you. And so, unfortunately, the less you say, I'm not giving advice. I'm just saying for my personal self, you how much information I give you. And because like you said, there is no right or wrong. They're gonna shoot you. They're gonna shoot you. It doesn't really matter. But I just thought about that because, there's been some other situations that are even crazier than that. That's even crazier than that, where I'm defusing situations because most cops, let me not say most, probably most, but most cops, that I've came in contact with, they looking for smoke for whatever reason, right? So you can feel the energy, you can
It's
see the energy if you've been dealing with it for a long
I
time.
I would say this. I don't know if they're looking for it. I just think that it's the
They're looking for
culture.
something,
I think it's just
right?
part of police culture, and then the history. The history tells the story. Like, see, people gonna understand
Oh, you
the
don't think they're
reason.
looking for action? I thought they're looking
No,
for action.
no,
They said they're
no.
looking
Of
for the
course,
action. They
no,
want
no,
to.
no. You're gonna tense up if you go into a neighborhood that has a history of so-called drug trafficking, high crime areas. Let's just say a high crime area, right? In whatever city
Yeah,
that you're policing, or a certain
yeah,
neighborhood that you're policing. The history of that neighborhood is going to precede your actions. So you're going to be a little bit more cautious than you would somewhere where the history of that particular location or locale allows you to relax and speak to everybody on a regular basis. Everybody's not a suspect in these
right.
certain localities, but there are
Yeah.
certain places where people go, or I'm sorry, not people, but police officers go, where they're basically like, it's like a armed what you call that, not a walking militia, but they're like a walking the word that I'm looking for, but they're basically like a walking arm unit. Basically, they're ready to take you down at any moment's notice, and if there's any kind of funny movement, they're not going to take a chance. They will kill you. Hence the word coward, because they're not there to police you properly. They're there to just basically protect themselves and go home the next day. That's the main reason why they're basically policing that area. It's not to take care of it. It's basically, hey, let me just get home. So I'm gonna do whatever I got to do in these certain areas. Now there are some police officers that are really trying to do good and try to actually break away from that kind of police culture. But to me, it's just part of the culture. It's not saying that all police officers are like that. There's just too many that are like that. I mean, you police in areas that you're not even familiar with the people that you're policing. You don't know them. So how can you police them properly? How can you cause a peaceful situation to transition properly when you police in neighborhoods that you're not familiar with? You're not from there. You don't live in these neighborhoods. You haven't been in these neighborhoods like that. The only time that you go in those neighborhoods is when there's a crime involved, and that basically affects your mentality. It changes you, changes anybody. And most of these people that go into these neighborhoods, most of those people that you're going to run in contact with, based off the numbers and based off the history of this country, are going to be classified as Black people, specifically Black males. So if it's a Black male of big stature, with a beard, whatever, looking a certain way, dress code, especially if your dress code is a certain way, yeah, they will draw down on you. It's just yeah. There's a different feeling than it would like a white boy hippie that looked like he's just coming from University of Maryland or something. Remember we had the situation with the University of Maryland kid was stabbed about 5 people in broad daylight. Remember that? He's a university
Yep.
student.
I
Just in
remember.
broad daylight. I don't know if people understand. Like, he just walking up to people, just stabbing them, just killing folk. And he still made it. He still made it home. They didn't kill that kid when they found him. Didn't kill him. Blood all over him. Didn't kill him at all. That's what I'm saying. Like that benefit of the doubt. Like, how do these people? How do you not notice the discrepancy there?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. You serve a warrant and somebody dies. This person kills 5 people and they live. Dylan Roof, he kills 9 people and they live. I mean, this kid was just walking. He was walking to people on a bus stop. That's but what people gotta understand. Didn't even know nobody. Just walking to him and then just stabbing him, just because.
Mm-hmm.
Just because. True story. University of Maryland student. He was like what 2021, I think. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
people knew who he was. They're like, yeah, we seen him around. He's always weird acting, whatever the case may be. You know the jazz. But I'm just saying, for somebody to get away with that, acting like that. But I would have been wrong if I basically beat his ass beat him to death. You know what I'm saying? If I see him doing something like that, and then I basically draw down on him and take his knife and then just kill him right there on the spot.
You're getting first degree.
Yeah, do I make it home?
I'm gonna get first degree.
But I'm saying,
or you're not
lucky,
going home.
if yeah,
box.
or right,
or
I'm getting carried, right, on a gurney. You see, that's the difference, because I fit that description. I'm a black male, you know what I'm saying, of a certain stature. I look a certain way, and yeah, I most likely I will get drawn. I will be pictured aggressive.
It'll make you not want to do anything. Oh, you stabbing people? Let me get away from you and this whole situation. Because if I'm involved in the situation, I might get confused. They may confuse me as you.
Right. Skinny old white boy, little Opie looking white dude. Real, you know, one of those guys you look like they have one of these gaming channels or something. It look like one of them white boys that did something. That's what I'm saying, like that kind of thing. Had one of them Rambo knives and just decided he just wanted to kill some people. No reason though. Not revenge. Not you owe me no money. Not you skimmed off the top. None of that. I don't know you. Not that you smashed my girl. None of that stuff. No, I just feel like killing people for the hell of it. Innocent victims. Not hood shit. Just innocent. So you tell me what's worse. The environment that creates this, or a situation where there's no environment and there's no rhyme and reason, you got somebody just randomly doing something like that. Come on, man. And he lives, they can talk him down. I'm not saying that he deserved to die right then and there, but that's what police officers are able to do. If you can basically talk a man down like that and get him basically in custody, then why can't you get these people in custody the same way? It doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying?
And then when you add non-police officers,
the vigilante. The vigilante. Yeah, exactly.
When you add that on top of it, it's like, boy, it's rough out here. You know, and then you don't. I mean, that's always been a problem too, right? Them posses, it's always been a problem too. So
round them up, man. Round them up. I'm trying to find. Damn, I don't know if she took down her video. Can you find a video, man, where she made those comments?
Did they strip it? It's not on. I'm surprised Fox didn't repost it. That's what I want you to play. I want you to play a video. It's the guy who owns Barstool Sports. Him talking about this virus is exactly. It's like he's the first person I heard of means who told the truth about why they want to open up, by the way. But we'll save that for later.
Okay.
But that was not a shocking video, but he got interviewed. It went viral. Well, not 6 million, so that is viral. It went viral, but he was on Tucker Carlson.
How many people watched it?
I think 6 million or 2 million. One of them. 6
My goodness.
He went on a rant about reopen, and so it got picked up. Now he claims he's not political. He's went on a rant about things opening up, but he said something. I want to see that you catch it, but he said something very specific that I was like, finally, be honest about tell the truth about what's really going on, because there's other ways to deal with this situation. There's other ways to set this up.
Right.
So everyone will be straight until this thing goes out, but y'all don't want to do that. So anyway, we'll talk about that in a minute, but you just made me think about when you talked about Candace, because they may have pulled her, because YouTube and Instagram, Twitter, and other media things they've been scrubbing the internet a lot more. For whatever reason. I don't know what's going on, and because she didn't post on her site.
Let me do this. Let me show this new video of Ahmaud, and I want people to be honest with me and tell me if this basically still warrant the actions of those white men when they accosted him. I don't care. This could be him. This could be exactly what he did. He could be basically up to no good. But I want people to look at this and tell me if it's worth a death sentence. Let me share my screen real quick, because I think they're showing a video of it. And I think this is worth looking at, because this is going to be balanced today.
Yeah, go ahead. I think I found all her videos about this in the last 24 hours. By the way,
Is it her talking, or is it just people reviewing the video or her talking? I don't want to piggyback on. I want to like get like a news feed or like a regular news feed or her video speaking directly instead of just somebody kind of doing what we doing, kind of commentary on it. Can you hear it?
I didn't put it up yet.
Oh, okay. So I think this is the day. So this is the same day that he was murdered. So is it up?
Yeah, it's up.
All right, so let's run this video real quick.
New video released in the investigation into the February shooting death of 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery that appears to show him going into a construction site. The Georgia Bureau of Investigations has confirmed it is reviewing this video as well as new photos believed to be related to this case.
News for Jax reporter Kelly Wiley has been following the story and joins us now with the latest. Kelly, what can you tell us by phone?
Hi. So these videos, we've obtained them from the homeowner a couple of days ago, but our big hesitation has been, who are we actually seeing in this video? Today, we've been able to hear from GBI and from the attorneys representing the family of Ahmaud Arbery to be able to get some more context and information. So first, I want to start with what the attorneys of the family are saying. In a statement, they told us that their office has reviewed this surveillance video, which appears to show a person believed to be Ahmaud Arbery entering a property under construction. And I'll say, this is not in a statement, but from our understanding, this construction site is in the neighborhood. I'll go in and read that the individual remains on the property for under 3 minutes before continuing to jog down the road. The statement goes on to say, this video is consistent with the evidence already known to us. Ahmaud Arbery was out for a jog. He stopped by a property under construction where he engaged in no illegal activity and remained only for a brief period. And I'm going to jump to another part of the statement that's important context. But this video, they say, confirms that Mr. Arbery's murder was not justified, and the actions of the men who pursued him and ambushed him were unjustified. They go on to say, we reiterate, Ahmaud Arbery did not take part in any felony, had no illegal substances in his system, was not armed yet, was shot, and was not armed. So the GBI has also weighed in on these videos as they've been getting more and more questions about its existence and how it ties into everything. They said in their statement, there are reports circulating of additional video footage being reviewed by the GBI as a part of their murder investigation. They said they are indeed reviewing the video footage and photographs as a part of their active case. But, and this is important, this part of the statement, they said it is important to note that this footage was reviewed at the beginning of their GBI investigation and before the arrest of Gregory and Travis McMichael. So going back over what we know about this video, we know this video appears to have been taken the day of that deadly shooting. We know that this video appears to also have been in the minutes before the shooting took place. And we also believe from where we've obtained this video, it comes from a home that's in the Satilla Shores neighborhood. What no one has really been able to confirm for sure is, one, if we're actually looking at Ahmaud Arbery in this video. The attorneys and GBI have not confirmed for certain that that's who we're looking at. And the other part of this that the attorneys mentioned is that we're not actually seeing him take anything, steal anything in this video. So those are two important notes as we start to learn more about this video. We're continuing to look into it and to figure out what this means for the case. But I'll also just point out again from the GBI statement, they are well aware of these videos and had them before they made their arrest of Gregory and Travis McMichael.
All right. Again, that is News for Jax reporter Kelly Wiley reporting. Thank you, Kelly.
Nope.
Yeah. So that's perfectly fine. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know if it's actually Ahmaud or not. It could be, but just in case it was, so what? I'm still like, so what? Trespassing, okay?
Like you said, everything that they said. If he had a gun, so what?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. None of that. I'm sorry. Shouldn't matter.
But see, that's what I mean. We don't need to be trying to justify unjust actions. That's what I mean. Like, I don't understand that part of it.
Yeah, I
Look,
got you.
investigate it. If they went down there, regardless of whether he was robbing somebody or not, you're not the police. You're not in active duty. You're chasing somebody down the street. You're trying to. You're not. I mean, you're doing things that's outside of your purview. You're breaking the law.
Are you proving? Because this is again, it's an unfortunate incident. It's also a time to study study the situation.
Yes.
Everybody.
You're breaking up a little bit. Go ahead and hello.
Board. I mean, they can't stop themselves because of how they're being pulled in different directions. The entire approach is incorrect, right? What it should be is this jogger was murdered in broad day. I haven't heard that yet. This jogger was murdered in broad daylight, hard stop. The next thing should be, from a media perspective, should be what? Horrific. I can't believe it. They should be. They will be put under the jail.
Right.
We're gonna try them. That's it. No more media coverage. Right.
Yeah. Arrested. Full investigation.
No interviews. No people talking about this and that and historical. No. It should just be. I mean, from what you're trying to say, the approach of it is unusual. Because really it should be jogger murdered, broad daylight by two civilians. Right. That's it. And then the machine of all groups across the board, the machine should all be saying the same thing about arrest, prison, life in prison. They should be interviewing their families, talking about what happened, what's wrong with your dad, your father, your aunt. It should all be leaning to the murderers and their families and what they're doing. I mean, they ask you questions about the families and ask you about, did you do anything about them? And did they have issues?
This seems to be premeditated because they initiated a confrontation.
And it'll skew that what is premeditated.
Yeah, I'm saying
they probably been tracking him for who knows how long.
So they parked the truck up the road to confront him as he was jogging.
Yes.
So that is right there, like that whole confrontation right there. Wrong. Everything else wrong. That's it. That's the atrocity. Like what Candace said, or what she was alluding to kind of extrapolate and to say black people overreact.
The internet from her. They scrubbed the internet of her. I didn't realize that
that's what I was telling you. I wanted to look
they've tried to denounce her and create some distance from her because they said when she got out of her Twitter jail, she went right after Ahmaud. And I think she may have took her tweets down. I'm not sure. I didn't did you check on her tweets? I didn't check her tweets.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't realize she got in trouble with her group.
Yeah, let me go about it.
I don't really keep track of her like that. Because it's
she kind of encapsulates the talking points of black people that are for and against this thing. When you go too far to the side, and then when you go too far to the other side, and you just basically you can't see where the balance is in between. You're so blinded by your talking points and by basically using once again using black bodies as political fodder. And way more times than not, the black body that's in question, the black dead body that's in question is always a black male dead body. Even though we have instances where there are some sisters, hence Breonna Taylor, victim of racism, definitely murdered insufficiently. But the whole reason why they was actually up in there in the first place was looking for a black male. You see what I'm saying? The whole initiated that whole deal was looking for a black male. She was basically what you call that, a casualty of war. So even that is still attached to, hence the reason why another black male still going to do what? He's got first degree assault charge on a police officer. Are you kidding me? First degree? And these guys, I guarantee you, most likely, if they get guilty, they're going to get manslaughter. They're not going to get no second degree or first degree for murdering Ahmaud.
Nah,
that's what I'm saying. And that
they're good upstanding citizens.
Oh my God, man! This is what I'm saying. Like it's just it's so unbalanced to the point where if we can't see this, if we can't see this particular travesty and have a more nuanced view about what blackness means and then discuss it within our group, then I know that it's a forced classification at this point. Then that means that basically we don't share the same views. It's not about being a monolith. We don't have the same views to even initiate an actual resistance to this. Because guess what? Like in a sense, you don't agree on your mistreatment. You don't agree. So if you have a disagreement about what you're viewing or what you deem to be mistreatment, if there are black people that are saying that this is a travesty and there's other black people that are saying this shooting is justified, you see how that would be kind of crazy? It's just like if you had like a Jewish situation and then you make a slur about them. Like when Isaiah Washington did a slur, you're not gonna have a lot of Jewish people come out and protect him making that slur and say, hey, you need to put him back on Grey's Anatomy, this and that other, you got half. I mean, you may have one or two people here and there that did that may talk to the group collectively, but you're not going to have half of their group basically riding for somebody else like that. It's not going to happen.
And they might go after them as well after the fact too.
That's what I'm saying, but it's not going to happen.
It's going to check that behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're not gonna have a half and half or 25%. And then not only that, we have half and halves, and then we have gender placement. So not only do we have a half side on both sides, right? Then we got the gender biases between
two sides.
Both our groups. Yeah. So we got splinters within splinters.
Yeah, it's multi-sided for sure.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like
at least on the, well, I would say at least on the political level.
So let's check out.
I don't personally know too many people that I don't really know anybody who says that he deserves it in my circles of people, but they're clearly out there. So
oh yeah, they out there, buddy. Now
no one would say around me, but I'd be crazy.
Yeah, they out.
Have you came in contact with anybody in your whole life, in face to face, where they have ever said that to you? Maybe in the academic space, but have you actually dealt with regular people that someone said, "Man, look, Trayvon deserved that, man. He was slipping. He should have I don't come into real, when I talk to people that I talk to, I just don't come in contact. I don't know what people say online or behind my back, but I haven't ever came in contact that I can think of. But I will say a general thing that you do here, but it's not specific. It's more of like you were just saying about how it's done in a certain way, right? So if I ask you directly in general, did Trayvon deserve what happened to him? Of course, not of course, but the answer have always been no, right? But yes. if you ask that question in a different way,
there's caveats to it. There's always caveats to it. But
right,
what was he doing out there that late? But
if you ask more, well, not even that. I was just gonna. Go ahead, but because you're making a good point for sure. Yeah.
No, because what ends up happening is they're going to say what happened to him is not justified, right? Okay, we got that
Let
out
me
the way.
hold on. So
But
stay right there. Also measure how mad I'm gonna get when I'm talking to that person, by the way, as well. So I'm gonna get emotional.
right,
So
you're
and
going to
you
just
understand
trigger.
what I'm saying, right?
Right.
I'm not gonna just say it. I'm gonna actually be upset about it,
That's what I'm saying.
which is gonna trigger a different response from the person I'm talking to, right?
And guess who you're getting angry with? You're getting angry with another person that's classified in the same classification as you that don't feel the same way that
Oh
you do.
no. I don't mean that. Oh yeah, go. I'm sorry. I don't want to misinterpret what I'm saying to you. What I mean is that I'm gonna show emotional, meaning like I'm gonna be upset. Like I've said things in different ways.
Mhm.
So casually, when I say something happened when Trayvon was murdered, casually saying it in conversation, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, man, it's so messed up." That's it, right? Conversation's over with, right?
Mhm.
If I say it like, man, I can't believe they murdered my man. You know, Trayvon got, you know, they this freaking Mexican whatever he is, then killed this black boy. And I kind of move into that more space and say, I can't believe that we got to do something about this. I can get a different response than just it's messed up. I could get a response like you just said, where it's like, I don't know if people are trying to come up with other reasons to stop having a conversation with me or trying to find other ways to sort of get away from it by start to make an excuse at the point, well, I understand you're upset, but he shouldn't have been out that late. Like I'm just saying, like the conversation can go different ways depending on how you sort of express the way you feel about it, if that makes any sense. I know that's probably a little weird what I said, but does that make some kind of sense?
No, it makes sense, but see
You
here,
get different, or let me say this one last part, or if I say it broadly about certain areas and neighborhoods and people on a broad level, people tend to say, yeah, you know, they animals, or even people from those areas, they're animals. They that's what they do. So it seems like how you have the conversation. If that makes sense.
are you good or?
Yeah, I just want to say that part. I just want to put that last part in there because I know when you talk about things broadly, when you talk about things emotionally, and then when
Yeah.
you talk about things sort of casually, depending on who you're talking to, of course, obviously, it's a lot of factors with that. I've noticed you get certain responses. You get different responses. I'll put it that way.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
I mean, look, there. Did you pull up the video for Roland Martin? I think he's talking about Candace Owens and stuff like that. I don't know if he has the clip, so I'd probably rather listen to his commentary.
I don't think he has the clip because I think that they scrubbed the internet.
Oh man.
So I think that this is just them talking about it and about her position as far as like where she's coming from as a whatever she is, Trump supporter, conservative, whatever, versus the black Republicans and where their positions are.
Right.
And that what she did was so offensive that they're having some disagreements or some misunderstandings or whatever. But with all of that said, I think that whatever's going on, because I'm not keeping track of this stuff, this is kind of real time. I think that she either deleted all her tweets about it. She's probably pulled away from it. Who knows who's called her, and you know, because you got to be careful how far you go out. That lady on Fox, when she went left with the whole Corona thing and conspiracy stuff, they fired her off the TV show. I was like, wow. And they checked the rest of them and make them all change their conversation. So I know people are making calls to these conservatives and trying to manage.
Yeah,
when they get too far out there. So she may have got a phone call or whatever.
It's managing language. I mean, it's being more covert, but she can't help herself. She has an issue with the group that she's affiliated with. So
the problem with Black Death, on top of what we just talked about, is the political part. Democrats do not protect black people.
No, they don't.
So the problem is, but politically,
not at all.
They front. Politically, they front. Republicans and Democrats use Black Death as a political apparatus,
like a political football, basically.
Biden will come out. Trump will come out. The governors will come out. The senators will come out. They will get asked a question by the reporter. they will have a canned response, most likely. You know what I mean? Like it'll play itself. And if you
Right.
want to see Trump's response, I can send that to you. But they all have and one of the senators I think of Georgia, but they all have either canned responses or they have an initial response, and then they will get asked again. After the video comes out, they get asked again after statements come out, and then depending on whoever they talk to behind the scenes, they will start to set up the positions that they're going to take. So Fox will take a position, they run a narrative, other conservative outlets, conservative radio or Russian, the Democrats will apply. We're in the middle of it being exploited by it, but not being protected by it, right? So that's it goes back to maybe you're forcing me into a classification and you're attaching things to me, but maybe I should be trying to figure out how to get out of the classification, because the way it's set up, they're just being used as political movements,
right?
Not anything deeper than that.
I agree. And
with everyone clicks, they all get their little organizations get funded more. People raise money on this type of stuff. But if someone doesn't sit back and take a 30,000 foot analysis of this stuff and say, it's because we know it's going to keep happening. Me and you, unfortunately, I don't know about you, but I've been waiting for this because it's been about 2 years, maybe 2 or 3ish.
That where it got this kind of office, where it's getting this kind of light. You mean this kind of shine?
I think since Trump's in office, he hasn't got nothing has happened like this.
It's been a while. It hasn't really been. I mean, it hasn't stopped happening. That's for sure. But
no, I mean from the media deciding to cover it.
Yeah. That's I got you. Right.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Because this politics. So that's where it gets a little. What these people are doing,
right?
Everybody's taking advantage of the situation. And that's what I mean about how it's kind of disgusting on many levels, just because the approach to it is incorrect. But he's being used as a wedge. I mean, could you call race a wedge issue? I guess maybe.
Yeah, it is that. Yeah, that's what it is. You could use that.
But they figured out a way, I think, to use so-called race, which needs to come to an end. But they've used race to somehow manage the different groups of people in politics. And so it's very difficult for you as a person who's not considered white to join on that side because of how that side moves.
That's exactly my point. Yeah,
that's facts. Of us obviously has to bite down and go over there.
That's what makes it. That's what makes it difficult, because what ends up happening is that the history of said party and the people that joined that party during the late 50s and the 60s, where they basically made a true conversion over. They became from Dixiecrats to the Republicrats. That's what I call them. I mean, it's the same people. They haven't really changed. It's the same folks. So what ends up happening is that Black people get played in this matter. So everybody that talks about the whole system and the repetitive dialogue that caused, you seem to be somebody that's malinformed and that you don't know what you're talking about anymore. Because hence, look at me. Look, I'm successful. I'm making it. I'm doing well. I would say something to that, but I'm not going to say anything, because, like I said, this is not about us. This is not about us basically showcasing, doing any racial showcasing, which is something that Mr. Fuller basically talks about. So I'm not going to sit up here and brag, but if you're basically thinking that the only people that's talking about racism are the ones that's basically not doing well, then you don't understand exactly what's going on here. I mean, that's just not true. It's not accurate. I mean, and I think that's what gets kind of played into this. It's almost like you're in a twilight zone by both sides, because both sides are extremists. Both sides are extremists, man. And there seems to be nowhere where you can kind of get any kind of nuance on really trying to solve these problems. Hence the reason why Black males, we don't have anywhere to go, because we don't have to get catered to. We don't have to get catered to. We don't have to have anybody that's going to create an agenda for us, because an agenda for us is for the actual Black woman, pretty much. And, you know, I guess we get the benefits by proxy. So, you know, you can become an individual, like a businessman or an athlete or somebody that's doing well with, you know, a social standing of people that you may know, that you may basically come in contact with, that may give you a little bit more shine. So, but as far as us getting together and building a coalition with other brothers and basically trying to make political moves, that seems to be very, very difficult for us to do.
We're only what are we,
even
5%
those that are basically
of the
dealing,
population?
less, yeah. So yeah, 5 to 6%, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Well, I think we should definitely put that in perspective first, because boy, that
Yeah, I agree.
ego perspective is crazy.
I agree.
We're very, very, very small pop. It doesn't feel like it though, which is the funny part.
Yeah,
But
and we're vulnerable. We're very vulnerable too, man. Very vulnerable.
we're about 5% of the population, and I don't know how many percentage of us are on papers or in prison.
No protections. Nobody's here. Nobody here can actually protect you, man.
But outside of that, would from a strategy standpoint, individually speaking, does a lot of this stuff really matter? You talking about more from an organizational standpoint?
I'm just saying, like when you get brothers basically talking online, I'm talking about from an online perspective where we get together and we discuss these issues. The reason why it ends up breaking down is because at the end of the day, we run into that wall of where that convergence happens. Where man, me and we don't see eye to eye, so I can't really rock with you like that. And it's not like there's any kind of other groups that are basically developed within our group. So
is it but what is then let's break that down before we play this video.
Okay.
Because what is the I'm gonna ask you some questions around that, because maybe to help me understand it better. What is the point, or what is the end goal, or we're talking about like entertainment, people just chopping it up and, you know, wishing and hoping?
Support.
Are we talking about getting things done, figuring things out?
Yeah, I mean that's part of it too. Getting things done, creating a support system.
I mean, ultimately,
for brothers.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, as far as what I have seen other brothers talk about, the difficulty comes in, you know, the ego, and then trying to actually come together and try to really get things together as a conglomerate, as a group. You know, putting your money together, putting your finances together, putting your minds together to kind of do things just for, even if it's just like a smaller group.
But nobody's stopping that from happening, correct?
No. Nobody's effectively stopping it. Now it gets basically damaged from the outside, but no, I mean, you don't have to effectively try to stop it, not unless it becomes a threat to something else. But it has to be.
What I mean is that you do have choice.
Yeah, I don't think nobody's initially saying no, you cannot actually, you know, create a coalition or create a group, you know, of these particular people doing things together. I mean, there are small groups of Black men doing things together. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, as far as like having a collective where we can all go and kind of like build together on, even people that don't necessarily agree with each other. That's the more difficult thing, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Do you think it's better? Would you think it's better to preach about being an individual and being solo? Solo dolo, and get out of groups and get away from all that type of stuff and focus on some other things, approaching things maybe a little bit differently?
Well, do Blackness still exist? Do I still fall under the classification?
I mean, two questions I would say. How important is that, and what are you actually trying to achieve at the end of the day? Because see, I don't know what the end game is. Is it utopia? Is it?
No, I don't
know what it is. What are you trying? Are you trying to get a house? Like I don't understand.
I don't think it's utopia at all. I just think people are just trying to get a more comfortable
place. Are you just bitching?
That too, but you're trying to get a more comfortable place within the system, a more support system, like getting other people that understand your plight, so to speak.
So you mean people who are more dysfunctional in a sense, who have some emotional issues or some mental issues?
Well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying that, though. I'm
Okay.
not going. Yeah, I'm not going that far. I don't know exactly what the issues would be. I'm just saying,
So
like,
what I mean is that how did you? Well, let me ask it this way then. How did you? So that's what I'm trying.
you breaking up a little bit. All right.
Based on what you were just saying, if somebody says millions of dollars and that's my end goal, are you talking about that?
Say that again.
Or are you talking about Sharia law?
No,
you want to put women in burqas?
Say it again. I think you're talking about something else. Go ahead. Repeat.
So
I'm trying to
figure out. Are we talking about being a capitalist and figuring out ways to exploit the environment to make billions of dollars? Is what I'm trying to figure out. Is that the sort of the end goal and the mindset to set up a roadmap and to say I'm looking to, figure out how to get billions of dollars. I want to get billions and billions of dollars. I want to control and take over entire systems and make as much money as I.
You cut out again a little bit.
Possibly can be as powerful, and that's the goal we're trying to reach. Is that we're going to put something together. We're going to make us 5 people, us 5,000 people, or whoever, us 100,000 people. We're going to organize something to get very rich. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, number one, let me
capitalist perspective.
Let me stop and I think that that's too broad. I think that not broad, but
too narrow.
I think there are guys that do believe in that. That's not what I'm talking about, though. That's not what I'm saying.
Are we talking about a new civilization?
No, that's not. That's too big. That's not what I'm talking about.
So not a new civilization either.
No. I'm talking about.
Are we talking about getting control over our people, whatever that means?
If control means to get a group of people of like minds that agree with each other, that can build together, in that sense, I would say from brothers that I hear talking about it on a regular basis, that seems to be one of the talking points that are in particular honed in on, basically getting other black people, black males in particular, of like minds that believe in family and a set of core values that they share. It's very, very important that they share the same or close to the same ideology, so they can have a more of a cohesive coalition, so to speak. Not exactly have the same ideas about everything, but to have the ability to kind of coalesce together, to be able to communicate with each other, where it's not always this what they would use in the terms, I'm trying not to name call on this particular program, but where they would use the term just so people can understand what I'm talking about, that nigga shit. So they don't get into that. So they don't get into all the back and forth with people that they deem to be I'm not going to say on their level, but just don't have the same mindset that they have. You see what I'm saying? That they ready to just hook up with brothers that are like of like mind. But see here,
like a club.
Yeah, exactly. But see, here's the thing: there's limits to that. There's always limits to our class. That's what I'm saying about the classification. That's why
it's kind of like sororities and fraternities, basically.
Yeah, I guess you could look at it like that, but it's not that kind of structure, though. But
but less structured.
Yeah, you're not going through the burning sands. I mean, come on now, that's not because if he gets to that point, then there are going to be a lot of people that like who's doing the choosing at that point. Like, who are you? Like that kind of deal is going to be. It's going to be problems. You see what I'm saying? Because who's going to be basically dictating terms. Like where do you get your credentials to see fit that you can just allow me in or out of your group or whatever the case may be. I think it's more of a seamless type of deal. Like if we share the same ideologies or close to it, then we ride, and you know what I mean? Sort of like that's a loose
club.
Now Manosphere brothers, please forgive me. I'm not really affiliated with the Manosphere like that, but I am attached to it enough to where I do hear enough of what is spoken in the Black Manosphere or what they call the Black Manosphere to kind of give you that outtake. I think that's pretty much what it is. You know what? If you want, man, let's go ahead and open it up for some more people to come up on here and talk with us. I'm kind of curious to get some different viewpoints on what we're talking about right here, because I am kind of curious about the way people view this from a different lens, as far as like the police interactions and the repeated situations that continue to happen. Yeah, like, you know, what's, you know, how people justify it in their mind, like why they're seeing it that way in real time.
And is there a connection between that and what you were just talking about?
Yeah. Because like if we disagree, can we even work together? Like how bad is the disagreement has to be? Because this is what I noticed, right? Like if I disagree with you on that, right? You saying that those people deserved it, and I'm saying those people absolutely did not deserve it. And then we get into name calling, right? Because most likely you're gonna call me just some pro-black, which is name calling. Now pro-black has become name calling in the Black community to me, because it's like it's like a moniker. You're making fun of somebody because they're so woke. So you affiliate them with just basically following their emotions and not following the logic. But of course here,
I'm not pro-black.
But that's what I'm saying. But of course here,
you want to call me.
I'm saying, of course here we do not do that. But I guess when people listen to our channel, they will say that we just some pro-black brothers, right?
Oh, that's okay. That's
so,
okay.
So I'm saying,
okay
that's what I'm saying. Things get labeled, or people get labeled a certain way.
That's normal. That's normal. There's nothing that's not labeled in this society.
Right, but here's the kicker, though. If it's a situation that we're so passionate about what we see, and we have such an opposite view, but we share the same classification, you know, and we're not on the so-called what I would call the outside the establishment classified black male. We're both professionals, Black professionals, but we see it a different way. Can we even work together? And there seems to be something that is a divide between our group. Even just to have, I'm saying not to work together to do something, but even can we even have a constructive conversation online?
I gotcha. I think so, for sure. I guess.
Yeah, some of us can, but I'm just saying, like, can't it seems
but I think people have very strong positions about whatever they believe in. Sure. Yeah.
So if somebody's misunderstanding or saying, hey man, you know, I don't understand why you see it that way. Why do you see it that way? That looks like straight murder to me. So why would you justify another killing? So that's what I mean by trying to get the point of view of where they're coming from. So there won't be this back and forth where people get on.
So you found people on the internet that think that the killing was justifiable.
They're saying they're saying that it shouldn't happen, but they are justifying the killing. Yes. Yes.
Is it because a lot of it's kind of typical? So is it because of how Black people behave? Is what they're saying that's coming from? Like if we behaved better, then this wouldn't happen to us randomly.
Right.
Because he's in the suburbs. He's not in the so-called hood. Or the neighborhood.
Because see, the reason why
is it linked to that type of stuff?
But think about it. That's the reason why you show that video, right? Is to kind of cast that kind of aspersion on him. It's to cast that cloud of doubt on was he a person that was just a criminal that got basically caught up and he got what he got, or was he an innocent victim that got shot running down the street during that particular altercation?
That's why it's complicated.
And to me, that's not the right way to look at this, because it's not about him. It's about what those people did to get him in the middle of that whole situation. Why are you confronting him? Period. That's the part.
Well, it ties back to
interaction initially, because that's what I'm saying. Because if the history,
we're looking for.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now I was saying we're looking for everyone. Well, let me not say everyone, but the few people are looking for solutions or answers to, you know, obviously to be able to wake up every day. But I think that those are some solutions that people have used historically, which is, you know, we've said it before, but act right. If all of us act better, if all of us do better, if all of us behave better, then these things wouldn't happen to us. So I mean, that's pretty common. I've been hearing that, again, my whole life.
Me too.
So it's nothing new just because people on the internet talking about it. It's the same.
Not,
It's not a
nothing new.
newfound theory or
Correct.
idea. It's always been about if we act better, they
Right.
will treat us better, and if you misbehave, that's why it's happening to me.
Right.
So that's what you're talking about. I totally
That's
understand
exactly what I'm
that.
talking
That's
about.
that's pretty common. That's a pretty common feeling in this
And I'm
environment.
talking about when the interactions between us get into that whole.
But it's gonna cause friction automatically. That's why you don't do it. That's why you
So
don't engage in
it
it.
causes
It's gonna cause friction.
you know what I'm saying? So it causes conflict.
That's
Not with
predictable.
not with the white people, right? This is causing
Right.
conflict within the group. You
Right.
see what I'm
There's
saying?
pressure because in my opinion, a lot of it's very personal because you're talking about my life when we're having the conversation. It's very personal. And if I'm looking out for myself, my mind might tell me, well, if he would have acted right, I would be safe. I would be safer. If she acted right, I'll be safer. Yeah, that's a fact. I mean, if I'm in a nice neighborhood, right?
Mhm.
The average income is $110,000,
Mhm.
and somebody drives down the street playing loud music, right? How am I going to feel about that or respond to that? Am I going to think to myself, well, this dude is playing this music. Now they looking at me. That's what you're
Right.
talking about.
Right.
That is a common, very real thing. I don't think, I think understanding it should not allow arguments to exist. I'll put it that way. Because if you're giving me some new information that we're talking about that you could discuss is one thing.
Mhm.
But I have a hard time wanting to engage, especially a lot of the stuff is political language.
Right.
It's hard to engage it from a debating standpoint because a lot of it's old. So
Right.
the black woman, what do they call them? The what do you used to call them? Welfare queens. And how when you saw a black woman with a bunch of kids, I've been conditioned to think of them a certain way.
Exactly.
When I
That's
see
that's
the
exactly
black
my point.
guy with a whole bunch of baby mamas or he has a bunch of children, I have been conditioned to respond to him a certain way. And also,
Yeah.
he is a reflection back to me. I've heard many comedians
Yeah.
get on stage in front
Right.
of a lot of black people
Right.
and really spew that propaganda out about
Yep.
the way you behave. Because see, what happens, Stephen A did it once when which is insane to me, but it's insane. I don't even want to go there, but he had made a very big statement a few years ago about how, he feels responsible. And he has said, no one told you any of this stuff, but he's getting pulled by people saying,
Right.
you look respectable. And when things happen, we look towards you to speak on X, Y, and Z, that whole, and then he gets empowered by that, right?
Yeah.
But I think
Absolutely.
that you have to kind of have all that information and understanding where he comes from and what his opinion is going to be, knowing that he has limited power, but
Right.
he can soothe you.
And he has a
It's the
platform
whole
too.
point. He
He
can
has a
soothe
very
you. So
large platform, man.
generally speaking, when a pastor or someone is speaking to you, it's not necessarily to solve anything.
Right.
In general, it's more or less to make you feel better. So that's why, in my opinion, even with conflict, like you get into a fight with somebody, you feel better afterwards if you make it through the fight. Obviously, you end up being friends with the person sometime.
Yeah.
And so I think that
Release.
when you pull back to review it, I just think it's more of trying to understand. Okay, we know what's going to happen. We know the conversations that are going to happen from this. Nothing that's happening right now is anything new. A lot of folks are doing this to get clicks, to get views, to build up their brand, to build up their groups and their organizations, etc. So there's a lot of dynamics I think are at play. Obviously,
You breaking up again.
yeah. I would have to break. I would have to kind of just try to pull back and just observe.
Right.
Thinking about how. Because when you're in a position where you have to just watch and wait, because I'm gonna tell you, the Arbery, even really both situations, we're not gonna know a lot for 9-10 months.
I know.
I don't think people are gonna remember
and
this stuff.
by the time they dissect all these people that's in these situations in this case and dissect their whole life and anything that they ever did is under a microscope. This is the victim, by the way. This is the person that got killed. It's already like
They're muddying the waters up now
SOP.
with the juries. I mean, it's already happening.
Yeah, it's already SOP. Yeah, so it's gonna be there's gonna be a lot of
Because what's
conflating.
because when the trial happens for both of these cases, it's going to bring everything back up, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be a year from now, so who knows what world we're going to be in from a year from now.
Oh man, can you imagine? Yeah.
I know I can't. I'm trying to think forward. I can't. I
Wow,
can't
man.
see it. It's a blur. I can't see it.
Yeah.
Because our county's not opening, by the way, just to get off, not to get too far out what we're talking about.
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
right.
I don't know what the counties are doing. They even leaving it up, the counties are leaving it up to the district.
Right. Right.
So depending on who knows in 12 months or 10 months when the cases, because I don't know what is it normally? Is it normally about a year for murder trials and stuff like that? It's about a year, right? Before they get everything together.
Yeah, it's a good 6 months to 9 months.
6 months to 9 months. Yeah,
a
okay.
year is
6 to
pretty
9
long, but yeah, 6 to 9 months before prosecution, basically, especially as a case like this.
High
Yeah,
profile.
yeah, they give them about a good 6 to 9 months to kind of build their cases and get their witnesses and all that together. Right.
So it'll pick up energy again, and people will start to discuss it.
Absolutely.
And so my point of bringing that up is just that when that time comes, and you're sitting there knowing, or some people understanding that all you can do is watch it, right? And it's gonna be what it's gonna be, and on to the next one.
That's a fact, man. And that's the
I think comfort is probably more important than anything else.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the situation that we're dealing with, which is it's not a very good feeling to be in a situation like that where you feel like if you don't go through extreme measures to display your resistance, that you're gonna come off as looking like you are not really about that life to certain people. You know what I'm saying? But these same people are not doing anything else. They're not doing anything either. They're just talking tough about whatever your actions are. So it's just that's what I'm saying. It's just a back and forth between black people, man. Yeah, wash, rinse, and repeat, man. Exactly.
But I think if you're upset at I think if you're frustrated, like they're not going to change, right? They're going to be pretty much all the same stuff, So, because like you said, a lot of people just stop watching stuff. They turn away from it. They would just go and do other things,
right?
Suppress it. I think video has made it very difficult for a lot of people. Because your initial response, like you said, is just the outcry. Go on the internet and just scream, right? Hashtag it, scream it, yell.
Yeah, share with other, and but I'm saying that only lasts so long. That's just the reaction to the initial, injustice, the situation that's at hand that's egregious. You see that, and then you be like, okay, now I'm mad, now I'm upset, but you can only be upset for so long. That's why it's so fleeting. It flees from people. They're not actually steadfast because they know that there's really nothing. I mean, what you going to do about it at the end of the day? Outside of basically try to get the people that's in authority to prosecute these gentlemen to the full extent of the law if they're guilty of any kind of
well, whatever charges they get. I mean, the question is, you have people who wouldn't want to give them. Everyone's going to feel differently, right? Some folks probably would want them to get the death penalty. Some folks will say, we don't believe in locking people up, even though they killed someone. Maybe they shouldn't even go to jail. I mean, so you're going to get such a broad, response to it. But it's not going to be satisfactory. I don't think any. I'll put it this way: Dylan Roof, right? He's getting the death penalty, is he? getting
Yes.
life, right?
Death penalty.
He is getting the death penalty.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so that's great. So if the guy doesn't get the death penalty, or if someone gets the death penalty and we celebrate it, so say Dylan Roof get killed at some point, whenever that is, and we celebrate it, sort of like, I don't want to use OJ as an example, but is there any kind of repercussions from even being happy? You know what I'm saying? That they're getting that kind of time and showing that celebration on the internet and showing it on TV and showing that I don't want to say excitement or jubilee, but there is also a response to that too, right?
I mean, mass murderers, or do people that do that kind of stuff just do that kind of stuff. You can't, that's random. Like the dude in Las Vegas, that how many people he shoot? He killed what, 63 people and wounded like 200 something.
Yep.
Nothing you can do about that. It's as long as the system does what it's supposed to do and takes care of these people in a manner that they're supposed to, okay. After the system does what it's supposed to do, whether he stays in prison for life or gets the death penalty, at that point it doesn't matter. Okay. The thing is, you don't want to give permission to this kind of stuff.
Well, if you take a guy, you take a brother.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying not to use race, but I'm gonna kind of be forced to.
Go ahead.
You take a black guy in Texas he's on death row.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You take you take this guy who happens to be white, two men who are white.
You're Borgen.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know if it was me or not. Yeah, you Borgen out.
And they get the time you trying to get the black guy off of that penalty.
Mm-hmm. You're dropping out.
Am I still Borgen?
Yeah, you're dropping out.
Yeah, out.
Were you on the headset?
Yeah. Y'all hear me now?
We can hear you. It's just but go ahead. Yeah, repeat your last 60 seconds.
Jeez.
Try 30. How far back can you remember?
20 seconds.
That's right there.
20 seconds.
All right, that's 20
But
seconds.
what I was wondering was celebrating situations like that. Does it have any sort of repercussions when, if you're trying to get a black person off of death row or out of prison or out of jail, but you see people's maybe jubilee or their excitement that these guys are getting the death penalty or getting life in prison, is there any kind of residual or any kind of effect on other systems within the country?
No.
That so y'all gonna celebrate this, but try to get this guy off, because people who are anti-death penalty and anti-prison, etc., will pull, because obviously there's probably more blacks in jail or equal amounts, but percentage-wise way more are in prison. So if you're trying to say, well, lock them up, but at the same time release, I guess, your people, I always wonder if there's some sort of conflict there, because you're not for the death penalty when they're killing black folks in Texas, right, on a regular basis, but then you want this guy maybe to get the death penalty, and the conflicts that can tend to cause, I think, sometimes.
The only problem I have with the death penalty is, the old Roman law, the old Roman theme is better for with 1,000 men to go, guilty men to go free, rather than an innocent man to die. If we could be sure that everybody that's going to get the death penalty had 100% a fair trial, and there was no funny business and all that kind of stuff, and we got the right person, I wouldn't care who it was. The thing is that, we see so many black people that get sent on death row, in their trial and all that kind of stuff is shady.
Yeah, and you're getting over 50% of black males that's dying from the death penalty. Over 50% of them are circumstantial evidence. It's not concrete.
Not concrete.
That's malpractice at its best, right there.
That's the issue. I would have no problem with the death penalty if it's ironclad and you're absolutely sure that this dude did it. Okay. Right. And there's you have so much evidence against this dude that is like a very small chance that he didn't do it. I'd have no problem with it. Even if, some miracle that you found out that he was innocent, and okay, my bad. But the thing is that there's so many guys on death row, man, that had this on trumped up evidence and stuff like that, circumstantial evidence, because they just happened to be there. They needed somebody, they needed a body. That's the problem I have.
Sort of like a video of two black dudes just running up on on a white guy, and then just shooting him, man, because they saw him basically trespassing in a house.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Hey, because somebody asked me, what if? Because I think it was Angry Man said that. What if there's two black dudes in the hood and they saw a white guy, trespassing, and then they ran out, they chased him down, and they shot him? I'd have issues with that.
None at all.
I would have issues with that. I have issues that they should get prosecuted to full extent of the law.
Full extent.
I have no problem with that.
You don't have no right to do nothing like that.
I've seen plenty of gangbangers do some very foul stuff. Like what's his name? He actually wrote a book while he was on death row.
Monster.
Okay, Monster.
Yeah.
I have no problem. Hey, dude, you're legendary for killing people. Okay.
Yeah.
You were legendary for killing people. And they said, I don't know, it's Monster Code, but it's also the other dude. What was his name? They wrote a book. He was a Crip.
I forgot the other kid.
Yeah, but he was.
Oh, you're talking about Tookie Williams.
Tookie Williams. Obviously, people said, "Oh, Tookie Williams shouldn't have got murdered. You shouldn't get that." I said, "Okay, you maybe, just maybe, they didn't get him on this one, man. You got a string of bodies, man. Your whole career is a string of bodies. Okay,
yeah. But
I have no problem with you getting the needle, man.
But yeah, it's the integrity of the case.
Tookie should have not been killed. That is
Why?
a fact.
Why?
I'm just gonna leave it there.
Why? Man, I'm from LA, man. Tookie's legendary,
I
man.
understand. I got you. I just said what I said.
Okay, I don't see. He's legendary. He got some dudes drop so many bodies, man. It's ridiculous. Okay.
Right. No, I understand exactly where you.
I say personally, if they didn't do it, okay, I ain't got no problem with it. They let him go with life imprisonment and didn't give him the needle. I ain't got no problem with it. But I'm not gonna weep over Tookie Williams, man. I'm not gonna say he didn't deserve what he got, because he did, in my opinion. And I'm from LA. I heard about Tookie, man. We been hearing about Tookie for years, man, about stuff that Tookie did. And he got bodies.
Yeah, like that was part of the history back in them days.
Back in the days, man.
Yeah.
He was legendary for that stuff, man. So, see, people don't believe it. I have no problem if you don't believe it, okay? But thing is me personally, and I'm from LA, and I'm black, and I am pro-black conscious, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Okay. Hey, you know what? That's karma. If it was me, I wouldn't be crying about getting the needle. Hey, you know what? The game was a game, because I didn't have any pity on the people lives I took.
Right.
That's the game. And there's plenty of brothers out here like that. Hey, if you do it, you do it, and when it comes your time, it comes your time.
Yeah.
Hopefully your work will live beyond you. You have enough time to get your work out and stuff like that, and whatever will live on. But hey, man, at some point, man, all those parents had to cry because you took their loved one. Just me. Okay. I don't care who you are. I mean, what's the difference between you and Charles Manson?
Are we still talking about Tookie, or are we on something else?
We can go on to something else.
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't know why people get upset.
Nobody's upset. We're good, baby.
All right.
No, I think that it's like I said, man. I BGS, I wanted you to kind of like explain, because what I was trying to explain was the Black Manosphere, what the Black Manosphere was originally for. And I know that you've been there since the very, very beginning, as far as like brothers getting together. But the reason why it kind of breaks down, and that's what I was kind of like, how guys, like, even if they have the same, viewpoints, if they, have a few variances as far as like their opinions and stuff like that, it starts to kind of break down, and egos get involved and stuff like that.
The Black Manosphere is just another version, it's a black version of the wider Manosphere, right? the more white or whatever you want to call it, manosphere, which is anti-feminist, basically. If you want to sum up the manosphere and the red pill sphere in one bubble, it's anti-feminist. That would be the general term. And basically for the black manosphere is just anti-feminist with a bent toward the issues of black men, because we do have issues that are unique issues that are different from the broader society. Okay, even though the white guys try to say, "Oh, they're all the same," no, we have a different kind of issues with our women. It just is, and that's how it breaks down. And sometimes you get people that are what we call pro-black, that are anti-feminist, and you get people that are what you call SYSBM or integrationists, as far as marrying out, that kind of stuff, that are anti-feminist. You get pickup artists, you get all kind of people that are in that group. Okay, as far as anti-feminist. So that's a wider thing. And some people are to the right, and some people are to the left, just like anything else. So what particular segment of the black manosphere do you want to talk about?
No, I was just saying that there always seems to be like some kind of disagreement that kind of fractures it or stop it from being, at its best, or being at least functional. Sometimes there's always going to be disagreements, of course, but there always appears to be, big disagreements that kind of fracture. It grows through building, and then it gets torn down a little bit, and it goes through building all over again. So
you won't be honest with what really causes the fracture. Won't we really be honest with what it is? It's money. Money and eyeballs. That's what it really, when it comes down to it, why it fractures and stuff like that, it usually comes down to money and eyeballs. One of the two. It's less about ideology. So somebody wants their view to be more important.
Jealous.
And then some people want to have their views and what they do to be more important and make more money. So then they knife other people in the back. So that's what usually happens. And then the other thing is when you introduce females into the mix in the background.
Oof, man. Yeah,
which they will come in the background.
That is a lethal blow, boy.
It's because if you look at the black manosphere as a segment, most people in the black manosphere will earn $50,000 to $60,000 over. And I would say the typical guy in the black manosphere is college educated and earns right around $80,000 a year, right? And a lot of them are corporate. Most of them are in like some kind of STEM. Okay, most of them are in some kind of STEM because they're programmers, engineers, that kind of stuff. So they will be called the quote unquote educated lames. And then you have other people that are there, blue collar guys, but most black people in black manosphere earn, I said the average is about $80,000 a year, and that is quite attractive to most, especially most black women. And they do come in there trying to pick one off here and there. So even no matter what they say, so they come in the background and they start picking one off, and and some guys go for the blue pill, and then they get their ideology altered a little bit, and then it'll cause a fracture. But there's a lot of different reasons, but it just depends on where the fracture is. But the biggest thing that causes the fracture is eyeballs, which is popularity and money. That's just my assessment.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I just basically just use the word hubris to describe it, especially when it comes down to black males, and then you throw in, the female gaze, and who's getting the women, and who's basically getting the views, which I'm glad that we just don't have that energy, man. That's not our thing. So
whereas the white manosphere breaks down more over ideology than it is using money, because there's enough views and money to go around in the white side.
Yeah, so. Plus they, like you said, they got a whole different set of
issues. Yeah,
there's issues that are not basically pertaining to black men at all.
Yeah, they kind of ran me out of the the broader manosphere.
I can imagine.
Because I talked about remember the protest in the Missouri, especially about the Missouri football players because of racism.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's why I got ran out because I dared to say that it's because of racism, and the reason that they relented on the racism was not because of a protest; it's because the football players said they wasn't going to play no more.
Yeah,
they didn't straighten that out, and even though I was accurate, and I proved I was accurate, they came for me. Said, okay, I know what this is. So I said, let me take my talents over to the black side. I said, that's what I want to talk about anyway.
They told you, God damn you, Obama. Especially when President Obama was the president at that time too. Oh man,
they've been trying to beg me back ever since.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, why they're still stealing our ideas, but it's okay. I said a white guy steal one of my ideas. The Kobayashi Maru, and somebody showed me, said, "Oh, the couple guys using that term." So yeah, I figured they would.
Well, you know what they're gonna say? That's our term first. I mean, Star Trek was written by a white man, Gene Roddenberry, and all that type of stuff.
Of course.
You know they're gonna claim that.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. It's not, man. They've been stealing my ideas long before I got to YouTube. So it's no big deal. When I was virtually unknown, except for a small amount of people.
Was you also asking a question about I guess that group and dealing with the Ahmaud earlier on the call?
On your call?
You know, DC. I thought he had mentioned.
Oh,
also was there a conflict in between?
There's a disagreement. There's a disagreement, and I don't know if BGS want to touch this, but there's clearly a disagreement between black men on how they view the Ahmaud.
I mean, I haven't been privy to all of them, but I think the thing is what I've heard mainly is the response. What should we do? Should we, should we get up in arms or something like that? Now, I've heard that there's a slight disagreement about whether he was wrong, and then they have a thing about the stand your ground, and a lot of that stuff is inaccurate.
Yeah, how do you feel about that? Do you think that he could have I guess prevented his particular interactions with those white men?
I think we talked about this. Now,
yeah, we did talk about it.
If you're in the South, okay, and this is just a warning to all young black guys, okay, just because you have rights and you have legal rights, okay. And I think Michael Como was talking about this earlier. Okay, there's written rules and there's unwritten rules. Okay, yeah, you want to survive to get to the written rules, and you don't want to give certain yahoos like this a reason to come after you, especially if you're not in your area. So the thing is, people, a lot of young black guys think you don't have to watch your six because we have civil liberties, and basically civil rights work. We have civil rights, and this stuff is not supposed to happen anymore. And we don't have to watch our six, and we don't have to worry about gun racks and pickups stopped in the middle of the street. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you think I'm not doing anything wrong, and like it says, there's written rules and unwritten rules, and my advisor always says. She always says, "Okay, you did get up black this morning, didn't you?" That's a reality, and a lot of people don't want to face that reality. Even people on that's saying that he brought it upon himself.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know if I can ever get to the point where I could see it the way those brothers see it, man. And I think that will always come. There will always be a diversion between me and some of the brothers that's in the Manosphere. I would never fully get along with them in a sense because I have studied too much stuff where I got too much information on my side, the way I've been raised, what I have seen, the people I've been around to change off their opinions. You see what I'm saying? Because opinions don't affect me the same way that they affect other people.
Well, the thing is
like,
okay.
I'm not impressed by your viewpoint or by your large audience.
The thing is, they want to believe if I'm a good Negro, it won't happen to me. That's what they want to believe.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But there's so much history that's contrary. I mean, here's my issue.
But those are bad Negroes. That's going to happen to them.
But that's what I'm saying. The fact that there's a space for that, that's in a man space, where this is supposed to be the manosphere, protecting black men in particular. That's the reason why. And I know there's been bad actors, like, I'm not going to say his name, where basically people have attributed these bad actions to him. And I'm like, dude, you can't use that particular person as your reasoning for just kind of cutting off so-called guys from the so-called hood, or whatever you want to deem it to be. You know what I mean? Just because somebody is looking a certain way doesn't mean that they should be your victim, period. A victim of this particular sort is a victim. I mean, either you believe it was justified or you think that it wasn't. That's to me, it's a pretty, closed case, but it's not to a lot of people. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if there can be some kind of agreement between those basically contrasting views. I don't know if the manosphere has space for that type of disagreement. Is what I'm saying.
Basically, how I feel. All views are shaped by the environment, and the reason there's space for those kind of views is because the really hard, brutal racism that we used to face, it really, for the most part, I'm not saying for every part, for the most part, doesn't exist anymore. So there's space to believe that kind of stuff. You throw them same Negroes back 60 years, they wouldn't be saying that. I don't care who they were.
Even with all the redlining, go ahead.
I was curious, did you feel disrespected when I think somebody has said that they blame what do they call these people?
Boomers?
What do they call? Yeah, that's it, that word.
Yeah,
do you feel that,
like it's a bad word.
I know you didn't respond to it on here, but is that something that sort of rubbed under your skin when you're thinking about not understanding what that world was? People having processing that and then making that kind of statement?
It used not really, basically, what it really does is it basically shows me your ignorance. Like you really believe that this stuff won't come back, that this stuff is gone. Like the Jews believed that they were safe. After 200 years of oppression, they were kind of accepted because of their banking prowess. For 200 years, they thought they were safe because they thought that this is not going to happen in civil German society anymore. And so they thought all that old, that antiquated prejudice that they had suffered through was gone, and then it jumped up, just like it jumped up here, because you think it's gone, but you still cruise by those places, especially if you east of the Mississippi, that still have gun racks and swastikas and basically Confederate flags, but that doesn't mean anything.
Can I say this though, BJS?
Yeah.
Now here's the thing though. That's true. I think there's a more outwardly expression of the Old South in certain southern states. That's undeniable. But the sophistication of Northern racism, and even on the West Coast, where they basically filter their racism through the police state, is still on a level where it's still there. You can still see it. It's still brutal. It is not anything that doesn't go without actually becoming just right there in your face, the mistreatment.
You can go.
That's all I'm saying.
You can go
it's
walk
not
down
like
the street,
it's
you walk down the street in New York City, which
that's
is
what
not
I mean.
South, okay,
that's
and
what I mean.
It's not
Chicago. all these
Chicago.
places,
It's
St.
not.
Louis.
It's not as
Yeah.
brutal. It's not as brutal as it is like outward, like it is in the South, where regular people can just walk up to you and basically do what they did to that dude. Okay, they, they wouldn't allow vigilante justice in New York or Chicago or.
I beg to differ.
Okay, well, hey, well, you have more
There's
experience than
too
I
much.
do.
Yeah, there's too much evidence of the contrary. I mean, there were people that have been basically, I mean, Bensonhurst, New York. I mean, during the 80s and during the 90s, they had situations out there where you couldn't even walk in certain neighborhoods in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the same thing in Chicago. Now, I know that it doesn't get classified in the same kind of strata as the southern states because of the history and the culture that goes hand in hand. I mean, when you have situations where that particular state or that province basically is on Eyes of the Prize documentary, then you're going to have a whole different outlook.
Yeah,
I mean, you know not to go certain places.
When
in some of those, locations.
ordinary citizens, ordinary white militia people can come to your house, to your neighborhood, pull you out of your house, you call me.
Hold on. So what are you saying that for though? What's the disagreement?
In other words, that stuff is starting to pop back up because I think I gave you that example of that kid in New Jersey where armed militia actually came to his house.
Yeah,
question him. Yeah,
but I'm saying it's not just the South though. Is what I'm saying. That's not accurate. If people believe that the mistreatment is just located strictly in southern states or anywhere,
it's just worse and it's part of the tradition.
Yeah, it's part of the culture. I wouldn't even say that it's worse, BGS. I think anywhere where there's a large population of black people, hence the reason why people think that democratic cities are more dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that. It's just that black people are being handled in these states, in these locations because of the large populations of black people. If I'm not mistaken, Los Angeles lost a significant number of black people, correct?
What, they left?
Yeah, they left. They moved back home, moved back to the South.
They didn't move because of racism. They moved because it's too expensive.
Well, that too, but I'm thinking that it doesn't help. It doesn't help that
they didn't move because they were white people. They moved because of the crime in the inner city, because of the breakdown in the inner city, because of crack cocaine, too many guns being there. That's why they moved.
But why was that allowed in those neighborhoods like that?
Why was it allowed in the neighborhoods?
Yeah.
Because they could cordon it off. Okay, just like you know, man. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I know, but I rather you tell it.
You want me to say it? Okay,
see, because here's the thing, because when they hear it from us, we're the pro-blacks.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? We're labeled the pro-blacks over here.
They think I am too. So basically, they know where I'm standing. They know where I stand. They're just too afraid to actually confront me on it. That's all that is. Because
they don't. Nobody confronts us over here except for we have good banter with you, but nobody comes over here and actually chops it up with us. I'm kind of confused on why, because I know.
Because they don't know.
I know that they listen. I know that they listen
because they don't know enough. They basically they listen. They go back and check your facts, and if your facts check out, they go away because they don't have anything. and I just, I've gotten too old. I've gotten too old to even care about it. I say, I say to the young guys that are millennials and Z's or whatever you are, that think that you're safe out amongst the English. And they could never turn on you. I said, you're sadly mistaken. And so to say that that what we did wasn't important, and the gains that not me, but my generation actually fought for and got for you. If it's not important, that's like I told one brother, millennial, he's like 24, 25. And said, you know what, man? Just go give them back. Okay? Go to Donald Trump and his ilk would love to say, oh, these black people don't want want their rights enforced. And they don't want special privileges. They want to go back to where it used to be. So guess what we're going to do? Your housing discrimination, how you can buy a house, where you can bank. Basically, police can harass you and do anything that they want to you without any kind of repercussion. If you want to go back to that, man, go ahead. Guess what I'm going to do? Get my passport, and I'm going to be on the other side of the Atlantic chilling, and I'll read about you.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't understand why there seems to be this reluctance to just have this choice or this select few of brothers that they deem to be worthy of protection, and then other brothers that are not, even though that leaves them vulnerable too. I don't know if they understand how that works with the group itself.
They because they think the Jews start the same thing. If we can get away from the bad ones, okay. The bad ones are dragging us down. Or those
Yeah, they even called, what was the group called? I forgot what they were called. The ones that were sympathetic to the Germans. What were they called? It was a certain name that they gave them back in those days. I forgot what they was called. It was like a certain,
they were sympathizers.
German sympathizers. Exactly. Same, exactly like a Candace Owens. That's why I was just like, people need to listen to that just because she's real.
She's getting, her and Larry Elder are getting paid. Okay.
Exactly.
I told ABL the same thing. I said, I know what you're trying to do,
and
man.
He's getting paid too, by the way.
That's what I told him. I said,
he's just not as informed as they are.
I said, well, that's what for two things I told him. You should at least know what you're talking about,
right?
So that you can get paid, because there's nothing worse than if I can say it, a black coon that's broke.
We try not to name call.
You don't have to. That's why I said it.
Oh my goodness.
That's why I asked, could I say it?
Oh man. No, it's fine. That's your view. We just have to. It's really for us. Really, it's not for you.
Basically, my views on the world view and name calling and whatnot does not reflect on the code breakers or
you good.
Their policy. Okay,
it's only bad if we actually get involved in it. I try to stay clear. I try my best, but I get into it too. I mean, it happens with me too.
I call a spade a spade.
I fall victim to it.
I call a spade a spade.
The reason why I try to.
That's when black women, when I talk about black women, they say, you black women bash. And I say, you know what? You damn right I do. When necessary. Because when I bash you, you deserve it. So it's just like my kids, okay? Oh, you spank your kids. I sure do when they deserve it. I don't do it out of anger, but when they deserve it, they're gonna get it.
I don't know if they don't see the love that you have for black women in your scolding. And really I see it because I see it as more of a tough love situation. But a lot of women are not gonna see that. Yeah, that's for sure.
Good for them.
The culture doesn't allow them to see it.
They don't see
not
it.
Something that
if they don't see it, they're gonna get more Bronny Jameses. Okay, it is what it is.
Bronny James, that's LeBron James' son that said he don't like dark skinned women, right? Or he prefers
Latinas. He prefers Latinas and white women. Okay.
Yeah, that's such a surprise. Just like it's a surprise
why is that a surprise?
No, I'm saying I mean that facetiously.
Oh, facetiously.
Like, okay. Yeah, the same reason why it's a surprise that Dwayne Wade has a son that's now gender swapping.
Gender fluid. Yeah,
gender fluid. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, it's not as surprising. It just seems to be standard, pretty much. I mean, a lot of the young guys don't see the benefit of that.
And then you're gonna drag him and think you drag him so the next 10 dudes that just like him are gonna say, look, that's how they treat us.
Yeah.
And so we justify it hopping the fence and then hang that kick rock sign over the fence as they leave.
And not only that, he's so young, man. Like I don't understand why that's what I'm saying. So they're gonna blame LeBron James for this, even though he's married to his black wife and he had the child by a black mother. Like he's gonna be blamed for that too.
They got to blame something. They got to blame somebody. They can't blame themselves. They can't blame themselves. The little black girls cannot blame themselves. Of course, we're sweetness and light, and we do nothing wrong, so it can't be us. It can't be how we're raising our daughters, even though you raise your daughters to believe that Negroes aren't, squat.
Right.
I'll be nice this time.
Yeah. So where you at, Paradox? You up in there? What you gonna get some of this or what?
Paradox ain't gonna get on this one, man.
He's back and throwing it.
No, Paradox. He said, "Oh, here it comes. I'm gonna just sit back in the cut. I'm not gonna say a word."
So let's walk out this boomer thing. Let me ask you this. What do you think your generation is responsible for? I know what my generation is responsible for. What do you think as far as the part of the black community? What do you?
Our generation, the boomers were the crash test dummies for civil rights.
Okay. First generation post civil rights movement.
Post civil rights. Well, civil rights started under Eisenhower, right?
Right.
And we were the soldiers. The soldiers came home. They got the second time because they got hung in their uniforms in World War I, II during the Red Summer. Okay. And they came back the second time, and the Fabian Socialists said we had enough. We're not gonna get rid of them. So,
but I thought if, as long as we in suits, we wouldn't get hung or we wouldn't get get massacred if we was basically respectable Negroes.
Yeah, well, yeah, that is, if you are far enough away from the event, then the myths will actually take hold, right? Just like Abraham Lincoln fought the Civil War to free slaves,
right?
Which is something he didn't even say.
Never
but
did.
That's what's
No.
told. Yeah. But that's what's told.
It's a false narrative.
False narrative. So it's the same thing with that. It's a false narrative. You're still never safe. But the thing is, we were the crash test dummies. So basically, we had to, even though we had leaders that were from a previous generation, but guess what? We're the ones that got bitten by dogs. We're the ones that sat in. We're the ones that got disappeared. We're the ones that had to go into those lily white neighborhoods as school kids and take that abuse. Okay. We're the ones that had to break the barrier for these white institutions so we can be more than just, have the freedom that everybody else has. We're the ones that protested to be able to get loans and live in places, even in black neighborhoods that they were selling to. Okay. Mm-hmm. We're the ones that actually broke all these freaking barriers, because if it wasn't for the Kerner Commission, you still have, less than 25% of black males actually graduating from high school.
Okay? But why did the women from your generation adapt single motherhood instead of basically wanting to get married like their parents were before? Because most of the people from your generation were married, right? Were they not?
Most of the people from the generation before us were married, but you got to remember, the women from our generation, they were actually the divorce generation too,
right?
Because they got caught up in that way.
Multiple marriages, yeah.
Well, multiple marriages, multiple divorces.
My grandmother was that way. Yeah,
multiple divorces, which they were already doing that before. The thing is that they had the legal right to actually get it done on paper, because they were doing walk-in divorces,
right,
from the 1850s, and they had multiple men have. Everybody's had stories, man, about great grandma having babies by 4 guys. They're having 4 different quote unquote husbands, right?
Yeah. Didn't understand it when I was younger, man, because it was hard to see grandmother that way. But yeah, that's a fact.
You don't ask questions. You don't ask questions.
No, you do not. No, no, you do not.
You hit with a plate upside your head.
because we was a generation. Because some of the people from your generation, BGS, put the kids, which is me and Paradox generation, the younger Gen X's, and I guess the millennials, right? Mm. They put us in grandmother's hands. So we was over grandmother's house a lot.
Yeah.
So it was hard to see some of the mistakes she made, because she was already older, a lot older.
Yeah.
And she was a deity, but you saw all mama's mistakes. You saw all your daddy's mistakes too. So you guys, we got to see, partying, drinking, stuff like that. And what doesn't get told is the story of how you guys were raised and how y'all basically got the illusion busted too. See, I know the history, but see what happens is, right? Mm-hmm. It's like these narratives can get spun, and we want to blame one particular group for the mistreatment. Now, you are part of the whole migration. You are a migration story. This is right there. So that already talks about a splinter right there, because you're not around most of your family. Most of your family lives somewhere else.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, in fact, as far as my family, I think if it's my group, and then be my, from my mother and my father, and then
right,
then my cousin. We're the only 2 groups from that ilk in California.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're starting over somewhere new.
Mhm.
Your parents are having a reaction to the new environment, just like you are. So they're away from home originally,
Mhm.
right? Dealing with the new environment, dealing with the new, the new form of racism. Racism is not completely eliminated in the 60s, of course, in the 70s. It's still really prevalent.
It was a different kind of how can I put it? It was a different kind of segregation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it was changing.
It wasn't a hard boundaries where there was sundown.
Right.
There wasn't a hard coded sundown towns like you knew not to be in Torrance or places like that when I was coming up as a kid. Hawthorne, which eventually got integrated, but Hawthorne, Torrance, those kind of beach cities, you knew not to be there. Really, you really couldn't be there in the daytime, but you knew not to be there after like 5 o'clock. You better not be there, but you knew that, right?
Right.
And
Right.
so, but the segregation wasn't as hard coded as it is. In fact, what's his name? Walter Mosley talks about it. We
Yeah.
had a kind of a loose kind of segregation, even though it's still segregated.
Isn't that the one that wrote "Devil in a Blue Dress"? Right.
Yeah,
Walter
yeah,
Mosley?
yeah.
Yeah.
He talks about the segregation in Los
Right.
Angeles. So he's fairly accurate.
Yeah, because he's talking about the migration that he experienced with his family too. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the same thing.
Yeah. Even though his migration was earlier.
Right.
Yeah,
So he was like second
3.
generation by that time.
Yeah, second generation. I think the 1910, and then I think the 40s, and then the 60s. I think the 60s was the last great migration.
Right. So I mean that never gets told, and then the adaptation to the city with the first adaptation of those people that was basically becoming cityfied, dealing with their country relatives, because you always had that story about people going to where their parents were from, and their parents were like, if they were from a real rural area, very, very country,
Yeah.
and then you had your other people that came up a little bit later that was probably into nefarious things already. You had that crazy uncle, that crazy cousin that came from the rural area that was that was doing things in the hood there, and then came to the city and started running stuff, just sort of like how Frank Lucas was, and what was my man named Frank Lucas, and what's the other gangster that was in New York City during the 60s? You know what I'm talking about. Both of them were from the South too, rural South.
Yeah, from
North
the South,
Carolina.
yeah.
There was Frank Lucas, and then there was he has
One that brought Frank in. Yeah.
he was the older one. Yeah,
The older
generation
one, yeah.
before.
Working with the
Forgot his
Italians,
name. Yeah, working with the Italians, yeah. But they all had to deal with their own form of racial issues, for the group.
Mhm.
And here's my point
Mhm.
that I'm trying to really illustrate here, is that when you blaming one group for their response to the environment, especially a new environment that they were dealt with, you're doing yourself a disservice, especially for the people that you basically classify. You're talking about your own parents and your grandparents. Now you can look at it that way. You have that right.
Yeah.
But still,
Bumpy Johnson, by the way.
Yeah, Bumpy Johnson.
Bumpy Johnson back in the 20s. Yeah, back in the 20s. But yeah, you can look at it that way. But the thing is that everybody that moved from those areas at that particular time was doing kind of like the same things. There was there was sort of like the hard working class, and then there was basically the people that did things in those communities where they try to survive.
Yeah. I would say this. Because because the crack era actually did a number on the boomers and the Gen Xers. I would say this. Okay, you can, if whatever mistakes that the boomers made, if you want to blame the boomers for whatever you want to blame them for, okay, if you're gonna point fingers, you better have some receipts. You better not point an empty hand. Okay, if you say that it could have been done better, you better have some receipts. And so far, I keep asking. I'll say, okay, well, the boomers did this, that, and the other. They made mistakes. So, okay, well, fine. What did you do?
See, I just don't know how effective that mindset is, BGS, because at the end of the day, you guys were basically responding to the new environment and racism too at the same time. It was still basically prevalent at
Yeah.
that time. So you're dealing with it and you was attacked. The
We
community was attacked too.
we were attacked, but the thing is, you got to, like I said, the boomers, like my ex, she was born in 64. She is the last year for the boomers, right?
Gee whiz,
Yeah,
1964.
yeah, and
Right.
she is 56 years old.
Right.
Okay, she's 56 years old.
Living
Okay,
on the wild side,
we
probably.
we
I got
all
some
we're,
aunties like that.
we're all old, right? We're all old. We don't basically the boomers really don't care. All you doing is pointing fingers at old folks who really don't care. At the end of the day, you blaming us is not going to improve your life one whit. Not one. Not one. You can blame us. You sitting on your hands and hollering what mommy and daddy didn't give you, and basically getting older yourself. And when you get 40 years old, and still blaming mommy and daddies, they're gonna look at your gray hair and say, "What you still hollering about mommy and daddy for?" You had 20 years of adulthood to do whatever it is that you wanted to, because you really can't. I mean, you can blame racism to prejudice to a small extent. But it was nothing like your foreparents had, so you really don't have any excuse. Because if we did it under the conditions that we did it in, and you don't have those, you still have barriers, but not, you don't have them big ass boulder like roadblocks like we did.
Yeah, they're gonna look at from the responses that I have seen, people shoot out about the boomers, and I've listened to it. From what I understand, they're blaming the breakdown of the family, the initial breakdown of the family, because the generation prior were married. They're blaming the dysfunction of the single motherhood beginnings on the boomers. Basically, the boomers basically chose to go another direction. They was basically charmed by.
So they talk about black boomers. They talk about all boomers.
Black boomers, but I mean, it was all. That's what I'm saying. So that's the nuance. That is true. It was everybody.
We didn't pass no fault divorce.
That
we didn't
right.
we didn't invent birth control. We didn't bring in abortion. We didn't bring in feminism. That wasn't us. We didn't do that.
I agree.
So basically, you don't blame it on us, but white people. But you believe that white people are gods, and they didn't do nothing.
But not only that, but their family basically broke apart. It's the same thing. Everybody's family broke apart. That's an American thing, not just a black issue. That's what I mean. It's not strictly just our issue, so to speak. I mean, it became more prevalent in our communities because our communities were already fractured, and we was being attacked by other outside pressures.
Yeah. I mean, okay. If you look at it, okay, there's usually like a 20-year delay between us and them. Okay, you can look at all the curves, all the charts. It's like a 20-year delay. Same thing same place we were at 20 years ago. The white people are now. Okay,
they're getting there. Yeah, exactly.
Basically, in the 80s and 90s, it was crack in the
opiate
black in the black neighborhood. Now 100,000 white folks are killing each other, or killing themselves. Opioids. Yeah.
Hooked. Can't get off of it. Yeah,
2.1 million users overdoses a year on opioids.
Can't shake it.
Can't shake it. All right. They have basically, and they don't have cops and law enforcement cracking down on them, because if it wasn't for them trying to keep these people alive, the more of them would be dead. But the thing is that all of a sudden we could have stopped crack from coming in. We could have stopped it from coming to our neighborhood. We could have stopped it from breaking up our families. But the people that do have control, they can't stop it. They don't even stop it for themselves. Why is that?
Hey, yo, Paradox.
Yeah.
There? Hey, man, drop that link one more time, man. We want some people to come up, man, and share their conservative views, man. I really want to hear
conservative views.
Yeah. I want to hear because people call themselves black conservatives, right? They do that.
They ain't coming up, man.
Yeah, I'm down.
They ain't coming up.
I would.
If I'm on here, they ain't coming up, man.
I would tell BGS to stand down and let you speak.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll be like, hey, you know, it's cool. Let them have they say. Because I need to get some kind of context, because like I said, I don't know if it's a situation where like I said, if we're gonna be basically talking about black people being a thing or working together, like, you know, can we work together if we disagree?
You know, I can't blame them. They want the pain to stop, man. That's what it is. They see
I get it.
ready. They want the pain to stop, and they're really ready to capitulate to let it stop. I said, if you really want it to stop, you really want to blend in, go ahead and marry out, man. Just go ahead and marry out and blend in and do the integration thing in mass, okay?
Yeah, just don't even basically respond to none of this black stuff. Like, you don't even have to do that. Just leave it alone.
Just leave it alone. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Don't matter to you.
But they know they can't. Just like the dude in Get Out.
It's so enticing, man. It's enticing. Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Well, you still live in a black neighborhood, dude. You know, come on, man.
Right. You feel that isolation.
You talking that shit. You raised in a black neighborhood in Philly. You did all the same stuff we did.
Right.
Yeah.
You feel that isolation. You feel that burn, that need to feel a part of the group, in a sense. Even though you have more disagreements within the group, you still feel that need to be inside the group. It's a very unique thing, this thing we call blackness.
Yeah.
Very unique.
There's one dude in the Manosphere. He's not. I don't know if he's in the black Manosphere or not. There's one black dude in the Manosphere that I respect, and he's actually with a white woman, and he says he's only dates white women. I respect him because he don't sugarcoat it.
Oh, you talking about Truth then? Truth doesn't know it?
No,
what you talking about?
I'm talking about Donovan Sharp.
Ooh, Donovan.
But the thing is, he don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah, that's a curious case right there.
No, I know what I met dudes like him, but the thing is, what I like about Donovan, he don't sugarcoat it. Okay, he knows he's actually said on many occasions, I am a black dude and with a white woman. When I go anywhere, everything has to be on point because I know how it looks, and basically I know how I'll be perceived. Okay. You know,
he's okay with the guidelines of what that means as far as like so I got you.
I'm out here doing something that's unusual that will put me at risk. I need to minimize the risk.
Right. I got you.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, he don't. Oh, white people are so great and white women are so great. Blah blah blah.
Right. He ain't doing that.
No, I have a preference. This is why I have a preference. This is what I choose to do. This is who I choose to date. And I'm not sugarcoating about the experience. Okay. If you are a black man, and you're dating a white woman, these are the things that you must be aware of. And he says that explicitly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which I respect that.
Yeah, I can definitely respect somebody warning another brother that's going to date out. Now we're talking about people that's going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Giving them the game on how to deal with white women, because she is a very, very tricky one, very, 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 very angular, very, very deceptive. Very.
She has to be 100% on board, because it only takes one call to get you.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah. And you have to know that.
My goodness.
You have to know that going in. You have to know that going in. Okay. You see, well, why are white women so agreeable? And
can you imagine being like a brother, like a real solid brother dealing with I wonder if I should actually say this paradox. Dealing with some white women, like in certain agencies that you like the only black person around, and you can't, and I don't know if brothers really understand this. You get in an elevator with some of these people, and like you look around, you just like, man, this is very, very, very weird right now.
Like in Blackish,
very
the little bitty white girl was on the elevator, and he just left her. You know, he said, "Oh, he didn't even get on."
Sometimes I'll be like, you know what? I'll just wait for the. I actually do that. I'll wait for the next one.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Mm-hmm.
if it's like in a situation where it's just like, where I'm too close to people, I just don't even want to be in no kind of mistaken type of oh, he got too close, or I felt uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? His voice is too deep.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been told all that. Oh, his voice is too deep, or he, you know, he doesn't never smile, or you know what I'm saying? Like just little stuff. They won't never tell me. They'll just tell people that's close to me, and then they'll be like, well. I was about to say my name, but DC, you know, hey, you know what? You could smile sometimes. Now, and Paradise can attribute that. That is a fact. I am not lying about that. Am I telling the truth, Paradox?
I've been there. You just have to. What did you stay in your bubble?
Say what now?
Y'all hear me? Test.
Yeah, we hear you.
You kind of
sound like you're in the bathroom, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying a different headset.
Okay. Yeah, you stay. I know you stay in your bubble. That's what you do. So in other words,
they know I'm not. So this is no shot at Donovan Sharp, but me and Donovan Sharp interact with white people on a different level. Like I'm not being disrespectful, but they're gonna know that I'm still basically I'm a full-fledged, you know, whatever that means, black representation of whatever blackness is in a sense in their space. So I'm not acting white in any kind of way. I'm not trying to be. I'm not changing my voice. I'm talking just like this. Pretty much is pretty much the same thing. It's not. I'm not being different in front of them.
Like say from the 4th grade to second year in college, basically, I went to school with white people. So
right.
And since I work with black people, I don't have the same how can I say diction in my voice like I used to. So they don't know how to take me. Like, they don't know how to take me. So they're like, but the thing is, my stance, they know, when they talk to me, you're a black dude, even though you talk like we do, we can tell that there's an air about you.
Yeah, they know the difference. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they know the difference. I mean, we have been.
Yeah,
you remember
man,
how
you contrast it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, but I
I'm like DC, act right, behave. Nah, bro, I can't do it. Like, yo, we got to do this, bro. Nah, man, I can't do it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell you a quick. I'm gonna tell you a quick story, right? BGS. So Paradox was coming out of a meeting one day, right? And right before I went in, he was just like, "Hey, man, try not to say nothing that's gonna get you in trouble." I said, "Man, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say one word, okay?" Man, by the time I got out of that meeting, man, people was calling me all into the. I was all kinds of. Oh my goodness, man! You talking about just? I was forced. They forced it out of me. Like this is like, yo, come on, man.
Yeah,
like this is ridiculous.
You know, it's
to prime you.
It depends, man. It just depends on my mood, man. Sometimes I'll play neutral, right? And sometimes it's just the uppityness coming out of me. I'll cross my legs and they'll be telling me. I said, you know what? I said, don't get me in the room with your boss and have me talk to him.
Ooh-wee.
Because I can guarantee you will not like the results.
Oh yeah, they definitely don't like. Yeah.
You do not like the results because if me being a natural analyst, I study the weak spots of any system. So so basically, when I hit you, it's going to be in your weak spot.
Yeah, I know the weaknesses already.
I know the weaknesses, even in this case with the brother down there, right? There's a weak spot you can hit really easily, okay? But like I said, I don't need any letters from the IRS when I hit it, okay? I don't need to be bothered with them, okay? Because I know they listen, and I know if I divulge weak spots, I'm gonna get some letters, okay? I'm gonna get a few letters from a few different people. So, as like I said, I've done it once about how to do it because there's a very, very glaring weak spot that they will respond to.
Yeah.
But the thing is that if I tell you what it is, you can't get it on your own, then they're going to single me out. Okay, we need to get rid of him or we need to do something with him so he'll shut up. I've already had my, internet cut twice. I don't, I said, okay, you know what?
They will form like Voltron to do it.
Hell yeah, I know. And they're listening right now. I said, okay, I wonder what he gonna say.
Oh yeah, they definitely listen to our channel. I bet you they like, damn, this wasn't supposed to get traction.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what you guys
on the outer rim.
Yeah, you guys could have, I know it was like a toss up because I know you guys trying to say low key, but you want ears. I said, well, should I bring in ears or not? I said I didn't know.
No, I think no, it's cool. It's cool. I mean, because like I said, we're real codified as far as like how we are, so it's not no issue. But I noticed that we like just some comments. Did you see those comments? We got the
in the comment section.
Well, I don't even know if it's even showing, but it was like some kind of comment talking about we getting these troll accounts. You know what I mean? Like yeah. So that comes with it, though. I know that, but it's just interesting. That's all.
Yeah, I've had people behind the scenes in the military told me that I was, because I had to ask. I said because I get lots and lots of ex-military that are subs. And I asked them one day, I said, why you guys follow me? I said, because I'm not ex-military. And they said, well, you speak our language and you speak the truth, so we like to listen to you. But
yeah, that's a fact.
And there's a lot of guys that are subs that have a particular set of skills, a special set of skills. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, I mean, you talk like a I can't say, but maybe offline I'll tell you exactly what position you probably will hold if you were around us. I can tell you. I know exactly which.
We're basically. I think it was when they print that. I was trying to find the article too because I did save it, but I can't find it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like in 2008 or 2009, and it was like 3 years after we formed our think tank between the five of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like they printed an article called "The Rise of the Amateur Think Tank."
Okay.
And basically everything they pointed out in the articles is the same thing that we do,
right.
And so I knew I didn't know if they were talking about us in particular, but I think that as a group of people that do this kind of stuff that we're talking about. So I think it was pointed at us.
You see, what I noticed, BGS, is like with somebody of your particular, I would say, I can't say it's a skill set.
Yeah.
But your skill set is going to be a limited group that's going to, in particularly, understand or listen to you, or have an understanding of what you're trying to convey. And it's not even, and I think people misunderstand, this is not about agreement or disagreement. Agreement or disagreement don't really have anything to do with it. It's just a particular way of basically communicating a viewpoint in a certain way. That's what it is.
I've had some brothers that I've explained some situations and stuff like that were actually on the ground in certain places, and they look at me and said, where were you?
Right. I could see that.
Yeah, where were you?
I could definitely see that.
In other words, how you know? Yeah, that's what they're saying. I say, you know what? I said, I do it. I said, I was never there. I didn't serve. I wasn't there. This is all just my opinion, okay? My analysis. I could be wrong.
Yes. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, that's just me. But enough about me.
Yeah, so
I could feel that line right in here somewhere.
You can feel that edge, can you?
I can feel that electric fence, man, making my hair raise. Okay,
feel it like Phil Collins, man. You can feel it in the air tonight.
Yeah. In fact, I had to. There was a particular sub of mine. I had to say I was going to stop using them as a source because I didn't want to affect their employment. I said, I told that person, okay, you've done enough for us. I said, so basically, you need to protect your position. I'm not going to use the source anymore because I said, one thing I don't want to do is get anybody fired. I said, you need your job. I said, I appreciate you, but don't put yourself at risk because for something on YouTube. Okay. I can figure out another way around it to get the same details. It just takes longer. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
yeah. I had to tell a few people that, hey man, don't put your job at risk. I got to tell a whole bunch of people.
Don't put yourself at risk. Period.
Yeah. I know you think it's important to get the stuff out of it, but from my conscience, I said, for my conscience, my well-being, I don't want to be the reason that you lose your employment. For me, so don't do it for me. So I'd rather, I mean, you can shoot me some, a smoke signal every now and then, but as far as you coming in, no. So stuff that's going up right now that I'm not going to use that person as a source anymore.
Right.
If people have asked me, say, well, can you get this person on for an interview? I said, no, because I want that person to keep their job. So they're not going to do it.
Yeah, especially if they're still building on their career and they're young, they're younger. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Yeah. Sometimes you think, sometimes you kind of press the envelope, but if it looks like it's impacting a person, you know what? I'm not going to use you anymore. It says there's no disrespect. It's not because I don't want to. It's just, for your well-being. I tell that person first. I said, if you got any information, I said, first thing before you say anything to me or give me anything, does this impact your job? Okay. If it doesn't impact your job, then fine. If it does, don't tell me.
Okay.
Yeah. I always say that. Yeah.
So let's talk about one of your that's in your wheelhouse, Black women accountability, real quick. So let me ask you this. Where do you see the nuance of the complaints that Black women have when it comes down to Black men? Do you think that is all pretty much kind of like made up as far as a response to be angry about something that would be in control, or do you think there is some kind of valid?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of valid points. There's a lot of valid arguments. That is very true, and a lot of what they say is exactly true. Okay, I would never say that that it wasn't. The thing is that if you're going to have an accountability contest, then the first person that you should be accountable for is the person that's in the mirror. If you can't admit what you did or what your part in it, then your complaints are going to fall on deaf ears eventually. Because in an integrated society like this between men and women, it's 50-50. It has to be. It ain't no 70-10, 60-40, whatever. It's a 50-50. It's got to be. So the thing is, you can't place 100% or 90% of blame on men. Okay, it's not. You can't. It's impossible. And the thing is, especially when your track record is staring you straight in the face.
So my biggest thing is not even the more
I mean, the thing is,
I'm saying my angst is not even towards the sister that would be considered to be the hood sisters. To me, it's the professional sister. That is my axe, because there's a certain place where they can stay hidden and try to kind of come off like they are not as bad as some of the sisters that are like more blatantly more disrespectful than they are.
They're worse,
appear to be, but they're the worst ones to me in that sense.
Well, they're worse because they have a bigger megaphone, and plus they influence policy. Okay,
right?
Because you're given that position to influence policy, and basically you're complaining, but you're not working for the best interests of your people. You're working for the best interests of yourself.
And not only that, but where it really gets basically conflating is when they are basically influencing the ones that are not in the same kind of position that they're in. So they're still influencing them to make even more wrong decisions that they actually make.
They make the decision, but they also
it's crazy.
They also influence policy. Okay, say for instance, because we've actually talked about this, right? The education of outcome and education of Black boys or Black men, right? Especially as boys, and the training and the programs that they would need to make these boys whole and viable and successful, right? Okay. You're in a perfect position to influence that and get that done, because it's in the best interest of not only the Black community, but also the white community to get these boys fixed. Okay. And you sit right next to, Karen and Tom talking this stuff over, and you have no problem fighting for the Black girls because they get programs up to yin yang. Okay. But but the thing is that your Black son doesn't get it. So either one or two things: either the way the Black community is acceptable to you, or what has to be acceptable to you, because if not, you're too bright, you're too gifted, you're too educated not to do anything about it. So the thing is, what I want is truth. Do you admit it? Admit that this is the way that you want it. So then people can actually make choices about it. So
It's
so
gonna
we
be
don't have to.
hard for them to admit that
Well,
that
it-
kind of
well, thing-
situation.
well,
For
the
sure.
thing is, okay, just like any, like when you guys work for whatever you work, wherever you work, right?
Mhm.
And you work with a whole group of people, right? And somebody screws up or continues to screw up. At some point, you're going to have to make that person be accountable for their situation, so they can correct it, so we can actually get whatever we're trying to do working. We can't have you screwing up and continue to screw up and holding us back. Okay. At some point, people are going to have to call to account, whether it's you, each other, or the boss. Okay. Who's in here screwing up? Either you're going to isolate that dude, or you're going to have to get him straight, or you're going to have to get rid of him. Okay. You have to do one of those three things.
That boulder got to roll somewhere.
The boulder got to roll somewhere. And eventually, the thing is it's the cog that doesn't work has to be either isolated or eliminated. Okay, so Black women are going to have to do that. Otherwise, this motor will only keep limping along, only like a quarter impulse. So what do you want? Either you want it to run right, or you don't.
Your paradox. Paradox.
He's in the cut.
Oh yeah, he ain't gonna answer.
Nah, he ain't gonna answer.
So the other brothers is up on a panel, man. Welcome, man. I think this is my man. I think I talked to you before. Is it the gift 187?
Yeah, that's me, bro. Hey, what's up, DC?
What's
Hey,
going on?
Paradox.
What's going
Hey,
on?
Master Teacher BGS.
Hey, the gift. What's up?
So what's your thoughts on this topic, man? Since it seems to be real popular in these YouTube streets. The memes, I think it's means. How you say your last?
Is it menace?
Is it menace? That's how you pronounce it.
Yes, that's how it's pronounced.
What's going on? So the gift, and then after the gift, then you can kind of share your views. So go ahead, the gift. What's up, man? What you got?
Yeah, I definitely agree with BGS 100% about like the women, because like I noticed like with some of my cousins, right? I got like I have to say like a few of them, they doing what they supposed to do with their kids, but a couple of them they slacking. And it's like they have kids, but it's like they put it on everybody else but themselves. So it's like my cousin, she got a daughter, but it's like every time I turn around, she's always like going out, and she always got her daughter either with like her mom, or always trying to like put us somewhere. And we like, yo, we're not saying you can't go out, but you gotta spend like, you gotta put that time and the effort into her. Because if not, she gonna grow up to be one of them chicks that ain't shit. Not to, be funny. I don't want that on my niece and stuff like that. But every time we try to tell anything, she be too hard headed, and she just don't get it. Like she's not getting it, whatever like that. And I just thank God right now she's just listen to everybody in the family. Everybody's taking care of her for the most part, so she's getting the attention and needs that she needs, but she's not really getting it from my mom. And then one of my other friends, she always wants somebody to like step up and be there for like her kids, but she doesn't like discipline, because I have to tell her, I'm like, look, at the end of the day, I'm not his parent, you're his parent, and I'm not dating you or anything like that. And I'm like, but if you want somebody to handle your kids, I'm like, you don't want nobody disciplining them, then you have to be the disciplinary. And she's like, oh, but I don't want to do that. I'm like, look, if you don't do that, he's black. If you don't do that, he's either going, it's one or two things. He's going to be in jail or he's going to be in a box. And I'm like, the choice is, she's like, oh, why would you say that? I'm like, because I'm being real with you. Because I have a son. And I'm like, even though he has special needs and stuff like that, I don't cut him no slack because I love him too much to, not be on him like that. And he's black, and they're not going to be like, oh, like, oh, he has an issue or something like that. No, they automatically, they're going to go after him. And so that's why I be telling people, like with that whole case with the with the guy that got killed. I feel bad for him, but it was like, if I would have seen that truck stop like that, I would have hauled ass. I'm just keeping it 100.
Still doesn't excuse what they did, though. But I understand where you're coming from. I mean, you still see most of the blame going towards the white boys that shot him dead in the street, right?
Oh yeah, sure. Period.
Okay. Do you do the children? This is your cousin, you said, right? This is your cousin?
Yeah.
Do they have is it multiple children or is it just one?
No, thank God she only just have like one child. She talking about getting another one, but I'd be like, oh my God, you do not need another child because you barely take care of your kid now.
Right. So she's in those streets. So do she have her father? Just you don't have to answer all these if you feel uncomfortable, but do she have her father involved in her life or no?
See, that's why I don't blame her too much because her dad, he kind of did like some goofy stuff here and there too. And that's why I started to see it late. Like once I started watching like BGS, his shows he used to have on Saturday. It was like him, Angry Man, the rest of them, and they started like explaining all of this. Everything started to make sense because like since her dad, because when she was born and stuff like that, I found out later like her dad really didn't want like a daughter and shit like that. He didn't really want no kids, whatever like that. So he spent like very little time with her, and it affected her as she grew up. But then the problem is with her, she's not taking like she's seeing my father did, but she's not like, trying to step up. She has like, all these excuses and stuff like that. So that's when that's where the issue lies at.
So here's what I'm seeing, or here's what I'm saying. There is a responsibility that the Black women are not accepting wholesale. The 50-50 part that BGS is speaking to, that they're not.
Oh yeah.
That they're not basically accepting accountability of. That is absolutely true, and the reason why it's so detrimental is because at the end of the day, she's going to skate. So whether her father was there or not, her mother chose the person that she wanted to procreate with at the end of the day. And however they basically had their relationship is how they had their relationship. So it still is an accountability for those particular two people. But I bet you the one that gets blamed the most is the father. I mean, you kind of did it right there yourself. So that's what I'm saying. So it still goes back to some male that was that started some kind of dysfunction within the group. But the thing is that the women do the choosing on who they procreate with. So her mother still made the choice to actually have a child with that man that was basically deemed negligent, I guess, in a sense, in her eyes. So, and then if she produces a child which is the exact same way, then you just continue in the cycle. It's pretty much a predictable result at this point.
No, really more so like with my cousin, whatever like that. It's really more so on her. Not really like her baby father, because to be honest with you, her baby father, he's one of them nice, quiet dudes. And any chance he get, I think God, like, even though they're not the best, they don't have the best relationship. Like if he be like, yo, I want to pick my daughter up, she let him pick his daughter up and do stuff like that. Like with his daughter and stuff like that. So he want to take her out somewhere, or he want to get her something. She don't rag him or nothing like that. And thank God she didn't put him on like child support or anything like that, even though she threatened to do that a couple of times. In my family, they talked her out of it. Because the guy, he's really a good dude and stuff like that. And he really wanted what's best for his daughter. But it's just, I love my cousin, but she's just making the wrong decisions. But she's just at that phase where she don't want to really hear anybody.
How old is she?
she's like, oh damn, she's like, I want to say 25. Yeah,
Oh
25.
my God, Lord.
She's
Maybe a little maybe a little, no, yeah, no, 25. 20.
yeah, she's young. Yeah, she has a shot. Not much time though, but
Oh, I thought you said 45. He said 25.
25.
Yeah,
Yeah.
25.
Oh, I thought you said 45. I was
No,
about
no.
to say, oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, I was about to go run the Project Pat song. Hey, don't save she don't
You don't
want
want
to
to be safe.
yeah. Yeah, that leave that alone.
Yeah.
Means what you got, man. Menace, what you got, bruh?
Hey, how y'all doing? Peace to the panel.
What up?
Hey,
Peace
what's
to the
up, bro?
chat. Appreciate being here. Thanks for inviting me up. I wanted to I feel the same way. I think the same thing that they have some culpability as far as the community is concerned and the decisions that they're making.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to know, do y'all think that that we as the men are ultimately responsible that we're in this situation?
No, it takes
Because what's
50-50.
that?
It's 50-50. It has to be. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
it's both of us. Just like was illustrated in the story just a few minutes ago. It doesn't work without both parties being basically responsible.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
They have to basically accept their mistakes and
Uh-huh.
to accept accountability for their mistakes and then to move forward, especially for the benefit of the child, especially when a new child is involved.
Yeah,
All parties got to kind of bury their hatchets, so to speak, kind of make
to raise a generation. You can't raise it unless you just going to wholesale when the kid is born. Just wholesale, just give them to the men completely. Okay?
Mhm.
Especially in what we call in a matriarchal situation like we have, where 70% of the women with kids are raised with single mothers, and basically even the other 30%. Another 20% actually raised with the mothers in the house. All right, only I think it's less than like 7% of black children are raised in a single father household. So 93% actually raised with women. It's impossible to raise, to actually change the trajectory of this of black culture without the women.
Okay, so what do you think about like our group being not manipulated but oppressed by another group of people?
Mm-hmm.
And if we're in that situation and we know that we're in that situation,
Mm-hmm.
what do we but because there's a reason why there are so many single mothers, there's a reason why there's so many men that aren't in the household.
How do you explain how do you explain white single mothers? That are like yes, white single mothers. It's like 50% now. So how do you explain that?
Damn.
White
Well,
single mothers?
40%. Yeah, 40%. Yeah.
40%
out of wedlock births. Yeah, out of
a lot of
but because I see it as an American problem.
Okay.
I see it all as an American problem.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, we have the added influence of white racism on top of us. That's the reason why black men are mostly incarcerated. That's the reason why black men are unemployed or underemployed.
Uh-huh.
That's the reason why we have so many things that are going on in our community.
That's true.
But what I'm asking, or I guess what I'm saying is,
Mm-hmm.
what can we do as men to organize amongst ourselves to make things better for us, for our boys, for our girls, or what have you? Is there anything we can do?
Yes, there is.
The women,
It's called pick a different group of women and start there. The women that don't serve their culture, don't serve your children, don't serve your agenda, don't pick them. If they're dysfunctional, leave them where they sit. But we're not going to get that because our men are brainwashed.
But okay, BGS. Since white women are doing the same thing, it seems like it's fundamentally an American problem.
Are white women the only women on the planet?
No, they're not. But what I'm saying is that it seems like that this is an American problem. You said that the white women are going through the same thing. you know, with the divorce rate. So they're highly dysfunctional also. Would we have to pick a mate like from overseas or something like that?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay.
Outside the
All right.
culture, yes.
Okay.
I mean, the white women are dysfunctional in American culture, but they don't have the same dysfunction as black women do. In fact, if a white woman would raise her offspring, if you know, in a married environment, to be at least on par with the general trend. In other words, and they've done that. There's several studies. In fact, there's a lady called Judgy, but she got in trouble for it because she actually printed the studies. If you put a black boy and give him a white mother, okay, he will do just as well in school as a white boy, just as well. So yeah, she has her own dysfunction, okay, but she doesn't have the same dysfunction that was handed down to black women.
Oh, okay, I see.
So I'm not saying that you should. I'm not saying what you should do. You asked me a particular question. Okay. The thing is that if black women are not willing to actually do the work and change, and and black men have no power to make them change unless you got something up your sleeve that I don't know.
No, not unless, you know, there's a mass movement. But I think we would have to get together with other men in other communities, maybe like become an offshoot of the men's right movement or whatever, where they're fighting against feminism, fighting against, you know, child support and all these other things, all these other bad things that feminism has brought into the American culture.
Our culture, the black culture, has been dysfunctional well before feminism.
Facts.
Right. Yeah, but there's a reason for that. We already know the reason.
Know what the reason for it.
But what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. The thing is, if you want to change a culture, you want to change a problem that's been so solidified in a particular culture. It takes, in other words, if the rock is not moving, a big ass rock is not moving, it takes extraordinary means to actually put that rock in motion, right? To actually move that bad boy, right? It can't be just wish that it will move by itself. You have to really do something extraordinary to actually move it. Okay, and you can't do it with one hand, can you? You have to do it with both hands. So if you're talking about changing a culture which has never been changed, even with civil rights, it's never been changed, then you have to do something extraordinary. How are you going to do something extraordinary? Especially when you have women bringing up black men in this dysfunction and training them that dysfunction is normal.
And just to add in, I don't think you can, because us black men, we just too like scattered, we too like split apart. Not to be funny.
You're not split apart. Basically, the few black men that are outside of it and actually see it are not that many. The vast majority of black men see what goes on in the black community and what black women do is normal. I talk to them all the time. Because it's
just few. Okay.
Because it's something that we did. It's something that we have to change. You know, we have to muscle up. We have to not only, because number one, before you can change them, you have to change yourself. Okay. So in other words, you're going to have to take all these brainwashed boys, these dysfunctional boys that become men. You're going to have to en masse train them, you know, retrain them with virtually no resources. So basically, you're going to have to go into the matrix, pull all the minds out, and put them all into Zion, and retrain them en masse.
Wow.
Can you do and actually de-brainwash them en masse against their will? Can you do that?
Nah.
If you can't do that, don't even talk to them about what men need to do.
What's up, y'all?
What's up?
Yo, what's going on?
Chilling. How you guys doing?
Pretty good,
man. What you got?
What's the topic about? Race?
It could be about anything, but it's about women right now. But
Yeah,
it's about race,
women, man. But yeah, we're talking about black women, the accountability of black women. How did that fit as far as like solutions with black men? Is it a situation where there seems to be any kind of solutions, or are there any solutions, or
and plus you're running out of time, because time is against you. You ain't got 100 years. You don't even have 40 years. You got to do it now. It's either now or never. We got to do it before the Zennials get well, they're already of age, before they get to be like 30. Okay, so you got, maybe if you're gonna change the direction of this thing, you got to change it in the next 20 years. Otherwise, it can't be changed, in my opinion. You got 20 years. How do you do it?
No, it's like you said, without cooperations from both sides, it's because not one person can do it. Like you said, it has to be a you call it a cohesive movement in order. Everybody has to, like you said, come together on that. So,
And then you have to convince the white people not to interfere with it.
oh yeah, because they always play interference, like you said, always.
Mm-hmm. There's ways of doing it. The thing is, there's ways of selling it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and unfortunately, the higher up, the women that are at the top, they already know what you're trying to sell, and they're actively blocking it. So it's difficult to sell it because they don't want it sold. Their only power is controlling you. And if you get your independence, then they really don't have a position in the higher ups, because those will become male positions.
At all costs, yeah. Because it's funny. I have some friends that I'm close to, but they kind of have like a feminist ideology a little bit, and I be talking to them, and it's like I'll bring up the facts, and they would like really keep it more to like themselves. Like they don't see the picture as a whole. They only just look at like themselves. And I'm like, you're not getting it. Like you talking about your situation. I'm talking about a broader situation. But they always bring it back to themselves. I'd be like, damn. And it, like it's really hard. Like one of my friends, I got to them. So I see like the progress that she makes like little by little. And then some of them is like, one is like, nope, she's still like in that box. You kind of get things here and there. And then one of my other friends is like in between. Like sometimes she get it, sometimes she don't. So it's weird.
And everybody goes back to the personal and the people that they know. Okay, so even on Paradox did it last week to me. The people that they know, I said, okay, you can do that. I can do that. But the thing is that at the end of the day, the small group of people that is not going to change anything. So what do you want to do? You want to live in your bubble, or you want to change stuff? It's up to you. At this point, actually, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I gave up on this like 15 years ago, because we did a survey. How many people are want to be African? In other words, black centered, or they want to be American? Okay, it was basically it was like 8 to really almost like 9 to 1. Okay, you want this. So basically, I said, okay, what you do? God bless you, because the path that you're leading it doesn't look too keen. So they're willing to try to fight it out with what they have. Okay, got no problem with it. Got no problem with it. You here? This is the way you want to do it, and basically, that means you're good with the path that we're on. It is what it is. So I, basically, I'll comment on it. If asked about it, and because I don't particularly like being asked about it, because I don't know whether to be PC or just give you what my gut. So the paradox though is I'm holding back, because I really could be real all black pill on this kind of stuff, but I hold back.
Oh no, I remember a couple of times you went real back on Black Pill. I said, damn, but I mean, I didn't mind it because I'd rather hear the truth than that lie, because that lie gonna fall apart eventually, or you gonna see, you're gonna see past the bullshit eventually, and that's worse. I'd rather just have the truth off the rip. But I do understand everybody needs to, digest the truth in different levels and stuff like that. Because some stuff, if you ain't ready for it, it'll fuck you up.
It's falling apart as we speak, and So I don't really have to do anything, because stuff I said 5 years ago, everybody's seeing. And the only thing that this particular situation with Corona, all it did was just expose it.
Yeah, speed it up, like you said. Yep.
Speed it up.
Sped it up.
Yeah. So I know people are gonna because I think this was, I forget what was called when they're actually digging down to the core, right?
Mhm.
And the French dude, he said to save all the people on Earth was like 6 billion people. He said that's too many. All I can do is focus on saving my 3. That keeps me going.
Oh, shoot.
I think a lot of people do that. Okay, to actually trying to save 50 million people is just too overwhelming, right? So
Mhm.
they focus on their little bubble. That I'm just gonna try to focus on saving my little bubble. Okay, which I don't have a problem with, because the thing is that what we're talking about? If that's what we're talking about, if you talk about personal stuff or your personal situation or your personal bubble, we can define it as that, and I'm good with that. But we can't take my bubble and project it out onto the broader society when we know that your little bubble is not representative of the broader society. It's just not.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can't stand that because a lot of people, like you say, you go into a conversation with them, and you trying to talk to them about like a bigger picture, but they always bring it back to like self, and you like, can you stop thinking about yourself a minute? You talking about the like, damn.
All the women that I know educate their boys to the fullest extent. I said, okay, well, yeah, there are women that do that. I know women that do that. And I know that they got all their kids through college. I got my best friend from high school. Okay, 2 of his kids have PhDs. All of his kids have college degrees. And 2 of them went on athletic scholarships. And he was a knucklehead, but he was smart enough to get his kids through school. Along with his wife, he had a good wife.
Mhm.
So I know people that do it. I know people that do it all the time. Okay. But the thing is that I can't use them and project them out on the rest of the world when I know they're not representative. They're just not. Should they be? Yes. I said that about CJ. CJ is king. He should be the norm. The thing is, especially in the Black community where we need these kind of people, how come we don't produce them? What's the problem?
Facts.
That's all I said.
It's what you just stated. It's exactly what you just stated. They don't elevate the men like that at all. Cause like I hate to say it, like I had to like force my girl to like kind of be on my son with like his schoolwork and stuff like that, like the little programs and stuff. So like when you be talking, you basically it's like anything I be thinking I can't put into words. You just lay it out there with extra detail. You like my personal Black Google almost like just with more detail.
Yeah. It's I know I sound like a tired old man, probably because I am a tired old man.
Nah, not to me. I mean, you sound like somebody that just be really trying to help as many people as you can, but at the same time, you can't save everybody, so you just kind of, you pull in whoever you can pull in, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's like the women hate to get on my channel.
Yeah, it'd be funny. I love when you had the women's
channel. Yeah,
it used to bait the women in, but the dudes would try to do it, but they'd go about it wrong because you had like that little soft touch to it. They would try to go at it like forcibly, and then the women they'd clamp up and they wouldn't say anything. And you have to tell them like, "Yo, calm down. I'm gonna get her to talk. Just don't interrupt me. Let her rope herself real quick, and then I'm gonna get the rest out." It was funny. I used to love that shit. I used to watch it. I think you used to have it on Fridays, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Fridays. Yeah.
Yeah. People hated that channel when it was up. As soon as
Are you for real?
Oh man, I used to get more grief about that channel. But as soon as it was gone, when you
started crying.
When they gonna start the women's channel back up? When you gonna start the women's channel? I said, I thought you hated that channel.
No, I loved it. It was gold because it was like all the stuff that you would ask a woman about, and she would never give you a direct answer. You would get it like straight out of them. Be like, oh, like that's exactly what I was thinking. I just wanted to hear you say it, and thank you, BGS, because you made her say it. Thank you. And you sit there, be rolling.
Yeah.
I don't know how people hate it. That's why I like the show Insecure. because she basically doing like what Steve Harvey did, but the only difference is she's not really getting backlash for spilling women's secret. Everybody's just entertained by it.
Yeah, well, because women are seeing themselves, right?
Mhm.
They're seeing themselves. So since it's a woman showing how women are, and they know how that's how they are, they're entertained, right? Now, when I do it, I'm saying, okay, you know, basically these are women talking to each other on this show. They're talking about how messy they are in their relationships and the kind of backbiting that they do, all that kind of stuff. I'm showing you exactly, you know, in a TV show, this is how these are actually educated women, how they get down and
Yeah.
their inner struggles and how they even deal with men. So, which is why I think it's gold. That's how come I use it all the time.
Oh yeah. No, that people be sleeping on that show. I'm like, that show was. I be telling dudes, especially like, oh, I got a couple of my boys into it. 'Cause I was telling them, I said, bro, you know, like all that stuff you be wondering about. I was like, yo, watch Insecure, bro. I was like, they really show you like how when women be with each other, like this is how they really talking to get down when dudes are not around for the most part. I was like, this is how they really get down. I was like, and this how they be treating us like fucking animals on the low tip, which I don't, you know, is thinking we stupid.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So that's all I'm doing. I'm just pointing out the details and translating, you know, women speak for you. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
Because when the women review it, they'll go into it just a little bit, but they'll pull back. They'll pull back.
I feel like a lot of them, they don't really know how to talk because like when they say stuff, right? Like you hear me, when they say stuff, it's like they're adding a whole bunch of stuff that we'll kind of say that would just take like maybe like 10 seconds. You know what I mean? Like maybe a minute. They will drag it out for like 5 hours just to say like maybe 4 things or something. You're like, what the like why do we have to go through all that?
Because you're looking for logic in what they're talking about. They're expressing their feelings to you. So if you look, just like poetry is not about logic, is it? It's about feelings.
No.
It's about emotion. They're trying to express an emotion to you. They're not trying to, you know, there's logic in it, but the thing is, all those other words to express how they felt about whatever the event was.
So you got to filter it out when you when you listen to it.
No, basically you got to listen to her how she feels, and you feed it back to her. So in other words, okay, once she understands that you know how she feels, she'll actually cut it short, and then you get on to the rest of it. So if you don't, because she's constantly reiterating one story after the next to actually get you to know how she feels. And once you understand, if you can actually get it in the first story, like when I do in the women's panel, I get it on the first story. I said, okay, I'll say, okay, baby, why you feel that way? Because you know it had nothing to do with what you think. Why you feel that? Why you felt that you need to get pregnant by that man? What is it about him that he was so special that you have to have a baby for him? What was up? What was up with that? And then they'll tell you, okay, well, you know, blah blah blah. I liked him, and he was my first, and blah blah blah. So you felt that you needed, in words, you need to have a baby for him, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, logically, you knew that what you were doing, especially if you weren't married without his permission, was wrong, didn't you? Well, yeah, but what? But you know this. Said, didn't they give you? Didn't you know that penis plus vagina equals baby? Well, yeah. If you knew that, then you let your feelings override your logic, and then once you thought that your feelings could actually influence him to actually believing that you were doing the right thing, even though you knew it was wrong, right? And then they have to, that's when they get quiet. In other words, I'm talking about how you felt, because that was most important to you. It wasn't logic that made you do it. You felt a certain way.
Oh, okay. So you saying they go off
80%
emotion first, then logic for the most part.
That's what because every pimp that I ever talked to, that's a ladies' man, would tell you. How do you influence a woman? You have to deal with her emotions. You do that, you speak womanese. Once you learn how to tap into speaking to her emotions, you can speak womanese.
Okay.
Yeah. DC learned that a long time ago.
Yeah, by proxy, unfortunately.
Damn.
It was a hard lesson to learn, wasn't it, son?
Yes, sir.
That's
Yeah, that is definitely.
Yeah, if we a few pregnancy scares, you learn. Okay, this is about feelings. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. You want to go through why the hell what did she do that? She knew better, blah, blah, blah. Then you start to realize, oh, I get it. I get it.
DC, I sent you some video links if you want to
Oh,
do a
okay.
little bit of this Corona stuff before we get some opinions on that if you want.
You in the you deep in the cut, Paradox. You staying well away from this one.
Yeah, he fooling with it.
Yeah, you be
People listen to this call.
Paradox. What was it? I was watching Margin Call, right? And they were having this discussion about this how the trading mess, right? They were gonna have this big fight, and homeboy walked out, and he said, "Where are you going? You should be on the discussion." He said, "I don't." He said, "I don't want to hear it." He said, "But it's important." He said, "Why do you think I've been around here for so long?" I don't hear it. I don't know.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Hey, none of my biz
Ain't none
wax.
of my
You
biz
understand?
wax. Yep.
Absolutely not. Let you go ahead and deal with that yourself, man. Deal with when it comes down to the women thing, man. I know that some guys, that is definitely a real soft spot for a lot of fellas, man.
It is dare I say it, blue pill conditioning.
Ooh, blue pill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's what it is. I ain't mad at them. It's they're in good company. Okay.
You just call it
a whole lot of people. Yeah.
Stop being a sucker for love.
But one thing I said I respect. If you don't, one thing I respect, I tell guys, you not bring blue pill conditioning to a red pill space. If you're gonna be blue pill, stay over there. I ain't mad at you. I don't come over to blue pill spaces attacking guys. Like even on here, if you guys don't ask me what I think about women, I don't say anything about it.
Right.
They don't ask me.
So I know that I don't know if Minister did that. I know we kind of veered off a little bit. Did that answer your question though?
He's muted. He's muted.
So I think there was another person that joined the panel. Third COV, is that third conversion? Third cab. Okay.
Yeah. Third cab.
My
Yeah,
bad.
what's going on, guys?
Hoorah.
What's up, man? What's going on?
Hey, I like that. That's what's up. So what y'all think about this COVID thing going on?
What aspect?
Yeah, like
in general.
Well, I sent you some links you could play.
It is.
I don't know on my phone. It because I got a Droid for whatever reason. Like the links, you can't click them. It's just like a like you copied it, but there's no like link to it.
He sent it in the back chat because he wants to.
Yeah, in the private, right? Yeah, that's what. But you can't click it.
Yeah, you got to be on a computer. But basically, to click it like that, you have to be.
I don't know if you can do it on your phone.
You can copy,
I'm on my phone.
You can copy and paste.
It's really for DC to play.
To play. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you want to take it first, DC, before I get into it, or what?
No, you got it. I'm going to go ahead and get this clip real quick.
Okay. First of all, where do you stand on it? I don't want to offend anybody because it's kind of late.
Who you talking about? Us?
Third calf, yeah.
Oh, you good, bro? You good, bro? You ain't gonna offend me, bro. I'm not like these new age cats that get offended by everything, bro.
Okay. All right. This is what I call a world class once in a century screw up. With something that was level 4 should never got out of the lab got out. And everybody's admitting it now. And now we have to deal with the fallout. And the thing is, everybody's hoping that it's not as bad as it could be. It was initially thought to be. And eventually we'll get through it. And now you get through it with the minimum of bodies dropping. But the thing is, this is a world-class screw up, and everybody's trying to say that it's a hoax, it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. There's too much paperwork on this thing to say that it's a hoax. This thing has a track record.
Do you know anything about Event 201?
What is Event 201?
Event 201 was a simulated event held by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the World Health Organization. It was held on October 18th, 2019, where they all came together and they did a simulated event.
I did see it. It's not simulated. You know when the initial release was for this thing.
What's that?
October 2nd, 2019. What does that tell you?
That tells me that that this has been planned for a long time.
What it tells you is that this is their reaction to it. It wasn't planned. This is an accident.
Okay.
So let me walk you down the logic. Okay. Say I'm gonna make you intelligence, right? Intelligence guy, right? And a cable comes from your contacts in China, from Wuhan in China, that this particular coronavirus that you've been working on for a good 14 years that you paid for, for this lab that you paid for, had an accidental release. And what's the first question you're gonna ask? What was released, right?
All right.
Okay, and so when it initially gets released, and you find out, in fact, there's evidence that that particular lab had a lockdown for 4 days. The whole area was actually pinned down, locked down. Okay, if you find that out, what's the first thing that you think from the 2nd to the 6th is lockdown? Okay, what are you gonna think?
Something was released or something got out.
Something bad got out, and if it's a bugger that you've been working on, it's something that's very nasty, right? That could spread very quickly, right? So after the 6th and it can't be contained, it's actually got out of the containment, starting to spread in China. On October 19th, what are you gonna plan for? What are you gonna plan for?
Go ahead.
No. I'm asking you. What are you gonna plan for? If you have a pandemic level virus that gets out into the wild and has a capability of spreading, what are you going to plan for?
You already answered the question, Third Cav.
I mean, this is assuming that this is going off the predisposition that there is actually something out there.
No. Hey, hold on. Third Cav, you just asked if BGS knew what event 201?
Event 201, right.
Video. Okay.
So he's walking you through the event has already actually happened, so they already preparing for it after the fact. They're basically trying to prepare themselves for the actual event.
No, I understand what you guys are saying. What I'm trying to say is that it seems to me to be a little suspicious that all of these big organizations would come together to simulate, okay, well, if this happens, what are we going to do?
Come on.
And then months later.
Let him speak.
Yeah, go
ahead. And then months later.
Walk it out.
And then months later, they say, oh, there's an outbreak. There's a pandemic now. Shit has hit the fan, right? But I mean, you can say that it was preparedness or whatever you want to call it, but in my opinion, you don't come together and talk about the plans you would implement, restrictions you would implement, and then it just so happens that something has come out.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, say something, an event like Fukushima happens, right? Totally at random, right?
All right.
Or something like Chernobyl. Okay, Chernobyl gets a meltdown, and this radiation is going to spread. Okay, and it's you can't contain it for 4 days. Okay, so the next week, where do you go? What are the big brass going to do all over the world? What are they going to do?
What are they gonna do if they can't contain it?
They can't contain it. What plans do they have to make?
If they can't contain it, I guess inform people that what's happening.
No. They're not going to inform people to panic. What plans do they have to make? The contingency plans that they have to make.
I don't know. Tell me.
See, that's the whole thing. You're playing a conspiracy game without the facts.
I'm not.
Basically, like anything else, if you know that there's going to be a disaster, it's imminent, like a hurricane, whatever it is, you have to start moving things in place. What are you going to do? Okay, if they can't contain it in the city, okay, and it's going to spread out to China, right? So basically, what if it spreads all the way, gets outside of China, and it comes here? It comes to the United States, okay? Say patient 0 in the United States comes here and it starts to spread. What do? You're gonna wait till it gets there, or you're gonna plan beforehand just in case?
I understand what you're saying. You're gonna plan just in case. I get it. I
So
understand that.
So in other words, if they did it, if they actually had a pandemic 201 in 1999, you could say they planned it, right? But if they had this conference after the fact, after the release, is they plan something, or they're trying to make a contingency plan for the release that's already happened, for the event that's already happened? It's like a comet, like a meteor heading toward Earth. Are you gonna plan for it after it hits? Or are you trying to do something, plan for it before it hits?
You would plan for it before it hits, but
what?
But that's okay. For example, with an asteroid, you have time.
Okay.
You know it's about to happen. You have time to plan for it. Whereas this, there was no. Oh, we see something coming, so let's plan for it. It was already in discussion. They already had come together and had a discussion of what we're going to implement if something happens, and then it happens.
How do you know? Okay, the order of events, okay, that I just described to you, which you can go back and document, you can describe to you, happened before the meeting. This pandemic 201 was on October 19th. The release is October 2nd. Which happened first?
Obviously, October 2nd.
Obviously, October 2nd. So was it September 19th that they had the conference?
No.
It was October 19th, right?
Correct.
So in other words, is that proactive or reactive?
That would be proactive.
How would it be proactive if it already happened? How would it be proactive?
No. If something happened October 2nd, and they had the meeting October 19th, they're reacting to something that happened in the second.
Exactly.
Correct.
In other words, it wasn't planned.
But they still have to prepare it.
You said October 2nd. You said October 2nd. I want to look it up because I actually didn't hear nothing about October 2nd.
Actually, if you go to Chris Mortensen's Peak Prosperity, he talked about this.
I have the video. I have a video for you, Third Cap, and I'm glad you came up because I'm very interested in. I hear this kind of repetitive type of
I want to hear his theory.
Talking point.
I want to hear.
You're not interested.
No, I want to hear your theory. Why? Okay, say they planned this, right? Say they planned it. What did they plan this for?
Okay, the plan for this. Okay, for example, it would be for restrictions, tightening restrictions. For example, you got to wear a mask. You got to be 6 feet.
Gotta be 6 feet.
Etc. All these restrictions that are infringing on our right as citizens of the United States to do as we please, our liberties, for example.
You're not trolling us, right, Third Cap?
I'm not. No, honest to God, I'm not trolling at all. It's the same thing, for example, with gun control.
So why would they do that in Korea, or Singapore, or China?
What, the coronavirus stuff?
No, yeah. So they want them to stay 6 feet apart, and they're trying to infringe on their rights. Japan.
It's about look. It's really about.
Forget that. Let me ask you one more question that we haven't really talked about. So the hit that the economy have taken thus
Right.
far, you think that was actually planned also?
Well, of course. Who benefits the most from the economy taking a hit like this?
I'm asking you, who does?
Okay. Microsoft. Uber Eats. Who else? All the restaurants.
Uber,
You know what I mean? Like
If people are not being paid,
Bill and Melinda Gates. Bill and Melinda Gates.
How?
Hold up. Bill and Melinda Gates are the #1 pusher for vaccines. Who stands to gain? Who stands to gain by forcing mandatory vaccines for everyone? 6 billion people, 7 billion people. Who stands to gain monetarily from that?
So you're gonna spend $20 trillion so a few people can make a couple $1 billion.
You said spend how much?
$20 trillion for a couple people to make a couple billion.
Where's this $1 trillion going to?
Basically,
Masks?
basically no, to save your economy. Where you think the $2 trillion that they just spent to give you people what is it? What do they call it? Stimulus.
What, the stimulus check?
Yeah, that was a couple $1 trillion.
Oh, okay. I understand that.
They
But
they spent $5 trillion keeping the stock market afloat with their money.
With their money, okay, but
There's-
we as society, the 99% are losing more than anything they're giving us in the
How?
stimulus check.
How?
People that own business, people that can't work. Dude, I've been out of work for how long now, and I'm struggling just like everybody else.
How does the 1% make their money if you're not working?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You understand
Okay,
capitalism, right?
Like I said, promotion for, like I said, all these restaurants, all these celebrities endorse. Oh, order in. All these the grocery stores, all that stuff. They're all still making money regardless.
Maybe he's talking about power consolidation, I guess.
Power consolidation.
Of course, it's a power grab. Of course, all this is a power grab.
Consolidating power.
So if you risk
have all the power.
If you risk your society falling apart and falling, a society that actually goes into economic crisis is very dangerous because it actually splits. It doesn't come together. Okay,
it's already a house of cards that we're sitting on anyway. Literally a house of cards.
So if you have 100 million people out in the streets that can't eat, they're not going to actually go down and be willing to actually be willing participants. They're not sheep. Okay. These are
the main.
Go ahead.
The main purpose.
Okay.
The main purpose behind this is main purpose behind this is forced vaccinations. That's the main purpose behind this.
They already do. Okay, that's
they don't already do forced vaccinations.
It's called the flu shot yearly.
Other than like school, etc. Right.
Third calf. That's what I'm saying. They already do vaccinations for everyone here in this particular country. But besides all that, I think you overreached or overextended your conspiracy when it came down to the grip or the reach.
That's your honor.
The reach of on this COVID thing. But let me show you some of the responses by President Trump, and you let me know after you watch this video, right?
Sure.
That I'm about to play. It's like 6 minutes long. It's not even that long, and I think it's kind of right in the wheelhouse of where you're coming from. Now, remember the question that you asked BGS at the very beginning, okay?
You bypass all my videos for this.
No, this is your video. You sent this video to me.
You put it up there, so why you gonna pass the audio?
Okay.
Yeah, you sent it to me.
Wait a minute. Basically, you put this fuckery up. He didn't.
And let me ask y'all a question real quick, though.
Oh, I did do that, didn't I?
Yes, you did. What's the question?
Yeah, you did.
It's my headset. My headset's messing up.
What's the question, real quick?
All right. The question, real quick, is why would Bill Gates step down from Microsoft to be more involved in ID 2020 alliance?
You want why he started the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation? Is that what you really want to know?
No. My question is, Why would he step down from Microsoft?
He stepped down from Microsoft because he wanted to retire. Okay.
No. He stepped down to join his philanthropy ID 2020 Alliance
No, he didn't.
business.
No,
he was already doing that.
He was already doing that, but he was
know-
doing both at the same time. He was running doing Microsoft and at the same time. But
Okay. Do you know anything about finance?
go ahead.
Let me
In
play
other
the
words-
video for BTS. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The thing about finance, recently he actually started the foundation so he actually move his money around. Okay, if you have $35 billion and you retire, try to cash it out, half of it's gonna be gone, right? So basically, if you actually have a foundation as a vehicle to move your money around in, you still collect the benefits from it, from the interest and all that kind of stuff, but you don't take a tax hit.
I understand the financial part of it. I understand that.
That's the reason he did it.
Same thing with the vaccines.
No, he didn't do it for vaccines. That's not what he
But
did.
what you don't understand is the ID 2020 Alliance has everything to do with vaccines.
There's a reason that Bill Gates promotes vaccines in Africa, not the United States.
Yeah, and you know how many kids and children that he's ruining their lives by doing that?
The thing is, I would love to tell you. I'm not going to tell you on here. Figure it out. It's called.
No, I want him to decipher the video that we're about to play. Remember your question, right? Remember all the planning and all this, and just look at this video in context, and then we can kind of respond on the back end. All right.
Roger that.
All right.
Coronavirus in Washington State, the Wuhan. Are there words about a pandemic at this point?
No, we're not at all, and we have it totally under control. It's one person.
Hey, can y'all? It sounds choppy to me.
We have 5 people. Hopefully, everything's going to be great. They have somewhat of a problem, but hopefully, it's all going to.
Is it choppy for everybody else, or is just?
I can hear it fine. I can hear
That's
it fine.
solid.
It's fine. Just go ahead and play it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
It'd be great, but we're working with China, just so you know, and other countries very, very closely, so it doesn't get out of hand. But it's it's something that we have to be very, very careful with, right? The virus. They're working hard. Looks like by April, in theory, when it gets a little warmer, it miraculously goes away. I hope that's true. But we're doing great in our country. What do you have, a very small number of people in the country right now with it? It's like around 12. Many of them are getting better. Some are fully recovered already. So we're in very good shape. We have very few people with it. The people are getting better. Because of all we've done, the risk to the American people remains very low. We have the greatest experts in the world, really in the world. We've had tremendous success beyond what people would have thought. 35,000 people on average die each year from the flu. Did anyone know that? 35,000. That's a lot of people. It could go to 100,000. It could be 27,000. They say usually a minimum of 27 goes up to 100,000 people a year die. And so far, we have lost nobody to coronavirus in the United States. Nobody. And it doesn't mean we won't. And we are totally prepared. It doesn't mean we won't. Our country is prepared for any circumstance. We hope it's not going to be a major circumstance. It'll be a smaller circumstance. But whatever the circumstance is, we're prepared. You can't be a politician and shake hands. People come in. When I leave, I'll be shaking hands with people. They want to shake your hand. They want to say hello. They want to hug you. They want to kiss you. I don't care. It doesn't mean you have to do that. I think we're doing a really good job in this country at keeping it down. We've really been very vigilant, and we've done a tremendous job at keeping it down. This is the most aggressive and comprehensive effort to confront a foreign virus in modern history. Anyone can be a carrier for the virus and risk transmission to older Americans and those with underlying health conditions and those who are most at risk. They have not done very well. So I'm glad to see that you're practicing social distancing. That looks very nice. And this afternoon, we're announcing new guidelines for every American to follow over the next 15 days. as we combat the virus. This is a pandemic. I felt it was a pandemic long before it was called a pandemic. All you had to do is look at other countries. One day we'll be standing possibly up here. We'll say, well, we won. And we're going to say that. Sure as you're sitting there, we're going to say that. I view it as in a sense, a wartime president. I mean, that's what we're fighting.
What do you say to Americans who are watching you right now who are scared?
I say that you're a terrible reporter. That's what I say. The American people are looking for answers and they're looking for hope. America will again and soon be open for business. We cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself. We're not going to let the cure be worse than the problem. Ultimately, the goal is to ease the guidelines and open things up to very large sections of our country as we near the end of our historic battle with the invisible enemy. I hope we can do this by Easter. We will be extending our guidelines to April 30th to slow the spread. When you hear that 2.2 million people could have died if we didn't go through all of this, and now the number will be, a much lower number. This could be a hell of a bad 2 weeks. This is going to be a very bad 2 and maybe even 3 weeks. This is going to be 3 weeks like we haven't seen before.
There are still 8 governors, all Republicans, who have refused to issue these statewide stay-at-home orders.
We have a thing called the Constitution, which I cherish, number one. Number two, those governors, I know every one of them, they're doing a great job. We're starting to see light at the end of the tunnel. Can never be happy when so many people are dying, but we're going to be very proud of the job we did to keep the death down to an absolute minimum, the least it could have happened. Soon we'll be over that curve, we'll be over that top, and we'll be headed in the right direction. I feel strongly about that. The President of the United States calls the shots. If we weren't here for the states, you would have had a problem in this country like you've never seen before. We were here to back them up.
Has any governor agreed that you have the authority to decide when their state
I haven't
opens
asked
back up?
anybody because I don't, you know why? Because I don't have to. My administration is issuing new federal guidelines that will allow governors to take a phased and deliberate approach to reopening their individual states. We took the greatest economy in the history of the world and we closed it in order to win this war. And we're in the process of winning it now. We would have had millions of deaths instead of, it looks like we'll be at about a 60,000 mark, which is 40,000 less than the lowest number thought of. It's a beautiful thing to see as restrictions are lifted. We must maintain vigilance and continue practicing social distancing. I think what happens is it's going to go away. This is going to go away. And whether it comes back in a modified form in the fall, we'll be able to handle it. We'll be able to put out spurts, and we're very prepared to handle it. People were thinking in terms of 1.5 million lives lost to 2.2 without the mitigation. And hopefully we're going to come in below that 100,000 lives lost, which is a horrible number. Nevertheless, it's a horrible thing. Could have been stopped. This is really the worst attack we've ever had. This is worse than Pearl Harbor. This is worse than the World Trade Center. There's never been an attack like this. And it should have never happened. Could have been stopped at the source. Could have been stopped in China.
Good old Donald.
DJ Trump, come bring that back. When I move, you move.
Yeah, man. Man, you see that number just go crazy by mid-March?
So are y'all fixating on the number that they're putting out?
I'm glad you said that. So you don't believe that the number is real, right?
Of course not. No, not at all.
So what is what is your viewpoint on that?
First of all, it's Trump. I can't take that guy serious at all.
It wasn't Trump providing that number. No, he didn't provide the accurate number each time he said something. Yeah,
no, I understand that. I understand Trump is not providing those numbers, regardless of who's providing the numbers. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They all are in cahoots with each other. That's just the facts of things. You really think they're gonna sit here and tell us the truth of what's behind the curtain? Of course not. Of course not. Why would they do that? This is all fear mongering. Every day, why don't we ever hear about people getting better from this?
You
All we
do.
ever hear
You
about,
do. You do.
barely,
You
barely,
do. No, you.
barely. Come on.
Have you ever seen the little
Yeah, let
column
him
they call?
rant. Get
Oh,
it out of the system.
okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen
Sure.
Have you ever seen the little link they call recovered?
Of course, yes.
Is the number
But
is the number recovered bigger than the one that actually died?
well, I'm not sure right now. I mean, I could look it up. But
Well, look it
my
up.
point is, my point is though that they sensationalize the deaths and the amount of people that are getting it, but they never sensationalize the amount of people that are recovering from it.
So
Also,
why are they
also
sensationalizing? Why are they sensationalizing the deaths? You think? Why is that?
fear. It's fear. It's easier to control a mass population with fear.
So you felt
If
like they
you,
wasn't in control before?
I'm sorry.
You felt like they wasn't in control before?
Of course, they've always been in control. They've always been in control, but
So
it's
make
easier
that
to control through fear.
okay. Okay. Here's the thing, young bro.
I mean, that's just a fact. You can look that up. Fear. It's easy to control someone through fear.
No.
That's just.
There's no need to look it up. I mean, I know that
Oh no.
you're running through the semantics. I mean, you're gonna believe what you want to believe. I get it. But it doesn't logically follow. Your viewpoints are not logically based. You understand that, right? It's all about conjecture.
Okay, how's that?
So you're making assumptions based off what you do not believe.
Okay.
So where are you getting your information from is the next thing that I will ask you. Who is your source of information to counter what is being put out, whether you believe for it to not be true or not?
Okay, like I told you, the event 201 where they all came together and had that, and okay, this is what we're gonna do, and this is how we're gonna respond to an event if it does
Where are
happen.
you getting that information from is what I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying the actual? Okay, I mean, let's see. Give me 1 second. I'll give you the website right here.
The 201 website.
John Hopkins Center for John Hopkins, obviously. Like I said, the World Health Organization, Bill and Melinda Gates. Those are all sources for the pandemic, like I was talking about. And I looked up the October 2nd thing. I didn't find anything pertaining to COVID October 2nd. So if you could send me a link or something, I'll look it up.
Who brought up October 2nd? What are you talking about?
I think it was BGS. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. I'll look it up. I'm more than happy to do research. That's all I do is research. So I have no problem looking it up.
Yeah, I don't like I said, I don't have any issues with the way you formulating the thoughts off the facts that you have gathered. I am a little bit familiar with the actual event 201 that Melinda and Bill Gates are funding with their money and their vaccine objective for the world, basically for the planet. How do you connect COVID to this agenda is what I'm saying. How do you connect that?
Okay, the reason why okay, I just find it suspicious that all these organizations come together to have this simulated event where it's a simulated pandemic that killed I can't remember X amount of people. They said it was going to be an 18-month long. In the simulation, they said it was an 18-month pandemic. And what are they talking about now? Oh, this is going to last 18 months. It's going to last 2 years. I mean, if you can't see that literally everything that's happening right now ties to their simulation, I mean, it's just obvious. It's just obvious in my opinion.
So you don't believe that they already knew about the virus by October?
No,
and that
of
they was
course no.
basically running. So what you admitted? Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Because I thought we all agreed that they already knew by October that there was a virus that was basically threatening and that they've been warned.
Okay, I guess I should have been more clear. What I was trying to say was that this event 201, they didn't come together because they knew something's about to hit us. What I was trying to say was they came together and created. Had a meeting for their own plan of what they're going to do. Not okay. This is how we're going to be prepared in case something happens. This is what we're going to do. It was more so, okay. How do I say this? It wasn't about this is about to hit us, so let's plan for it. It was let's plan to make this happen. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense, but why would they do that is what I'm saying. Why would they tear up their whole economy to do it?
Population control.
There's other ways to actually do population control.
Okay, give me an example of another way. Give me an example of another way.
You could do population control through wars, other types of diseases that are more natural to the
Give me
planet.
a natural disease that's
You have HIV, you have Ebola, you have
you have
a lot of different diseases that are basically that can basically be used for population control.
So what made
Listen,
sorry.
Listen, let me explain.
Sure.
COVID, the way that it affected the economy, basically they lost way more than what they would be gaining in population control. You understand that, right?
But this is not about
tedious. I'm saying how tedious the actual control of the planet is. This can break down the whole country itself. The way the country operates, it can break down.
Right, of course, but
why would you jeopardize that?
Because
why would you plan to bring out? Hold on, this is what I'm saying. Why would you plan to bring out a disease to eliminate that many people just for population control?
Because it's easier to control 10% of the population than it is to control 100%, 90%, 80%. This is not about monetary gain. It's not about financial gain. They print the money. I mean, if they needed money or they wanted money, they can have all the money they want. They print it themselves. It's not about money. It's about control. Same thing with gun control. Our rights, Second Amendment, is to bear arms. But if you got all these shootings going around, you got bills and this and that to prevent people from having guns, who stands to gain when you have no guns, but the army, the police, they got the guns and you don't? Who stands to gain from that situation?
So you really believe that that people?
I know it sounds crazy.
No. Listen to yourself. So with the amount of weaponry that they have to their disposal, you really think that the armed populace can basically match military might?
Of course not. But that
dog doesn't hunt. That is a way out there theory. You cannot arm yourself. You cannot arm yourself to the extent of the military.
It's about resistance, though. You lower the resistance that you're gonna have. For example, you plan on lowering the resistance you're gonna have when you implement your idea. You can say, oh well, the population will never have the amount of arms that the army, Marines, etc. will have. But that's essentially not true if you think about it. How many people are in the world versus how many people make up the military?
Yeah,
if
so
every
you have
single
listen. You don't.
All right, go ahead.
It's not man for man. Like you got you got wholesale bombs that can just blow up whole populations of people. You don't have to go in fighting anybody. You got drones. You got biological warfare. And if you really want to be honest, if you really want me to be real frank with you, if you really wanted to kind of really do population control, then you let everybody have all the guns. So when the little resistance do kick in, then you can go in and basically do some killing. If that's really what you really want and be justified in doing it to keep what so-called control. And then you really have your fear quoting then. If you want to really deal with a conspiracy, why not do that? You don't have to have no disease that basically choosing people at random. You think they have that much control over this disease that they can just basically choose a population of people that's going to die? Hold on. That these other people are not going to be vulnerable. That's at the actual throes of power.
The COVID-19.
Can you third cap? Can you go ahead and just summarize and we can move on?
Sure. The COVID-19 is not. It's not about killing a mass population. It's about implementing ID 2020. It's about restrictions. And Seventh Project just said something in the comment. He's mentioned 5G, so I would throw that out there because he's waiting on it. I know. It's all right.
Come on, man.
5G prevents the red blood cells from carrying oxygen to your lungs and throughout your body. That's why you get short of breath when it's around you. That's why you see all these towers that go up all around you. I'm a med student, so I know how red blood cells work, etc. So I know that this is real. You can look it up. It's fact. You can look up the harmful effects of it. It's facts.
I mean,
I'll just end it right there. I mean, I know a lot of people like to look at things like this, like, oh, it's a hoax. You know, people are
you're
crazy
fine.
and stuff,
Relax.
but
You're fine.
No,
you
it's
can
cool.
relax. You don't have to worry about saying that. You say what you
I'm
say.
just saying.
It's all good.
I'm just saying that there's so many things that the government has done in history against us that it would be crazy to assume or to think that they wouldn't do something like this to us. I mean, look at it. What 1948 they put Japanese Americans in concentration camps just because. For what? Because they're Japanese. I mean, that shit is crazy. I mean, they were Americans. Like, that shit is crazy. Whether they let them go or not, the point is they locked Americans up. That, like, the government has done so much terrible things to us. Why is it crazy to assume that they would do something like this to us?
All right, one more
All
question.
right.
One
You
more
have anything
question
else,
before
Lisa?
hold on. One more question before we let you go. Are you a black person?
No, I'm not.
What are you?
I'm
What will you be
Hispanic.
classified as?
Hispanic and white.
Okay, I got you. Okay, that's
You
fine,
can't hear the
man.
accent?
Well,
I'm
I
sorry?
wanted to make sure I wanted to be on record. Basically, is what I wanted.
All right.
So we do
What is that?
appreciate you. No. We
What does that got to do with anything, though?
Well, you have a different perspective. I mean, there are black people that share your perspective, but I noticed that your bent is towards a certain type of demographic, a certain type of belief system.
What's that?
No, don't worry about it, man. It's all good.
No.
Man.
I mean, no. You mentioned this, so I mean, go ahead.
No. I don't need to go into deep detail. Just keep listening to the channel. If you it's your first time listening to us, or you've been listening to us.
Yeah, no. I was trying to just have a conversation with some people. I saw your channel, so I got on. That was it.
No, okay, cool. You can always come back, man. We don't discriminate or nothing like that. It's all good. It's all good.
All right.
We look to the look at things from a deeper point of view anyway. So we do appreciate your perspective, even though you was incorrect, but we appreciate it.
I guess. I mean, if you want to say that, that's cool. I mean,
Those
it's
are
all
facts.
just opinion, right? It's all opinion, right?
It's not all about opinion.
How is it facts?
It's not opinion because you didn't
All right,
bring
how's it
any.
facts?
You didn't bring any. You brought
Are you ready to play the other
conjecture.
video?
You said
Can we play
what?
the next video?
No, you know what, man? I
Go ahead.
think we need to go ahead and end it because I don't know what this guy's on. So
What do you mean?
it's
I
all
can beat him
good.
out. It's fine. Whatever. He can drop off. He
Yeah,
said what he said.
he said what he said.
I
But
just
you
want
have
to play the next video.
anything else on Third Calf at all? Did
I
you
think he
drop
got
him?
booted or he left. I don't know.
Okay.
So as you said it dropped. So as you said it. The only part I agreed on with him was like the government doing stuff like pass us, whatever. But it was like I said, he didn't have anything like no solid evidence to follow up on, and then everything just like came apart. Because I think about some of that stuff too, but then I think like, look, you need some proof. You need some hard facts or proof, to put out there so people can kind of go, oh, okay, I can see where you're coming from, not just my feelings and and theories I think of. So I'm just saying, like, no, not to be funny. He seemed like he's cool. He just,
Nah, man,
missing some
I was.
stuff, bro.
It doesn't matter either way, really.
Yeah, it's so far out there, but it's still it's like listening to somebody saying that the world is either flat or that the astronauts didn't land on the moon. Now don't tell me
You
that you
say damn.
don't tell me that you believe that the gift 187.
Nah. Nah. No. I thought that was crazy when people kept saying the world is fucking flat. I'm like, what? There's too many stuff to prove that it's not flat. It's not flat. Like, what are you talking about? But oh my goodness, yeah. It was a fun night.
You wanna go ahead and shut it down, Paradox? My head hurt, man. we could probably come back tomorrow.
I want to get that first video played. Is what I was trying to do.
The first one that you sent me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I could do that. And I'm gonna close. We're gonna close out on a Mr. Fuller clip for sure.
Oh, I was gonna ask y'all real quick. I thought it was incredible that the numbers were actually lower. Like the death rate, I thought the death rate, to be honest with you, would be higher than that. When we was watching the video clip with Trump, I got to hear it like bits and pieces because on my end it was messing up.
Right.
But I was looking at the death tolls and I was like, nah, that looked too low. And I said, damn, that's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. I think it's a lot more than what they me personally, I think it's a lot more than what they leading up to.
Yeah, just have to equate things to just why would somebody do something and then just kind of follow the logic from there. Like who is hurting at the end of the day?
Because I understand why they do it. They can only put out so much information because I already seen they put out a little bit of truth and you have people already acting the goddamn fool. Like literally acting the fool.
It doesn't matter either way.
Do you like this is the Tucker Carlson clip, right?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one with with the guy from Barstool.
All right, cool. So I have it
I want you to see, can you catch something he's gonna say?
All right, I got it queued up. Sound like one of those dudes that listen to Alex Jones. That's what I wanted to tell him.
Who Barstool? Oh,
no.
It's all good, man. Not that serious.
Probably don't believe in the Sandy Hook shooting and all that too. 911 ain't real. Pentagon getting attacked by
It doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
What you gonna do?
And then when you get to that, get to doing.
Yeah, let me know.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Better. Last night, a short video appeared on the internet. It was not produced by epidemiologists. It was shot on an iPhone in a kitchen by a guy who runs a sports site. But in 3 minutes and 37 seconds, Dave Portnoy of Barstool Sports laid out perhaps better than anyone ever has the absurdity of our current lockdown strategy. Here's part of it.
What the going on? When did this become flatten the curve, flatten the curve, flatten the curve to we have to find a cure or everyone's going to die? Find a cure? Who says we're going to find a cure? People have been mentally preparing. We're doing what you ask. We've done exactly what you said. Now you're changing the rules.
In barely 24 hours, that clip, which you should look up if you haven't already before it's pulled down, has been viewed close to 5 million times. We're happy to have Dave Portnoy join us tonight. So, Dave, what inspired you to do this, to make this video?
Well, I mean, if we're being honest, Tucker, I've been in the stock market. The stock market tanked, and a lot of it tanked basically on, Fauci going before the Senate and talking about the future, and the LA mayor saying he was going to lock the city down until they found the cure. And I'm in New York City, so I'm in the heart of it. And, I've been inside. I haven't gone outside in months. And to me, New York City is kind of at, corona fatigue, like the rest of the country. But everybody's trying to do their best, which is stay inside, social distance, flatten the curve. That kind of the combination of the hearings and the Senate and the LA mayor, that to me came out of left field. It's like I hadn't been hearing that. We were all, I felt like there was a collective positive vibe in the country, especially New York. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting closer. You know, every update seemed more positive. There were open beds. People were, you know, you weren't hearing the horror stories necessarily anymore. And then this comes out of left field. Like, we're no closer than we were 2 months ago, it seemed. And at this point, you know, I started Barstool. I started Barstool 17 years ago. And the main gist of that rant, and it really shouldn't be political. It shouldn't be left. It shouldn't be right. It shouldn't be
I don't think it is
anything.
political. Yeah,
exactly. But if you gave me the choice, it took me 10 years, a decade, of working almost 24-hour days, no exaggeration, to turn the corner and become successful. If Corona hit at that moment, I would have been out of business, and everything that I worked for 10 years gone, flushed down the toilet. At the very least, and Barstool's going to make it, so thank God we're in a good shape, but a lot of people aren't. And at the very least, they should have the option. There's risk, fine. I don't know what to believe. There's so many, you know, you hit different things. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask. And I think most doctors, Fauci, will be even like, there's a new disease. We don't know what we're dealing with. Fine. Give me the choice then. Let me go outside and risk potentially getting sick, or do I want to ruin my business? Because if it was me, I would rather die from Corona than have to start over, work a 9 to 5, fight. How are you going to get a job? How are you going to put money on your family's table when the economy is going to be gone? So that was really the rant. It's at the very least, I feel bad for people who aren't given the choice. What's worse, losing my business, my livelihood, or the chance of getting this disease, which we honestly know so little about? I feel like we're no closer. That's what I think the problem is.
So you've been attacked as some kind of science denier for putting this on the internet pretty bitterly. Forbes just wrote a whole piece about how you're wrong. But you've taken this seriously from the beginning. You just said you've been endorsed for months. It's not like you've denied the reality of the disease.
Tucker, a week ago, I said everybody, I did the same exact rant, except it was about masks. And this is a lot of people on I guess the right would disagree. I said, hey, everybody wear masks. You know why? Because if there's a 0.00001% chance that somehow helps and gets people back to work, then throw it on. There's nothing to lose. So I've been on both sides. I'm not trying to make it political. And by the way, the Forbes guy, I haven't seen the article. He sent me an email 5 minutes before I came on and said, basically everything you said was garbage. Do you want to defend yourself? But apparently already went to print.
So, yeah, it went to print hours ago. That's kind of the way it works. Sorry about that. NASCAR apparently is going back online on Sunday, I think, at Darlington, maybe.
Yep.
I know you're a NASCAR fan. Do you think other professional sports will soon come back? Should they?
Yeah, it sounds like they are. So, I mean, the holdup in baseball sounds more about the money side of it. But, you know, the NFL, I think they will. And, you know, I've had my differences with Roger Goodell, even though I don't know if you heard, I am going to spend a Monday night football in his basement with him. But, you know, he'll
He's
come
submitting.
back.
Yeah.
Roger Goodell, he doesn't care about anything. He may be the guy that gets it back in the streets.
Huh. Well, that's probably good news. And finally, like, what's your plan now? That you've been holed up, you've expressed your frustration, you think the policies are stupid, which they are. How are you going to live going forward?
I mean, again, this isn't, the crazy thing is, this isn't about me personally. Barstool will be fine. I feel bad walking around the city and all these restaurants that you're starting to see, you know, signs that say we're not coming back. And the crazy thing is, if you go for a walk on the Hudson River, like today when it's 75, there's tons of people outside. So the policies aren't necessarily even keeping people inside. It's just keeping businesses closed. And by the way, if Florida's open and New York's closed, guess what? I'm going to Florida, and then I'm coming back to New York, and lots of people are going to do that. So the whole thing isn't going to work. The policies are flawed regardless of how you look at it, if not everyone's working together.
A lot of people aren't coming back to New York, and I don't know if they get that yet. That's the sad thing. Dave Portnoy, thanks so much for this. You look great for a man who's been in quarantine. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I still got the purple sweatpants on.
Must be pretty rank at this point. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Now our top story tonight, that is the safe reopening of America. Weeks ago, millions of businesses, they had to shut their doors, Millions of Americans stayed at home. Life was seriously altered for everybody in the country. Why? To stop the
Oh,
Had that good old Sean Hannity.
Did you catch that part? Did you catch the part that I think that you heard that he said on there?
About if his business started up at the beginning instead of where he was at that point, business would have failed if the coronavirus hit. Or you're talking about where he was stating, oh man, when he was talking about everybody.
What he said he said he'd rather die.
yeah, he rather. Yeah, I mean it was so much that he said in that, and I believe
that was
absolutely
that was the key part from like a the mindset of being a system based off of, you think about capitalism, just mindsets, and he's a very wealthy person. His website is very successful. He has money. He's coming on TV. You're not going to really hear that from executives and from owners of things, right? But that's really that's where they are. So those are the people that employ people. Those are the people that hire people. So when he said he'd rather die, that's sort of that behavior of, go to work when you're sick, working in coal mines or working in wherever you are, just that mentality that kind of gets instilled in you when you're working for people who feel like, because what did he say? He worked 24 hours a day for 10 years, or whatever he said, right? He worked around the clock for 10 years to build his business. So he's put so much of himself into the business that he'd rather get sick or die to maintain his business even in death, than to take precautions, to be smart, to be intelligent about it. He has a website. Like you're not curing cancer, right? You're not building buildings or bridges. You're not even doing anything like sophisticated, that's really that important in the world. You know Barstool Sports, right? You heard about them.
I do. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I know Barstool is.
So even him talking, I'm just making a point. Like it'd be weird. It'd be different maybe if he built hospitals or something. Like he did something that was at a certain level to where he's changing the world or he's improving the world, and he might have that mentality. But for a guy to have a website and he's willing to risk his employees' lives and everyone's lives on some idea about companies not opening or being closed or whatever, come on, man. So it's a funny point. That's all about business and money and capitalism, to be that cavalier with people's lives about going to work at your website or to open up a lobster restaurant, or open a store. Who cares? What are you talking about?
I'm happy you showed that example, because I'll be telling my friends about that all the time. I'm like, yo, they don't give. It's all about money, and I'm like, this whole Corona thing. I'm like, trust me, because just like how that dude was talking about the conspiracy, I'm like, they did not do this on purpose, because that will fuck up their money. That's what that dude was just complaining about in the news. Like he'd rather, put his health out there just for $1, a fucking buck.
If there is one religion in this particular country that everybody basically worship, it is capitalism.
Money. Yep.
The way to exploit people. Just the ability to exploit people, to sell things to people, to put people. That is. They don't
want to lose it. They don't want to lose it either. They don't want to lose it.
People going to work. That's your control right there. That's your control. Yeah. Following the rules, going to work, going to school, doing so-called the right thing, as far as like being able to gain mobility gain some kind of respectability by how much money you have. And you want to tear that all down, and you think you're going to have more control with this? Nah, man, it's not logical. It doesn't connect. I'm sorry, it doesn't connect. You don't eliminate the form of control that they already have, which is through capitalism, which doesn't actually even. There's nothing that's had more control over the masses of the planet than capitalism. It has changed cultures that's been around for 10,000s of years. You have gone places now where they basically don't even remember how they used to be. We talk about tribes of people, clans, people that have been living off the land for tens to 20,000s of years. Now wear suits and ties. Get real. Get real, man. You want to talk about control? That's your control right there.
His level of how he said it without stuttering. It's like, I'd rather die.
Alex.
I mean, like it's a virus. It's a cold. It's like a flu. I mean, it's worse, of course, but just that trigger because you put. And I will say, putting that much energy and effort and time into something. I see how you can maybe take that position. I don't know about the death part.
Yeah.
You know what I mean about that part, but you can be upset about it. But to take it to that level,
I saw
not
somebody
upset about it to that level.
Yeah.
Oh no, I actually get the mentality because the thing is like with them, right? Like what they're taught since like they have like I want to say a little bit more of a like the ones that's more privileged or whatever like that. They're taught like you had this money, but now you gotta maintain it at all costs. Because the thing is, let's be honest, with some of them, if they didn't have money and they had to go out and do this regular shit, that's why you got a lot of them doing that opioid and killing themselves because they cannot handle
I'm
that
not going back to
reality
9
we
to
live.
5.
Mm-hmm.
He just said it. He said, "I'm not going back to 9 to 5. I'd rather die."
Yeah, because that shit is hard for them,
He
bro.
just said that.
Yeah, just take me off the board altogether. Y'all can have whatever the
I'm
world
not
gonna be.
going back.
Whatever the world gonna be right now, you can have that shit.
He gonna put the evil Knievel suit on
you
and
gotta
just do a
think.
swanton.
He doesn't. It's like if
another
you're around
question
that kind
though.
of personality, how does it impact you when this is the kind of person that you're around? You look up to. You read his books, his self-help books. You trying to be like him, and think about that kind of mindset where you don't know what like you're not. He's not rational, but he's looked up to as someone of importance. It's crazy.
Money talk. Money just go around. It's always money talk.
More than money, access talks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Because if you got the money with the access, then you can basically do a lot more stuff. Which you right.
Yeah. What rooms are you going to? Who are you speaking with? Who's listening to you? Because you can get money from anywhere. I mean, you could generate an income if you get a base, but it's who's promoting you.
And if you don't have the influence to go with it, then you still kind of limited to a certain area, I guess, or something.
Yeah, insert blackness there. And then your limitations would go full-fledged, and then you go blame other black people because you're not successful as a black business owner. But you don't believe in racism, white supremacy, when there's a whole system that's been created due to your malfunctioning.
Oh, I've been learning about that lately too. A little bit more. I've been hearing a lot more people talking. I said I didn't think it went that deep. I thought it was just like, I knew it was bad. Like I saw the surface stuff, but I didn't know it went back like so deep, and it affects us all like to this day. Like it's crazy. Like people be thinking like, oh, we free. Like no, you're not. You under certain what you call it, like restrictions. Like you can only go so high before they start clipping your wings and shit or shoot you out the sky. But they don't be getting that. They do. I'm happy I had parents that kept it real with me. They was like, look, no matter where you go, you always gotta, keep your guard up. Don't ever get too comfortable. Like always keep your guard up because you never know what can happen out there. And there's like, people could be saying stuff like, oh, it's fun, but then there's an intimate, danger. That's why I was like, with that dude, I felt bad for him because I was like, damn, his parents must have not really. I feel like his parents must have not really informed him, or he really drunk the Kool-Aid. Out of one of the two. Like, he thought, oh, I'm in a white neighborhood, nothing could really happen to me. They know me, they comfortable with me. And it sucked. He had to lose his life over that, man. It really does.
Yeah, I don't think it even that's what I'm saying. Like we're trying to make sense out of the unjustifiable. It's not justifiable what happened there. That's just bottom line, man. I mean, he was just running while black, and they did what they did at the end of the day. And this is the fallout. So we go ahead and we create, whatever we thought we saw, and then it's all basically initiated by our experiences and how we view mistreatment of black people. If you think that black people deserve a lot of the stuff that we do, and you believe that black males or that look in houses or that rob or steal deserve to get killed, then that video is not going to bother you. It's not.
It's already baked in.
Yeah, it's already baked in. Self-hatred, or what people will call anti-blackness, right? Anti-blackness is in all of us. It just depends on how much of a dosage you have and how much you allow it to basically run your narrative for you, your brain computer. That's the reason why the ancestors or the greats that I will call them, like Dr. Welsing and Neely Fuller, are so paramount for me, because they're the only ones that kind of like deal with this from a constructive way that is not as emotional, but it's highly constructive as far as how to actually view the system as a whole, without all the sensationalism that occurs. You know, the anger, the protesting, you know, we should be getting guns and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. Like that whole, I never understood that whole Second Amendment argument ended in 1945. Like once they developed that, I mean, that's a wrap, bro. That's been done. I mean, that's cute and everything, but white boys have been basically gathering weapons for a long time. It can cause an issue as far as resistance, but like I said, if they wanted to get rid of people, let them have the guns. That's what I mean. Why not?
Abortion is doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's not.
You got abortion, you got guns, you got
It's
all
no point
kinds
of
of
me
stuff.
giving that to you. It's not, like I said, it's not relevant, not that important, really.
Yeah, you're right.
What he said.
You're right. I was going to give him. I was going to. If he was a victim, if he wasn't white, then I was going to give him VGQ, but I can't give him that. So I don't know if he was there to cause confusion.
But I told you, I was on the call. I was on the phone with a buddy of mine for probably 6 hours talking about the stuff that he was talking about. But that's just a part of how when 9/11 happens, or the housing crisis, you can keep going down the list of things that happen. Even Obama becoming president and being a Muslim. Like it's always something. So people say, like I said, I mean, at the end of the day, you don't have the kind of pull, the kind of power. So I don't spend the, say what you say, move on. So trying to close it out for him, trying to help you close it out. He was like, y'all still want to talk? You ain't talking about nothing. Really? I'm saying, like, really, right? I mean, come on. Yeah, not really.
Oh man,
that'll take care of itself in my mind. So.
Yeah,
because you know what's so funny? When the last time you heard a 9/11 conspiracy? When the last time you heard a lot of energy around that?
It's been a while.
It's been a while, exactly. So
yeah, there's been a while on that one.
Yeah,
I heard some, but like you said, not like major, not
super
big.
light.
Yeah,
it's light. Yeah, it's not. It's not as in the Sandy Hook joint.
Playing with Flat Earth had a good run.
Once they played Alex Jones and.
Yeah,
I think some parents came out
down.
Yeah, they came at him pretty tough. They took his whole channel down.
Took it down, shut him down.
They were like, "Oh, there's something wrong with you." That's what I'm saying. Like
all that stuff constantly gets dealt with. I mean, right or wrong, don't really care either way. You can only see what you can see, and you can have a hunch or a guess about some things. But like you said, when you're tracing information back, it gets real shaky.
Yeah.
And
the here's the scary part though, is that those people that you think that are the powers that be, they want you to believe misinformation like that. Love it. All day long.
They put it out.
That's what I'm saying. They love for that to happen.
Well, I prefer people, at least from my perspective, is to try to be I guess practical or pragmatic about things, dealing with things and dealing with what you can see, what you can deal with. The rest of it, enjoy yourself, because what you're gonna do at the end of the day. So this is the facts that's been given to me. This is what I can deal with. That's it.
Right.
Anything outside of that, it's not my
ability. Cool. You don't have the ability to prove otherwise. Yeah. Yeah.
And I can't, and I'm not moving nothing either. So I mean, I know my position.
Yeah.
So the rest of it is just grandeur at the end of the day, which is cool. It's cool. It's room for that. People like to talk and have their thoughts about everything. Like I said, I enjoy Flat Earth. You know how much Flat Earth stuff I've watched? I know it's not true.
Yeah, man.
But I watch tons. I watch religious stuff all the time. It's not true, but I watch tons of religious stuff. So It's all
Damn, I
good.
think Angry Man said something about that. He said we like to he said something about like stuff outside of our realm. We just love to entertain and shit. And I was like, yeah. I was like, I do. I'm not gonna say that. To an extent.
Yeah.
To
I don't have a problem anybody coming on and talking about whatever. Say what you say, but you know you're not gonna run the channel, obviously. But you can definitely get your thoughts out there. It's not like you're the only person thinking it. It's a lot of folks that's thinking this stuff. As soon as that stuff came out, people put their teeth right into it. They couldn't wait for it because you typically need those things. I think those things help manage a society. Actually, I think that you start to study societies. I think that's a part of it. Is conspiracy theory, things like that. They give people things to kind of eat on and gives them somewhere to move, put that energy into it, make them feel like they have their own. I mean, flat Earth.
Chew on it. Oh my God.
Flat Earth. My goodness.
Just chew on it, man.
But I know people feel less like I remember when the one astrophysicist was talking about education and not studying science and just it's people are based off what they learned and what they think that they understand and how informed they are. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, man.
You have to be you have to be aware of all those factors at play when somebody's talking. So it's all good. It's all good.
Oh God.
The Seventh Project. Did you have anything that you wanted to say while we up?
Seven, what's up, man?
How you brothers doing? Sorry, I'm late to class.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Man.
Those clips, man. There was a few things that were very unsettling to me. The fact that the numbers were climbing, they were going crazy, and then
right
on top of that, just I don't know if anyone really caught it, but the places that they were highlighting, and then in the second news clip, they're highlighting like bars, restaurants, and retail stores. When has Lids ever been a business that was essential for my survival? When has a restaurant been essential for my survival? I hear people say, "Oh, I can't feed my kids. I need Red Lobsters to be open because I gotta feed my kids." Like grocery stores are not open still.
Wait, what?
You get what I'm saying?
No, I'm talking about the last part that grocery because I work at a grocery store. That's why I'm like, wait, what? Like that's crazy.
Grocery stores are still open, but you have people that are crying, talking about they can't feed their kids with all these restaurants closed and everything, and it's just like,
oh no, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, bro. Like the cooking part, yo, a lot of when I say a lot of people, I mean a lot of people. They don't cook, bro. They all they do is Uber Eats and all that other stuff. So like the only thing they know how to cook, like like their specialty is legit like ramen noodles in the microwave. Not even boiling the water, like the microwave.
And I'm glad you just mentioned the microwave, which brought me to the other brother's point about 5G. Because I was asking him, does he have any diodes on any of his smartphones, laptops, TVs, refrigerator, or microwaves? If he's worried about radiation,
you're sitting with a big old radiation machine, your TV and your microwave right in front of you.
I didn't want to help him. I wanted him to just get out with him and just move on to the next conversation.
And then
I saw Paradox. He had his arm crossed, just looking at him like, okay, bro, go ahead.
But assuming the brother did answer and say, yes, I have diodes on all of my appliances. How are you going to protect yourself from the towers?
I'm like a cat that likes to play
because those waves are going through you. That's just it.
Yeah, facts. I'm like a cat that like to play with my food. So you know how the cat just keep letting the mouth run. And
I saw you pull out the lightsaber
fall down. But no, I mean it's. I'm just saying, man. When you walk out the logic about population control and what you deem to be, I mean, it's something that's been said too often. And it's just like
you can look at those abortion numbers. That's all I gotta say. Just look it up. I'm not even reading the number.
They have
just go look that number up.
There's way too many other ways to do population control.
Exactly. Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Can be heard.
Oh yeah. My the main internet got clipped. I don't say clipped. I said it's not worth functioning. So I'm on the phone. I've never done this from the phone. So.
Oh wow.
That's crazy.
It happens. Okay. It happens. I don't think I said anything, but who knows?
Yeah, we was talking earlier. I was just like, oh boy, hopefully that ain't what it is. But
it's not. It's probably a push of a button. It should be back up by morning.
Okay.
I think it's coming back now, but I saw the indicator lights that normally when they push a button. Oh, so someone on the phone, they put it back up. It's all right.
Oh, that motor light, it was flashing like red or whatever.
No. There's the direct signal coming in and out from the cable company. The center two lights, and every time they disconnected, those center two lights were gone. So when it first went out, immediately I said, okay, let me fire it back up. And then I remember who I was talking to. So let me see if them center two lights are out. I said, oh, okay. I'm surprised. I'm surprised I could get on the phone. But I think third cav left, so basically, we're good.
BGS, they sent you the email. Sorry for your convenience. We hope that you enjoy our service.
No, normally it takes like a day before they give me my internet back. But normally if they're really serious about it, they'll get the phone and the thing. But it is what it is.
Can you imagine if you actually traveled to outer space and you saw the planet as round, and then you went to the moon and stepped foot on the moon? If you were like Neil Armstrong, and you come back home and you hear all these people saying that everything that you did was
fake,
that it wasn't real, it was fake, this and that other, and I guess because I have been to the space museum here in DC, where they have actual, they have what you call those moon rocks from the actual planet. Have you ever been there, Paradox, to the science museum that I'm talking about, the Space Science Museum, Smithsonian? Of course. It's overwhelming. You will have to show me something that is you have to show me something that's going to basically convince, and I understand the whole thought pattern behind it. Is there a chance that they probably created a actual stage where they have like the fake moon and this and that? That's possible. Doesn't mean that they didn't have the actual moon itself that they went to.
Yeah,
no, that's a whole nother deal. So
the thing is, for what reason would they do that?
Control, BGS. Control.
All you would have to do is not try. All you have to do is not develop a space program. You have to do all that. Say it's impossible to get there and not build a thing.
I'm really curious about the brothers that come on that talk about flat Earth and 5G causing corona and disrupting red blood cells. I wonder what they were doing prior to this quarantine that the government really wants to stop them in particular from doing certain things. Like, what was going on in your life where the government is just targeting you, fam?
Because I know, man, I got things in my brain, man.
I just use simple mathematics, to defeat flat Earth. Just simple mathematics.
Oh my goodness!
It doesn't take much more than that. I said, okay, because one guy tried to say, okay, it's. I said, well, how does the water get held in? Well, it's held in by the North Pole. So, and I said, so the South Pole, Antarctica. So Antarctica surrounds the whole so-called flat Earth, right? So in other words, so no matter what direction, if you get in the center of the Earth, the ice wall. So if you get in the center of the Earth, no matter which direction you sail in, you should have ice wall, right?
Right.
So
there's other land on the other side of the ice wall that they're not telling us about as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Parallel Earths, right?
Yes.
Yeah. With no pictures though.
BGS, they think the Earth is flat because on the Saturday cartoons, when you dig deep enough, you'll be in China.
No, you wouldn't be in China. As if it's round. Okay. If you dig deep enough, you find out in outer space. But there's no such thing as outer space, though.
Yeah, no planes fly to Australia, I think.
Oh man. No, man, the Earth is flat. but there's like a ring around the Earth that's clear. You can't see it, but
And you know what's so
it
crazy?
looks like a
They
circle.
also, but
When you look at
they
it.
believe that the moon and the sun is round though. So it's fascinating.
They don't believe they're solid. They believe they're just lights.
Right. Yeah. Right.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what it illuminates off your eye, your iris of your eyes. So when it goes off the iris of your eyes, because your eyes are round, you're gonna see that world as being round too, brother. So that's why when it looks like when you leave the planet or you're walking around that it seems like a big circle, but really, man, it's just flat. That's what it is.
I start laughing at certain people when they start talking about light, because again, I'm in the energy sector, and I'm pretty well versed in lighting, down to the CRI, color rendering index, and color temperature. And CRI plays a big role to the point where it can shape and change your mood and the way you perceive things.
Yeah, vibration, wavelength is vibration.
Exactly. So when you spend all your time in poorly lit places, i.e. all the clubs and shit, you start to feel very delirious and think you know a lot of things that you don't know.
Yeah, well, because I was a chemistry major in high school and college, so basically,
You got that,
I'm probably I'm too analytical sometimes.
Yeah, you got that knocked out of you, and you went beyond these questions, but you probably got that knocked out of you probably by senior year in high school, if you really into the science heavy like that. I mean,
yeah,
you took any kind of earth science class. I mean, there's too many examples, pictures, and stuff like that. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and basically, you have to have a mathematical proof to, okay, say you didn't have any evidence. Okay, how do you prove it mathematically that the Earth is flat? Yeah. How would you do it? How would you have a proof if you can't sail there, you can't get there? Okay, just take a. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, when you seen the test where they kept saying they could see. Remember they said, I don't know if anyone's seen some of the videos where they was out in California, and I don't know what side they were on, and they could see San Francisco. But then when they did a test and they took a boat out with they shot a
laser beam, laser light.
Right, and so they're like, so it was like, so anyway, the further they was going out, obviously it started to be a curve, obviously, and the light started to go up, and they seemed so surprised. They seemed so
they're shocked. Huh?
It shocked them. Right. Wow, man! But you know what it is?
Looked flat across the lake, but once you actually go out there, you're like, okay, it is a curve. It was crazy.
Yeah, just go to a real tall building. The world would start to kind of curve a little bit for you when you actually get to see. You're like, man, well, what's holding?
Yeah, you can see it. You can't see the curve. Yeah,
it's the such thing called gravity. You don't even know you we spin around the axis of the sun. What about how many miles per hour do we go? I mean, it's close to like 1,000 something miles per hour.
Yeah.
I mean, you're moving. We're like, well, how we? I'm like, dude, you're a human being. Your body is basically absorbed this type of atmosphere for probably millions and millions of years until we actually became human beings, where we don't even actually notice it.
Well, you can't notice it. Same way you can't notice it if you're if you can't notice it. You can't feel speed, constant speed, if you're in a car or a train. You can't feel it.
Nope.
Right.
You can't, because you can only feel acceleration. You can't feel speed.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, but they settled the flat Earth problem 500-600 years ago.
Yeah,
people
roughly,
still believe in it. Yeah, you don't believe them because they believed the Earth was flat, and they went out to prove it and said, "Guess what? It's round." Okay, so and you guys got all these
stuff that kill me.
What's
go
that?
ahead, I'm fault.
No, go ahead.
That's the stuff that killed me. Like you said, they will have like hard facts, evidence, and be like, no, that's wrong. And they just did 100 experiments. It could be something that's like definite, like the definite truth, and they would be like, nope, because since I don't feel that is right, it's not gonna be right. And you looking at them like, you after you put all that work in it, like you goofy motherfucker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, well, that's it. When you come back with the proof, come see me. And they want to show me drawings. I said, you find a way to get to the edge and take a picture. Find a way to get to the ice wall. Go up there, take a picture. I'll believe you.
You like, I accept that. And they be
I'll
like, and
I'll
they do
accept it.
everything
Yeah,
but that. Mm.
yeah, I'll
Yeah, I
accept
was
that.
trying to figure out where the value is at. I was like, what's the value? Okay, if it's flat, cool. Oh, okay. Just like, okay, like I don't.
They're trying to make us believe it's round. Why would they do that?
Control, BGS. Control, man.
Are you gonna be doing that for the next 10 phone calls, dude?
Yeah, he gonna do
Yeah.
that for the
It's control.
Because
I
it's the
think
way
he
to
caught that 5G. That's why he like that.
It's
Caught
the
that
way to
5G.
Flat, you have nowhere to run. You can't go off the map like in the video game.
It's either fear or control. One of those two things. When you're dealing with somebody that don't got proof of nothing, it's going to be the answer to everything. So why would you do it, right? When you ask why, it's going to either be fear, controlling by fear, or control.
Because what kills me about because I have who I'm talking about, my very good partner. He was my radio partner, internet radio partner for like 13 years. Okay, he believes that this is a hoax, right? And he said, I said, so what about the CDC data? They're lying. I said, you've been using the CDC data for like the last 20, 30 years, man. And all of a sudden now they're lying.
What?
We picking and choosing now. See,
You're picking and
that's what I
choosing.
don't like. Yeah,
Because yeah. So it's basically, yes, he said that. Remember in the beginning when they said that the cases that they see is no more than is just the flu, and they actually saying that the CDC said the data is just the flu, and they were actually I said they're actually using the CDC data, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're actually using CDC data, but when the number kept going up, all of a sudden you can't trust the CDC data. They're actually padding the numbers. I said, why on earth would they do that?
Okay. And when you sat there and saw the man just lie already talking about how it wasn't that many deaths and that we're gonna get control over this. Come on now,
Puerto Rico, they officially said there were 61 deaths. 61 deaths. It's over 3,000, and and they don't know the real number. But when they went out there and counted, it was over 9,000. They still won't recognize the number. I mean, 3,000. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But there was really him, the governor of Puerto Rico, and the president's whole team or whatever. They was really pushing 61.
Yeah.
And the story got buried.
In New York City alone, right? Because I actually did a video on this. In New York City alone, right? I had read like at the time, I think New York City had, I think the deaths were like maybe, I think they were in the number like maybe 5,000, right? Yeah, 4,000 or 5,000. And they were saying at the time that New York City had like 5,000 unexplained deaths in people's apartments that they couldn't go get because the number was so high, right? So they just simply couldn't go get these people because they didn't have enough manpower to get these people out. So there's like 4,000 people that have died in their apartments, in their places that they can't get. That's over the norm. And this is, like 3 weeks before I put the video out. But so by the time I put the video out, they were up to like maybe, I think at the time they were like maybe 10,000, something like that. So I put the video out that about the excess deaths and actually show this lady. I think you guys might have seen it. This lady was actually crying because her husband had died of COVID, and they phoned it as COVID, and actually they reported it as a shooting. So they didn't give an accurate number, and they couldn't. They said she had to have the body in the house for 4 days before they could actually come get it.
Wow.
So they're undercounted. But basically, the Miami Times have been saying that Florida's been undercounting the dead for the last month or so. They've actually been reporting it that they're off. And same thing with Georgia, Texas, and same thing with Texas. They've been saying it's undercounted. And Fauci actually came out and said, what? There's probably more people dead that aren't counted in the CDC data. So he's been consistent. He didn't say that before, but now he's, so all this stuff, after months, they actually admit, okay, yeah, there's probably more deaths than they're actually counting. But people say, well, no, they're padding the numbers. I said, why would they do that?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier when they played the video. I was saying I thought like the deaths count should have been higher, than what it was. But I was saying I understand why they try to, play it off, keep it low, because they don't want too many people to panic and stuff like that. So
because they want you to go back to work, so they have to keep it low.
That makes all the sense.
Because I think Fauci he said on a few occasions that they're thinking, and not just him, they're thinking 10 times. They're thinking maybe around 10 times higher.
I don't think it's that high, but
Yeah.
Oh no! If it was that high, you in other words, if you had like 800,000 people dead, you can't hide that. Okay, so I think it might be. I think the estimate might be like 20 or 30% higher. So in other words, instead of 80,000, with a little over 100,000, but you get almost 1 million people dead. You can't hide that. You can't hide that many bodies. I mean, I don't do what you guys do. I don't do what you guys do, but in my estimation, there's no way you can actually hide that many bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would start seeing bodies.
And it may have been connected to the infections more so than the deaths.
Well, the thing is, okay, the infections, they always put down. They actually count them. They put them down as recovered, but they don't give them. They don't actually talk about the damage that this little bugger does, even if you're recovered.
Yeah, to the organs, yeah.
The organs and stuff like that. And what kind of brought tears to my eyes is what it's doing to the children that survived this stuff, man.
Oh,
like
God.
that shit is ugly. That stuff is ugly. Little babies on respirators, man. That's ugly.
Yeah, and they're finding all the rashes and a whole bunch of side effects, like you said. Yeah.
Yeah. Because my one of my subs, he's actually a male nurse in Arkansas, and he's been telling us that for like a month and a half, like 6 weeks, about the different things could happen, like the the stuff they call the Kawasaki's disease, which is the rashes and the stuff on the skin. That looks like frostbite. He told us that 6 weeks ago.
Wow.
Told us that 6 weeks ago. It has the aspects of malaria. Sometimes it looks like frostbite. You get damaged organs and stuff like that. And before Fauci even said it, he said the survivability once you get on a respirator is only like maybe 20%, 1 in 5. And weeks later they come out and say the same thing. So and people ask me, well, do you believe the CDC number? I said, no, I got people in place that I trust. I said, and the CDC numbers just confirm what they're saying. So I like you guys, if I know you guys, y'all tell me something and I find out later that it's true. And then I said, I believe the people that I know, that I trust first. And then they can be wrong, but I will trust them first before anything. So if they turn out to be right, that's what I go with.
Yeah, but they're definitely trying to reopen.
They have to. They don't have a choice. But because me and DC said that a month ago.
Well, didn't y'all make a prediction?
Well, yeah, he was a week ahead of mine, motherfucker. Hey, DC, I'm still salty about that, man.
I know, man.
I'm still salty about that. I can't say nothing, man. All I can say I was wrong. You know how I hate to say I'm wrong. So I'm still upset with you about that, brother.
I was a week old man.
Yeah.
You're an agent of evil, Darth.
Yeah, that was a good show. I was on it. That was a good show.
Yes. That motherfucker. Every time I think about that motherfucker, he called it on the number too. Shit.
do it gnaw at you like a wisdom tooth, like a toothache?
Nah, not quite that. You know how the thorn in the lion's paw?
Oh,
yeah, something like that. Yeah, it kind of gnaws it. Huh? Yeah, every time I make a prediction, but he got it. So
That Snoop Dogg situation was crazy. All that, man.
Yeah, you. I believed you on that one. You know, I believed you on that one.
How about the prediction of when we're going to close again?
I don't. Can we close? You know, basically, you know, can you close once you open it? You know, basically, I don't think you can, because if he forced those meat packers to go back to work, man, what hope do we have?
Yeah.
No,
thanks for that video too, man.
I think that one plant was 900 people that got it in that one plant.
Yeah, and they said, you know, if you basically you don't come back to work, you will cut you off. You don't get no health care, you don't get no unemployment insurance, you don't get nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard Purdue was like that because you remember the guy that made Super Size Me?
Yeah.
He made another video, Super Size Me too, because my boy he put me on it. I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing. On that one, he was selling chickens to like Purdue, and he basically had like top of the line chickens, and they basically was like, all right, we're gonna give you like $50 for your chickens, even though he's supposed to be getting more than that. Like I think he's supposed to be getting like I think like 300 or something, and they ripped them like to like 50. I said, damn. He said he was heated, so he put it in his I gotta finish watching it, the video, because I didn't get to that part yet. I got to the part where he was just basically going to the chickens, and he was like talking to them, but not to the part where they was like getting ready to do the transaction, like the business part.
Oh, he had was it grain-fed chickens?
No, he was feeding the chickens regular, so they supposed to pay you like extra money, you know, like what I heard they supposed to pay you like extra money for.
Yeah, because organic and grain-fed chicken is expensive.
Oh, the grain fed. Okay.
Yeah, if organic chicken, go to Whole Foods and see what a chicken costs.
Okay, I gotta check it out.
You don't want to know.
What they call it? They don't call it Whole Foods. They call it whole paycheck.
Oh shit!
That's what they call it.
Whole check.
It's real.
It's real. Yeah. A chicken would cost you. What is it? A chicken would cost you back then. Back then it was like $6 a pound. Back then, you know, that was like 10 years ago. You know, when I had an ex that used to shop there.
Yeah. You have different levels, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I know Whole Foods. Whole Foods. What's the other supermarket? King's. Whole Food Kings. What's the? It's one more.
Aldi's.
But they basically. Is it Aldi's?
Trader Joe's, Wegmans.
Oh, Trader Joe's. Yeah.
It's weird. Trader Joe's could be in between sometimes. It's weird, but that supermarket weird also because it's like they have stuff, but they don't really have anything.
Yeah.
It's like they only got like little snack stuff, like nothing like.
Yeah,
Trader Joe's type store.
Yeah, Trader Joe's was supposed to be like a wine and spirit store when it first started out.
Oh,
y'all talking about Trader Joe's?
Yeah, Trader. Yeah, because I used to shop at.
There's a lot of them in there.
Yeah, I used to shop at Trader Joe's number 2 because Trader Joe's number 1 was in Pasadena. Yeah.
Baby, how can I get you? How can I help you, sir? Are you getting that wine? You must have a lady at home. No, I'm enjoying the evening myself. Oh, okay. I get off at 7.
Yeah, they had excellent wine and good organic stuff. But then it wasn't as big as it is now with as a wider selection. Before it's just boutique stuff.
Oh, that explained it.
Yeah,
because they have like fruits and stuff, like you said, like little. But I never seen like a whole bunch of like other like food products, just little stuff.
It's basically it's wine and spirits, and then the other stuff is just like boutique stuff when they get it from like small farmers or something like that. So that's the first time I ever tasted
parties and gatherings,
just little white people stuff. Like I remember I had never tasted almond butter, right? And they used to sell almond butter. It's actually pretty good. If you get it, the thing is, it has to be salted. Most of the time, they sell it unsalted, which is terrible.
Rough. Yeah,
it's rough. Yeah, but if it's salted, it's fine. But that's the first time I ever tasted. That was like cheese when I was. It's got to be like 34 years ago, something like that. Yeah.
Early access.
Oh yeah. It was right down the street because I lived in in L.A. and Westchester, right? And they only had 2. They had one in Westchester and they had one in Pasadena. So yeah, that's when it was basically, I say, mostly wine and spirits. So that's where I would shop. That's buy little boutique stuff, because I actually had my fiance, and I used to pick up little stuff that she didn't know about. So where'd you get this? The Trader Joe's.
Fancy store. Yeah, man. DC, you holding up over there?
Is DC sleep?
He
might be out. He might be out. He don't have a little code breaker keeping him up.
Yeah, she's sleeping good.
And she's probably
that's what took us long to get on. She was up.
She was
running around.
Oh yeah, drinking coffee and taking no-dos, huh?
Yep.
The baby
It's funny,
kid.
my cousin, my boy, his daughter do the same thing. Be waking him up at the middle of the night and all that stuff. I'd be like, he's like, yo, let's play the game and stuff. And then he'd be like, yo, but I'm kind of tired. Let me get some coffee. I'd be like, what you tired for? That you slept? He's like, nah, she woke me up like 5 o'clock. I ain't go to sleep since then. I said, damn, bro. Like right now, shoot.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm sure if you ready, man. We can close this thing down. I'm tired, man. Y'all didn't want me out today, man. This
Yeah, you was on fire, man. You like I said, had the lightsaber out, huh?
Yeah. He pulled that thing out. I was like, come on, bro. You gotta put that up, man.
He got to him, huh? Yeah, no, I'm actually swinging a lightsaber, but I got cut off.
Them fangs came out. He was getting ready to go. I'm like, oh, I gotta stop this. I gotta stop this. I can hear it too. I'm like, oh,
yeah,
man,
I heard it too.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, oh no, we're not doing
I
that.
knew it was coming though, because when he was in the chat, he entered in with, "Oh, y'all still talking about race?" And I was just like, "Just get on the panel."
I saw that.
I said, "Get on the panel."
Yeah.
Oh, so that's what. Okay.
And I dropped the link.
I didn't even know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so y'all knew he wasn't black person. I didn't know whether he was or not.
No, I didn't know what he was until he said it. But the statement alone, I said, "Oh, this is going to be good."
Mm-hmm.
No, I could tell by his accent. But
as soon as he started talking about Corona, I'm like, they always got to include 5G. BGS is just humoring him. I said, God damn.
Yeah, I'm playing with y'all food, man. I can't be doing that.
That is true. Yeah, that was
Catnip.
Yeah, that wasn't cool. Might as well be name calling, be honest with you.
Oh man. And he was ready to focus on that last statement. Because when you asked him what is he's like, well, why you got to mention that?
Right. He's gonna make that a big deal.
I knew it was about to be a rap. I do did.
Because you answered like one. That's funny, man.
Well, this is another one for the books.
Yeah, man. This one here, how much time did we we went 5 hours? Wow.
You're 5.
Yeah, y'all getting there going 6.
Yeah, well, how many times y'all been on this? How many times y'all been on this week, man? This is weird for y'all. No 5 shows in a month. You guys this week? What's going on, man? What's going on with y'all, man? What's up, man?
No, man. We just
one of them weeks.
One of those weeks, man. We had to give the sister her due, whatever, and kind of speak about that, and it just went from there, man. So that's what it was.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, man. Say, wait a minute, the code breaker's on again? What's up? I'm not mad. I said orange juice again. The first comment was, "We having orange juice again?"
Oh shit!
That is funny.
With the pub,
if you know what they know what the joke is about the orange juice. Mm-hmm. Della Reese. Yeah.
Are you talking about from what's that? Harlem Nights?
Harlem Nights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I got my mouth all ready for orange juice, and all I got is a swallow. That's when they put up that little placard. They never show up, like
we be
going
late.
live. Yeah, going live, and it basically he said, okay, they'll be live. They'll put it up in like an hour or so, and then next day it's still up. It never went live.
That is embarrassing.
Oh yeah, that did happen. I remember I was looking forward to it on like a Friday or Saturday. I was at work. I was like, yeah, I'm about to listen to it. I said, what the fuck? Like, I was mad as hell.
Yeah, get your mouth all ready for orange juice, for code breakers, and
we used to be able to get away with that. Now we got to be more consistent. We apologize.
Yeah.
That
More
is
courteous.
Cause I remember y'all had that, cause that week y'all had a banging ass show, and y'all was like, yeah, we gonna follow this up that Thursday, that Friday, just like DJ said. I was over there and was like, yes, can't wait for this shit. Went to work all hype. And had that to listen to. I said, man, what the fuck? Like, damn, this shit is dry.
Yeah, that's
I think Angry Man came on like hella late, and I just wound up catching him. Luckily, like, damn.
See, they still acting like they only have like 4 people watching.
That's right.
Facts.
That's true, man. We could just leave that thing up in infinity till we leave that thing up for like at least a month at a time. One time.
Oh shit, a month? Damn.
Yeah, nobody said nothing.
Nobody said nothing.
No complaints.
Not one. And I was like, yo, y'all gonna come on at least? Like, nah, nothing, man. So
the only reason why I was on today, because I was actually off from work. I can usually go on like Thursdays, because that's like, I go to work though, but that's like my light days. But like Saturday, it'd be too busy because I work at a supermarket, so I can't keep flipping through and out the phone like that. So that's why like tonight I came on, because I was home and up, and I saw y'all was on. So I said, I was like, after I made my sandwich, I said, yeah, let me get on. Let me get on real quick.
So to give everybody that little late night, at the little interjection at the very beginning. But yeah, man, we appreciate you guys coming through, man. We really, really do. Yes, I mean, yo, thanks for always showing us love. Seventh, man, we haven't seen you in a while, man.
I've been busy working hard, man, but I'm about to get in the lab and start firing some up.
All right.
You got the business off the ground?
Yeah, so far we're working on getting things in line. I just finished the master class, so this is gonna be good.
Man, I know you out there grinding, man. So yeah, I feel you.
Salute.
But on a high note, because I want to leave you guys with a laugh. You guys, I'm gonna share something. See if you guys can see it. Need to make a meme for the code breakers. Put the code breakers under this real quick.
Let me see. Whoa, hold on.
You ain't shit. Especially when they don't show up, huh?
Shit.
100 people in the lobby, they just be waiting, they typing in the chat.
Yeah. They on yet?
Man, it's all love.
I know Paradox, but DC, we gonna fire it up, and Paradox said, well, not yet. Well, you got like 15 people waiting, man.
Yeah, that's what he was saying too. We worse than Lauryn Hill, man. Shit, her Lauryn Hill and everything.
He worse than Bobby Brown when he was on crack, man.
Damn.
Then just not show up for a month.
My prerogative.
They tell you, it say you gotta do this for free, boss. They had to do a couple shows for free.
Yeah, man.
Missed the whole show, like what's that movie, Temptations?
Yep.
With the dude, he was on. He was like, I'm gonna give you the tickets for this crack. And he was like, hey, bro, you already missed your show. Like, your shit happened a day ago. He like, oh shit, it did. That shit was crazy, bro.
Oh, that's Sly Stone used to do that, man. He's supposed to be in San Francisco doing a show, man. At showtime, he's just getting on the plane from LA.
What? Oh my God. Damn. A whole 3-hour late. Mm.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Let them go to bed, man. They got it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No,
Oh,
we
man.
on the
Nah,
East
you good, man?
Yeah. They sun's coming up over there. It's probably already up over there.
Oh,
Right,
no,
it
it's up over
Yeah,
here.
it's
Yeah,
up.
I'm on the east too. Yep.
It is up.
It's up.
It's up.
Yeah, so
It's
bad.
gonna be
So for that,
85
so
today, y'all.
The baby gonna be slapping him in the face, man, in about an hour.
It'll be like, wake up, Dad.
Wake up, daddy! Pow!
I'm home.
Yeah, yeah,
You right.
yeah. Squeezing his nose together so he can't breathe.
Oh shit.
That's what they do. They said, okay, I know how to wake him up. They squeeze your nose together.
She's gonna do whatever she gotta do, man.
Oh,
Daddy. Like,
oh,
girl, man, that's just the word. They're just gonna wear that out, daddy.
Yeah,
First,
yeah.
you love it, but after a while, you're just like, oh man.
Mhm.
yeah, he go through like my boy. I had to tell him the same thing. I'm like, yo, you got a girl, bro. She mad attention. I was like, boys, attention here and there, but a girl, oh nah, that's attention until she start getting into boys. I was like, man, get me in trouble.
Boys are worse because with
Oh,
little
really?
girls, little girls are right next to you, bothering you, right?
Mhm.
But them little boys, okay, when they get quiet, oh shit, they in
Oh yeah,
something,
they all
man.
over the
Yeah,
place.
my son
They're
do
all
that.
over. They into something.
Yep.
So
Facts.
basically, you can't go. You had to always have the ear out for little boys, man, because they quiet. When they quiet, that's oh god, what's he doing? He's in the kitchen, under the cabinets, doing something, man. That's gonna
Find
hurt
them
him.
on top of the refrigerator. How the hell you get up there?
How you get up there? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Little boys are something, man.
And he gonna shrug and be like, oh, I don't know.
Little boys or something. So with little boys, man, you have to sleep like in the middle of the floor and close up all the doors and stuff like that, and put them next to you. So they can only have so many areas to actually wander in, right? Because if you leave the house wide open, ain't no
Little
telling.
boys are indestructible though, man. Little boys,
No,
my nephews, they jump off the highest places and just get back, spring up like.
You would think that. You would think that. I don't believe that stuff, man.
They be doing lucha training while they're young. Okay.
They be messing with the stove and shit like that, man. They be all kinds of shit, man.
Oh, man.
That's true.
Yeah. Man, anyway, man, I'm gonna drop off and let y'all go, man. And
all right, fellas.
Final thoughts. Okay.
Any final thoughts? Anything?
I got my internet back, so they didn't.
Oh, there you go.
Well, you got rid of it. I guess once you guys got rid of what's his name, they said, okay, we can let him back on.
I do have to point out that this is legendary. We got BGS to get on his phone for the first time on the stream.
You ain't lying, man. I didn't think it was gonna work, man. I thought they were gonna kill that too, but they didn't.
Yeah, I have very seldom when we actually get on my phone to do any. I mean, even if I'm jumping on somebody else's stream, I don't know, man. Something about that StreamYards and the phone, it just doesn't. I don't know.
They gotten better though, because they used to not be too good. It's got a whole lot better. Even on the iPhone, they've been working on it.
You got Zoom too, though, don't you, BGS?
I do have Zoom, but I very seldom use it.
You don't like it?
There's things about StreamYards that I like that I don't like about Zoom. StreamYards is actually much easier to use.
I could believe that.
Yeah, but the thing is, the only thing about Stream versus Zoom is that Zoom you can have many more people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
yeah. That's the only thing about Zoom. There's stuff you can do with Zoom that you can't do with StreamYards. But I think for a small group. Yeah, the StreamYards is just hit a button, man. Why do anything else? It does just about everything you want it to do, for the most part, except take phone calls. That's the only advantage I think Zoom has.
But BGS, would you really do a Zoom stream? You have over 30 people in the Coliseum. It really sounds like a Coliseum in those streams.
Oh my God! That they had to. It is. Thing is, you have to control actually mute people and stuff like that, where people can't unmute themselves. Yeah, you'd have to
moderate that.
The thing is, you have 30 people. What if y'all all want to talk?
Right.
Oh damn!
Oh man, I could
We had to
imagine.
wait like an hour just to get a chance to speak.
You might go crazy in the first 10 minutes.
It
You
was
might go
worth the
crazy
10.
hearing all those voices.
I remember when
Now,
it was 10.
yeah, it was 10 was hard. Yeah, so 30 is almost impossible.
Shoot, they happened earlier on our channel. Remember they was going ham earlier on BGS.
They were going on Arts Channel. They was like that.
Yeah, they had the Coliseum early.
Which
Art
part?
of Itmore?
Yeah,
Art
the
of Itmore?
Itmore. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was going. That shit was crazy. I gotta
Yeah,
go back
yeah.
and watch the whole thing though. God.
Yeah, the thing is that they've been bringing that stuff over to another panel. I said you can't scream over people, in certain panels. We're trying to, hey, dude, you can't just argue over everybody trying to win an argument.
And I like Mr. Fantastic, but he do be like talking over people, and then I feel bad for Angry Man because every time Angry Man be trying to make a point, it's like everybody had the ability to just like talk over him, and then his mic be kicking out and shit like that because he trying to get in the word. That shit was crazy, bro.
That's why I was trying to stop everybody so he could actually talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, before y'all get held hostage again, I'm out. I'll try to get back on Thursday again. Or catch y'all on Saturday.
Whenever. You never know when they're actually going to show up. They'll show
snap.
up. They'll throw up the bat signal and say, well, okay, we'll be here in approximately an hour or two, and then you have to wait 3. But it is what it is.
Command Gordon, he's not coming. He's not coming today.
You guys actually started on time this time, right?
Close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. I was shocked.
It was close.
Yeah, I was absolutely stunned.
It was close.
Yeah, I said, oh, wait a minute, what's up? They're being responsible citizens this time.
No, we almost went left because we was talking about some sports stuff, and I was like, oh, we not gonna have a call tonight.
Yeah.
How can you guys talk sports?
You gotta hear our chats offline, BJs. Maybe we have to include you like one time on a call when we just all online. Like the pre-call is like really, it is a whole show within itself, really, to be honest with you. Sometimes we don't even come on. That's the problem.
Yeah, you guys won't have to kill me afterward, will you?
No.
Okay. We can let you on, BGS, but we'll have to kill you to keep the secret.
You keep a little secret.
Nah, I'm probably more trouble than you guys are.
Yeah, I would say so. You got way more of a following than we do. That's the thing, show. That's the price, though. That's the price you pay for that.
Yeah, and I never intended to have this big a following either.
Yeah, I believe that.
I was like you guys. You wanted to be have just enough people to actually hear you, but not too many. Yeah.
Yeah, because we know that the people that come here, even though we know that you brought a lot of people over to our channel, the people that stay, they want to just hear it. So, that's cool. That's cool with us. We write in a nice little pocket, man. I don't know how Paradox feel, but I know I'm not in need of just having like 10, 20,000.
Nah, I don't think Paradox. Paradox don't want that no way. You can tell. Paradox probably like me. If I get 500 subs, I'd like to stop right there because I don't want to get that much notoriety. I want to stay in the shadows. Okay.
Oh man.
Hence the outer rim. That's why we call it that.
Yeah, the outer right by the Vichy maze. Huh?
Hit it, Chewy. Sometimes when I be listening to y'all just say something crazy, I'd be like, man, they just dragging me in there. I got to get in there light speed like that whole time when we first started talking about it. I think you did a stream and you was just like, oh, here we go again. I think it was the first one, COVID and fat meat. I think that's what you call it.
Yeah, fat meat and greasy.
Oh my God.
And greasy meat is
yeah,
for sure, man. Then the other one, the 5G one, I think those. Yeah, I was just like, come on, bro, like 5G.
This what is the evidence is rolling in. They're actually slowing up. Like like homeboy with the conspiracy. When he first came in,
that wasn't even completely thought out. That's what was so crazy about it.
It was thought out. I said he talked about about that. I said we talked about the one in October, right? It actually have it on the video, right? They have listen to all of it. I said, that was asked to release on October 2nd. Well, I didn't know about that. Well, of course you did.
What gets me is when you guys say certain words and then they respond with "What the fuck that mean?" and then or like when but prior to saying that, they make a claim about their status. I'm a medical student, so I understand.
Oh, come on, yeah. When he said that, I almost
I'm
went
gonna
there.
my
Like,
chest.
what medical? Because I know, like personally, I know people that actually went to medical schools. I'm just like, what medical school did you go to, bro? Like, don't do that to yourself, man. Don't do that.
No, he probably did go to medical. He just didn't pay attention. He just got away with the bullshit.
You can't go to no medical
school and not pay attention. Some things are impossible.
Yeah, that's what you cannot do. You cannot go to no medical school and not pay attention. This ain't high school. Like, no. Sir.
It's hard enough to get in. You got to have certain grade point and
you can't become an RN and not pay attention. Like,
no,
exactly.
It's no, bro. That's not. Yeah, when anybody that's telling you that, they ain't really in medical school.
No,
yeah,
they'll boot you out real fast. They don't play.
Yeah, they don't got time to play with you games and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's only so many spots open, and if you're taking up space, they will boot your ass right out.
Exactly right. And it's like I said, man, it's just like, with the brother that's a nurse that's out of Arkansas, right? The good brother came on the program a couple of and just to have him just basically how frustrated he is trying to talk to black people. He come on in his full work gear and just to hear people say, well, I think it's a hoax. I don't believe it's real.
You don't know what you're talking about, even though you're working on the front line.
Good Lord, man.
And you're right. And people be right next to him dying, like literally dying. They be like, nah, that's a fake. That's fake, bro. That's not real.
That's an actor. You paid
was it like that with Ebola? Was it the same level of
No, Ebola
fear?
They believe is real. They're scared of Ebola.
Because Ebola was so fast.
Yeah, that's the funny part. Yeah.
That's right.
So nothing really came out like that, right?
In fact, only less than 8,000 people a year die from Ebola.
Yeah, it was hard to get it. It's hard to get it though. Yeah. Once you get it though, you dead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because Ebola is a parasite. It's not a virus.
Yeah, it's gonna eat your insides up, and you're gonna be coughing up blood pretty much.
I think there's a spike in. Is it in the Congo? They have a big spike.
They had was in the Congo, but I think they have also have a not a spike, but cases in Nigeria. But they can actually isolate the people. So
don't tell me there's 5G in the Congo BGS. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Be serious.
But if you stand next to that one tower, there's actually cases right around that one little tower where there's 5G.
They make it too easy for us to just have fun like this.
I gotta chill.
I just like to hear their theories and shoot holes in them, and they get mad.
When you walking off the plank, then they waiting for you to just jump and say, "Well, why? Because of fear, man. Fear. You didn't know."
Damn, they talk about 5G, and these are the same people that don't wear proper PPE to go outside. I'm worried about 5G causing coronavirus. Do you wear a mask? Nah. Why? Because of control. They want to control you.
Check it out. You don't believe
DC was like, aren't you? We're not in control now. They don't have control now.
No control right now. Myself. Oh my God. You're almost live.
You believe in?
You made me think about the Matrix when he said, "Is that air you breathing?"
Right.
Oh shit.
The first thing I thought about when you said that.
You don't believe in nothing on the internet except for one website to tell you about what is an event 101 or 201.
201. Yeah.
That's the thing that you do believe in, but everything else, nah, that ain't real. That ain't true.
Hell,
that ain't real. But this right here, this real. This
real.
This the one.
Held by the WHO, who you don't believe in. How do you know they were telling you the truth?
That's the point. Who?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Who sponsored it? And when Trump actually first talked about who was actually at the World Economic Forum. Saying,
Yep. Yeah, he
they don't
was.
lie. There's
He
one
was
thing
in
I can say about
Davos, right?
Davos. One thing I can say about Davos, they don't lie.
Nah.
Come on now, gentlemen. You know what the real problem is. We can't drink beer with our mask on. That's a huge problem. It's un-American to wear a mask and not be able to drink a beer.
I say let them all go back to work, man. Put them back out there.
Yeah.
If that's what they want, they say we're willing to take our chances. I would say okay.
Shit, you heard the brother say he willing to die. He willing to die for that. I'm willing to take my chances and die. Take me off the board.
I say
He
okay.
said for $1.50, he said he would put himself out there for that little change.
I say okay. Go for it.
Right.
And see that argument that judge said he was right when he said let the dumbasses all kill. That shit was funny, bro. Oh my god.
You know what it reminded me? You
go
remember on Lethal Weapon when one of my most favorite parts of Lethal Weapon, the first one, right? Where he was about to jump and he just kept on lambing. He said, "You know what? You want to jump?" He said, "You want to jump? You really want to jump? Do you?" He handcuffed. He jumped off the building. He's like, "We gonna jump, okay?" He's like,
oh yeah, I remember that.
No, we ain't gonna jump. Mel Gibson like, "Jump? You really want to jump?" Because you talking all this stuff, you really wanted to
jump.
You really believe you really wanted to be that? Oh goodness!
And pulled him off the building into the net, but he pulled him off the building.
That was so funny, man. He's like, "You really want to jump? Do you?"
or the point where they were gonna blow up the toilet, right?
Oh yeah.
And he said, "Is it on 3 or 1 on 3?" He said, "It's your ass, go Chiefs."
Yo, I forgot he said that. Oh
yeah,
my god.
I said I've been using that. I've been using that forever. It's your ass, go Chiefs.
Yeah, man, that's the movie. All right, y'all, man, we got to get up out of here, man.
Yeah. Oh man.
All right. All right.
All right, brothers.
Peace. All right, peace out,
man.
Peace.
All right, now. Whew, man. Yeah, man. Whew.
You good over there?
Yeah, I'm tired, man. I'm probably I'm gonna sleep most of the day. It's Friday, right? Jesus.
Yeah, man. Getting ready for the verses tomorrow. Luda versus Nelly.
Luda should just murder that dude. He should murder him. I'd be mad if Luda did not actually win this by default. I'd be pissed. Because you know what? Down, baby. Everything's gonna sound like Nelly, man.
Yeah, his stuff is gonna be very
Southern
what do they call it? Because it's for the time. It's his music is more for that time.
Yeah, it was like
it's gonna sound really dated. Some of it. Yeah, party hits. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah.
Oh, that type of shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hot in here and all that type of stuff. I mean, I know you can play those, but it's like
he's gonna play his bangers.
But Luda got
20 of them. Luda play that Nas record. It's a rap.
Get out the way. Get out the way. He has a lot of them. He
got an endless amount of them. But when he does that Nas, Luda, and Jadakiss one,
he
closed out with that one. Oof, that thing is crazy.
I said,
remember the one he did with Mystical? The one song, I can't think of the name of it right now, but that song's hard.
Yeah, he should go. It should have been somebody that's way more stronger than that, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, they doing matchups. Well, what Swiss was saying, they trying to find matchups that you wouldn't think about. It's not going to be like the typical expected ones per se. It's going to be they're trying to make it interesting. I put it that way. So
yeah, that's decent. That's not bad. That's decent.
No, it's fine. That's cool. It's cool.
You wanna?
Yeah, so that'll be a little bit of entertainment. So you want to close out before we play the video?
Nah, man, I'm good, man. I'm tired. I would just tell black people, you know, shout out to Dr. Welsing, our mentor, our great ancestor. We miss her a whole lot.
Sure.
Please continue to listen to Mr. Fuller. Yo, reading is way more important than watching television. And repeat, reading is way more important than watching television. So
I was gonna say they're watching videos now. Everybody watch videos.
watching videos, yes. Video / TV.
Yeah, / streaming.
Boy, I
Yeah.
tell you, man, this YouTube generation out of this world.
Yeah, man. Well, you can definitely like, subscribe for sure. Like the video. You can reach out to us at codebreakers191 on Twitter. You can email us at codebreakers1999@gmail.com.
All right.
All right.
So you ready for me to play it and then we close after that, or?
No. This is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox.
This is D. Until next time. Peace.
All I have to say is that that's the objective. That's the ultimate objective of codification. Even dealing with white people, non-white people, the ultimate objective is that every contact that you make with a person, you come away with that contact with a result that has been of very constructive value to you, to the other person, to everybody involved. Otherwise, these contacts should not exist. That's the logic. People have been on this planet for thousands of years, millions of years, and the contacts are terrible. Most of them have gotten to the place where most of us, where we glorify killing each other. We have parades. I mean, talking about how many people we kill. We won a war. Won a war? Stop and think about that. This is something to have a parade about? You won a war? What does that mean when you won a war? Well, we killed a lot of people. Well, stop and think about that. And this is what you're having a parade for? Flying flags and beating drums? And a lot of people carrying the same rifles that they carried when they killed someone? Destroyed something that the Creator made that you can't make? And you're having a parade about this? Everybody all lined up and dressed up and grinning and tooting horns and firing off something called fireworks. The person who the last thing they heard was a gunshot, that person doesn't want to hear any fireworks. That's the last sound that they heard before they fell, with blood gushing out of their mouths. And then they died on a battlefield. Do you think that they appreciate gunshots? No. Well, what's this parade about? See, we are absolutely sophisticatedly insane. All of us. And the white supremacists have fed this more than anybody and made it worse. I don't say they invented it, but I'm saying as long as it's been around, they just made this particular thing worse. When they should be saying, hey, we're going to change this world for the better. No more of these military parades or none of that. I mean, showing off military hardware. No, when you land your plane and come to visit the new people of this planet, when we visit each other, we're going to have our carpenters out there to greet you, our doctors out there to greet you, somebody who repairs something, somebody that does repair work, plumbers, bricklayers. We're going to have a fellow out there with a hard hat on. I mean, he's going to have his tape measure and whatnot. I mean, tape measure in one hand, he'll shake your hand with the other hand. Then he'll show you his tape measure, his new one, the new electronic tape measure that does a whole lot of calculations real fast. All right, and he's going to take his hand and put that in your hand and present that to you when you get off the plane, rather than somebody salute you because you killed somebody. This is a bunch of foolishness
Yes, sir.
by people who are supposed to be super intelligent. But we are intelligent, but for the incorrect reasons.
Yes, sir.
Stop glorifying death. Start